out the tier 1 turret. Cloud9 clears out Vikla. Back in mid lane. Berserker's just gonna 1v2 him. He does find both. Holy hell, he's good. Prince is not even able to answer with a second item Infinity Edge of his own. He has to go for LDR second. Now Blabber's the target here in the front. He's gonna be bursted down, you would think. Berserker just finds another one. Vikla's gone, but Prince gets one back. Blabber gets sniped down by the Super Mega Death Rocket, but M&S is coming in from the side. Impact is left all alone. He'll flash over the wall to stay alive. C9 makes it a 1-for-1 as FlyQuest retreats.
Okay, they're not gonna go for Baron with Blabber dead here. Don't want to do any sort of super risky play. No need to. Fudge way too far forward. He's gonna try to turn it around.
M&S way too far ahead, but the team has his back. M&S gets one, and Fudge gets away. Now Sven and M&S have to make sure they can exit safely, and Sven will get on out with the Hex Gate. Fudge has flash, but he's also got a bomb stuck on his head. Now they fling out the Maokai ulti. The Baron is not low enough to try to secure for either side, but you've got Impact on the front line soaking up damage. Prince is killed. Berserker found him for the 4th frickin' time this game as Spica tries to escape and Fudge continues running forward. Sven will finally die there to the DOT of Spica, and Cloud9 are right back onto the Baron. It just keeps getting worse for FlyQuest. It's a problem, man. FlyQuest are just never being able to stabilize.
Though this is a bit much.
Yeah, this should be a kill. If this is not a kill, something is egregiously wrong. Berserker getting hurt a lot.
Oh, and the TP is another death.
Give it over to Vikla.
This is bad.
M&S just chain inting down here. I don't really know what the hell the TP was.
And now they lose soul.
Oh! All right, okay. All right, I'll eat those words a little bit. M&S at least makes it a 1-for-1, but it still doesn't feel great because you lose the soul for this. This was such a bad moment to have that error.
Yeah, I mean, as soon as we're singing their praises, Berserker, really, that was just such a foolish error, so far up there. Blabber wants to try to stay around and steal it. We'll see if they can make it happen. Vikla is here, but he's very weak.
Okay. FlyQuest in a 4v3. Both the enemy carries are dead. This is such a bizarre situation for C9 to opt into. Where's the damage? Sejuani, Renekton, and Braum? This is stupid. What are you doing?
This Braum is going to be a brick wall.
Oh, they go in after M&S. They want the Silas. Vikla is dumping damage into him. But now C9 is already on the Baron. The Maokai ulti is flown out, and it's beautifully stolen away by Spica to try to save the day for FlyQuest. Berserker goes golden, and C9 wants to fight back, but they're in trouble. Berserker gets one, but Prince gets one back. C9 fight him off, and they're looking to pick up most of these Barons that got stolen away. Impact does not have a flash. He should fall here, but good lord, it takes a long time to get him there with Berserker dead.
Yeah, they get the kill, but the steal is the story here. Spica keeping FlyQuest chances alive.
The Renekton not so hot at this point in the game. Spica's getting locked down. C9 looks for the chance to go after the enemy jungler, and they find him right there. Now Ayla's got to try to escape too, flashing back underneath the turret to the safety of his base.
Baron.
Vikla, oh no. Oh no, run little Tristana. This is not what you're hoping for, bud. He tries to use the buster shot. It's been a bad game for Vikla, and it's not getting any better.
They are going to march forward. They want to try to close out this series. They want to try to close out this game now.
Look at that turret. It just melts, and now the Elder's ready to go. Prince is down. Ayla's down. FlyQuest have no any way at all chance left of surviving as C9 pushes in, and Spica and Vikla are pushed back. Into the fountain goes M&S. A triple kill back to Berserker. It was #1 versus #2, and #1 let you know exactly how good they are. C9 are going to the finals, and they're going to MSI.
We're actually joined by C9 over at Cash. What do you guys think? How'd you feel about that?
You guys agree with Dokla?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, ADC was like, oh, so good, so good, so good, so good, permanently in comms while it's happening. And then, obviously, everyone knows Aphelios with White Gun just goes bot lane when they go to Herald, and if we somehow fight the Herald and win, it's just GG.
We were actually calling to give, but I wanted to fight because not only was I level 6 and Thresh wasn't, also our champs was really OP and like a scrap at Herald. So I thought that even if we lose the Herald, we can get like a coin flip Herald fight, we can get like a 1-for-1 something, but no matter what happens, as long as it's like not terrible for us, we'll get more plays bot and more golden ADCs, which Let's be real here. The most OP role in the game is ADC.
Berserker.
Yeah.
Nice team.
I need to mention this. Welcome to the Verizon postgame interview. We got Sven, Berserker, Fudge. Fast game, fast series, fast day.
Very fast day. I was not
Surprising, or?
expecting it. To be honest, there was a lot of bad scenarios in my head that could have happened today because we played pretty poorly in the CLG series. So I wasn't extremely confident going into the game. Speak for myself. I mean, you're playing against Ayla. It's a bit different, you know.
Oh my!
I'm playing against Impact.
I meant the CLG series.
What? Am I wrong?
Kind of true.
Yeah.
I don't know. Yeah.
So I'm playing against Impact. He's the best top laner other than me, and we looked pretty bad in the CLG series. So I wasn't extremely confident, but the games were really clean for the most part.
Yeah.
Pretty fast for the
It kind
most
of
part.
feels like a rerun of last year's playoffs where we played CLG first. It was like a 3-2. It was like, it was actually a loss for us. If
They were
played
the
better.
best team against you last playoffs.
Best, yeah, right, quote unquote. But then we stomped EG and had to use back-to-back stomps. So it kind of feels like that too. We were like warming up a little bit, you know?
Yeah.
So speaking of this series, there's a ton of focus between you two in the bot lane early on with the Soraka and the Heimerdinger. Was this something that you just love playing? Because you were talking a lot about being like an enchanter, one trick or whatever, and the engage supports and all this stuff, but then you just keep slamming prio champs.
Yeah, I mean, I think I'm actually like, I respect him for picking the Rakan after that disaster in the first game. And the game 2 disaster was even worse. So we kind of thought it was going to be Enchanter versus Enchanter in game 3. Thresh was a good pick, I think, by them. But I think, like, if you have Varus, you can pick so many champs. Like, you can pick Heimerdinger, you can pick Enchanter, you can pick Melee, you can pick whatever you want. So it enables us to pick, like, a top side in the first 3, while they often pick their duo in first 2, and they still don't win lane, right? So the Rakans do a lot of work to be useful compared to me, who's picking 4-5, and still being good in team fights. Heimer also is annoying with Varus, because if you don't buy MR, Heimer's actually kind of strong. You know, Merc threats are kind of like needed against Varus, but he's playing lethality, so it does so much damage with the poke. So it's just a good combo, I think.
So the Go Hospital thing. What's the update on that?
Hey, any of you guys going in?
I heard Prince going straight to the infirmary right now. Yeah, they're outside right now.
I mean, so congratulations, you guys are going to MSI.
What is that?
Call the ambulance, but not for me. You know the meme?
I don't know.
You don't know the
Honestly,
meme?
I have a hot take.
Okay.
If Prince was in C9, would this series be different? If you and Prince swap team, today's series, it's same, right?
Exactly.
Yeah.
It's the exact same.
I mean,
What's the difference?
Okay, if you and Prince swap
Yeah,
team,
yeah.
C9 Prince, Fly Berserker, series is same?
I think you think it's gonna change?
No,
Yeah. I mean,
just C9 3-0, right?
he thought Sven meant that Fly would win 3.
I think and it's 3v2. 3v2.
3-2?
Yeah.
Okay.
Who win?
She's fly.
You saying? Okay. Gap between you and Prince bigger than all 4 other members?
I mean, I always like most like less fucking English.
It's fine. It's fine.
I love this guy.
Biggest gap? You
Yeah,
mean?
yeah. I mean, like Prince and me like less gap. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Yeah.
at least the
Yeah,
least
I
gap
agree
is,
with that,
yeah,
but-
yeah. Where's the biggest gap?
Of course he asked the
You
question.
fishing for that
Of
question,
course
Sven.
he
Look at
asked the
that smile.
question.
I'm wondering what he thinks.
What do you think? What do you think?
I think mid.
What?
Oh, mid.
Okay.
Honestly, in this series,
He's
it
trying to
kind
keep
of
my ego in
was.
check.
Yeah.
M&S played really
I
well.
mean, support and mid were the biggest gaps like I've seen in my life in this series. Top lane was sort of just whatever the entire series. I mean,
I mean, you got solo kill.
yeah,
in the
but it was like top lane was irrelevant. I'm gonna be honest. Like,
That's cap.
if I didn't solo kill him, we would have won the game. If it's bullshit.
Maybe, but you still solo kill him, so you're better than him.
Yeah, but the gap didn't matter.
It's a gap just over here. That
It's
no one
just
cares
no one cares
also-
about that gap, man. Just
So the gap was big, but
this
didn't
team
matter.
fight.
I also love that you guys are just like interviewing yourself.
Yeah. I mean,
Making this so
okay,
easy.
so John, what did you
Like,
think about
I don't know.
No.
I don't need to be here. I don't need you guys to
Come back. Come back. What
thing
did
is,
you
I
think
got
about
a
the series?
microphone,
Who
so I
did
feel
you think
powerful.
was the biggest gap in this series?
So Mark and I, through the first 2 games, we're actually going to say Sven should be player of the series.
That's right.
We were trying to gas
But-
it up, but as game 3 went on,
Yeah.
Okay, I will say in game 3,
He's playing Braum, man.
I
I
was
know.
actually
He
1v9
played
in the early
Heimer
game.
Soraka.
Yes, you are.
Actually not. I didn't block the hook bot.
you
so
let
yeah,
him kill
he-
him.
he almost mentally like
Yeah.
lost the game right there because he died one time. But the Herald fight was all me. So I'm kind of goated for that.
I agree.
My team was like, no, guys, we can't fight.
Yeah,
I'm like, yeah,
you're
we can
right.
fucking fight. Let's
I
go.
was
playing Brown,
I was just
Tabis, I have conditioning, power
guys,
spike.
if we just trade, it's fine. If we just trade, it's fine. Just let it get plates. We don't need to fight. And then
I actually
was
said
just like,
in the game
just
that
fight.
after he died, I'll get level 6 on his wave and run the hill, and we just fight.
Yeah.
Okay, we have highlights from Game 3. I want to hear some of your thoughts. Well, one of our monitors went out, so you'll have to watch out for the screen.
So I did have a question. Did you guys feel like they tilted at all in Game 3? Because it felt like it was back and forth, and then they got that fight where Prince got a triple kill, I think on the second Herald. And I was like, oh, that's huge for the Jinx. They might win this game. And then immediately he died, and they just kept doing what felt like really troll stuff. Like Vikla turned into Malphite in that one fight that killed Berserker and Baron.
That was disgusting.
Yeah, he pulled that. I was like, if this team was playing like if it was like their mentality in Game 1 in the Game 3 game, maybe they don't win it, but at least would be closer, right?
Yeah, I think it would be a much closer game. I mean,
because they thought they could win this series, they might have tilted. But if they were a team like CLG, being down 2-0 doesn't matter because now you have nothing to lose, right?
Damn.
But FlyQuest thought they could win the series, which is where the problem comes. And now they're tilted because they aren't winning anymore, right? So I think the Victor guy kind of inted in the last game. He was definitely not playing well. Like, I saw his items like Merc, Dragon Slayer to like 2 items
Having on
silence.
the stopwatch.
Did you mean to block the hook with Aphelios turret?
No.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Pretty sure.
No. Pretty sure. What is pretty sure mean?
Never asked a question
Absolutely
like
not.
that. You should ask him like,
What
what's
are
the
not?
purpose here?
Oh, my champ's so useless, by the way. All I do is push and fight Herald.
Sure.
Yeah.
Okay.
This was the Baron steal. We don't have Blabber here to complain, but
This is called a Cian Baron.
This is a classic.
We start Baron with a massive gold lead, and then we give them into a coin flip for no reason, even though we cannot do it. It's called the Flower Baron.
Yeah, we call this Blabber Anger.
There goes my hero. He just goes flying in. I thought after they got the
Also,
Baron
in
steal,
this-
they just back out maybe, but
In this
They
fight, I also
could.
used Brown Me for movement speed instead of using to block, auto attacks. So I just die one shot, signaled. Maybe not the best move. But no one saw that, I guess.
partially because of that, Berserker is your player of the series right
Dude.
here. Congratulations, Berserker.
Ooh.
look at that
the stats
score.
game.
Look at that score line.
He has the best team. Like, his team is just winning. If it was Prince, by the way, he'd be player of the
I
series.
don't disagree that he does have a good team around him. You did just 3-0 FlyQuest. You're going to be alone in the winner's bracket final. But Berserker, congratulations.
Thank you.
Yeah, ADC's weak.
I deserve it.
Who would you guys? You deserve it.
God knows he's wrong.
Who would you give it to if not yourself?
Then,
Who would get player of the series if not you?
I mean,
He will say not me because he wants my ego to be in check.
I think MNS.
Yeah.
Like MNS.
I agree.
Like last series, he every game almost 10 deaths, right? But this game, he got our course and I told MNS Rakan go mid, but he okay and don't die. He's really
Yeah, big
improved. Yeah.
it's a huge
not dying.
improvement. By the way, it doesn't
Really
sound like a
proud
big
team.
improvement, but it's a huge improvement.
I'm really proud.
Okay, Berserker, the last time you were in finals, you won. Your guys are in finals again. 3 more games until you're the champions. But you also did this. You're running around the arena.
Cringe.
Cringe.
Just wanna
I was
say-
going to ask, if you win again, would you do something similar, or was this a one-time
I
thing?
have an idea. You like
What is
play it like affiliates, you get 2 trophies, and you like switch. Like you switch the trophies.
Oh, but I need more monster.
Yeah, you
just wanna
don't
say-
need they're very heavy. They're very heavy. So.
The Berserker walk around the arena with a trophy was my move. I did it first, but no one cares. This
you
is
really?
clear
You
proof.
ran around
There's
for
a,
it?
there's a
Yes, he
narrative,
actually
and it's
did.
just against me
Yeah.
to never give me credit for anything.
Yeah.
When did you do it? Was it
I walked
the-
around with a trophy
He
and
walked
just waved to
first.
people like
Yeah.
this.
Run, though?
He didn't run.
You don't have enough hair. I think that's the.
didn't know that.
Yo!
Whoa, what the fuck?
I'm just saying. Look at the hair gap.
What's going on?
Whoa,
He's got
bro.
like this nice
This
little
caught us
puffy
straight for
hair
no reason,
bouncing
bro.
around. He doesn't have bad hair. I just meant
I came in here to stroke my own ego, not to get attacked personally.
I meant volume of hair, not like quality. I meant
This
quantity
is
of
messed
hair.
up, man. I'm
My
done.
bad.
Okay, Sven, question for you. We got the bracket. You guys are obviously in the final. We got
Yeah,
3
EG.
teams left. Is it EG that you're going to find in the finals? They're going to win 2 best-of-5s in a row?
Yeah.
They win 3 in a row?
I think, what? Wait, what is this?
He said they're gonna win 3 in a row. Is what he asked.
You think he's going to answer?
Hold up. No, I think EG against Golden Gun is going to be a slaughter. Like, EG's going to stomp them.
Okay.
And I think Fly EG is going to be closer than you think. Depends how well EG prepare for Fly. But I think the finals will be a 3-0 or 3-1. Might drop a game, drop a Blabber Baron.
Yeah, definitely.
The Blabber Baron. I feel like we haven't seen that much on stage of the Blabber Baron.
Does it happen
It's more
more
a scrim
scrims?
thing.
I mean, it's definitely in scrims. So, I mean,
It's just like hitting the objective when you don't have to, when you just play for control, So your opponent has to walk in and just die to like use it in bush. He's like, alright guys, we have 4 items Aphelios, they have 3 items Jinx. Go Baron? Yeah, sounds good.
Okay, one other question for you guys, because you're content machines and we have an EG game tomorrow. Can you elaborate on what EG does better than the other teams and why they would be in the finals?
Who wants the honor?
Go ahead.
Berserker, what
I
is
didn't
EG?
understand.
For me, I play against
why is
Someday, and I
EG?
don't think he's that good. So, but the rest of the team, I think, is pretty good.
Why is EG better than Golden Guardians?
Golden Guardians.
Yeah.
Yeah. You know Golden Guardians? Stixay, Hui,
mean-
Gory.
I forgot that team. But anyway,
Yeah, they're still in playoffs.
EG versus GG. I think
Yep.
Inspired just good. That's
so
true.
it's
Yeah,
family?
yeah, that's
But
true.
River is not bad, no?
That's true though. He's good, but Inspired more good.
Inspired more goat than River goat.
Yeah,
That's it?
yeah.
What about ball then?
I mean, but it doesn't matter.
Mid?
Doesn't matter.
What about top?
Doesn't
That's
matter.
simple. The jungle role sounds quite weak this patch.
Yeah.
I agree.
All right, thank you very much. Congratulations on being in the finals. I can't wait to see the grand finals on Saturday. That's doing it for us. Closer is joining the broadcast tomorrow for Golden Guardians versus EG. That's 2 p.m. Pacific, 5 Eastern. We will see you then.
Goodbye.
Bye.
Let's go.
You guys are filming something after this again, by the way.
All right, let's get this underway. Cloud9 and FlyQuest. Winner automatically finds themselves in the finals in North Carolina here next weekend and punches a ticket to MSI.
MS talk? Bad. Talk some more. Bad. Can you be useful? MS vocabulary. MVP bunch?
Labber's a little bit low, but he just wants to go in on Prince instead. He knows he's likely to die, so why not take somebody with him? It's first blood over to M&S, and Blabber finally drops in response, but Prince has been taken out too. Impact and Ayla both critically low, and C9 are not willing to let him get away. Speak is their next target, as Prince is jumped on, and Blabber's ready to put these guys in the dirt. Prince ain't gonna pentakill that. C9, ace for nothing. Please join me in giving a big welcome to Big Dokes joining us here for the TriCast in Game 2. FlyQuest still trying to find a way to enter into the fight as Ayla makes his way into the back line, and now M&S has to flash away from the event horizon. They go in, and Blabber's going to be killed off first. FlyQuest are going to contest the Drake, and it does go their way. Now Speak is taken over the wall, and Fudge goes all out. Impact looks for a little bit more damage to take him back. Then he's going to find him and find the engage on their opponents. Stop him, Ayla's already there. All right, I don't even think you need Baron at this point. FlyQuest kept it closer than they did in game number 1, but C9 is a war machine here in this winner's bracket final. For it, Cloud9 clears out Vikla, back in mid lane. Berserker's just gonna 1v2 him. He does find both. Holy hell, he's good.
They want to try to close out this series. They want to try to close out this game now.
Look at that turret, it just melts, and now the Elder's ready to go. Prince is down, Ayla's down, FlyQuest have any way at all chance left of surviving as C9 pushes in, and Spica and Vikla are pushed back. Into the fountain goes M&S, a triple kill back to Berserker. It was number 1 versus number 2, and number 1 lets you know exactly how good they are.
Who has the most ISO deaths this split? Who has the highest win rate in LCS playoff history?
It's a trick question.
What is the HP of the first Scuttle Crab? You're not getting it right. This is the stupidest number ever.
You are asking a crab question? You guys suck!
Welcome back to Are You Smarter Than an LCS Analyst Playoff Edition. Cloud9 just won their series.
Woo!
Jensen's here standing in as an analyst because he has beef with all his ex-teammates, and we're going to settle that today. If people do not know how this game works, it is a trivia game show. They'll come up one at a time. We will go ask them a question. If they think they know it, they'll buzz in. If they get it right, they get a point. If they get it wrong, it goes to the entire enemy team. These questions have phases. So there's some times where there'll be a second question. If you get the first one right, you can try and combo for another point. If you get it wrong, it goes to the other team.
Okay.
Are you guys ready?
Who's going first?
First people up, it can be anyone from C9. It cannot be Jensen because he's a dirty cheater. I left them face up on that table, so it's kind of my bad, but...
Kinda your bad. This is your show.
All right, here we go. So first question, hands behind your back. Who leads the league in CSD at 14?
Oh.
5.
No, wait, bro, you said you had more time than that.
10. How much time does this guy need? 3.
Time.
2.
That's wrong.
Horribly wrong.
Concur,
Ego on this
concur.
guy. The ego. Also, I'm judge, jury, executioner here, so I can just make up rules as I want.
Yeah, it's just complete bullshit.
All right, guys, I'm gonna start counting down for you. 6,
not
12, 11. Just say
Hurry
your
up,
names.
stop it.
You're right.
Whoa! That's what I'm talking about. You guys played with him.
Yes, but he's boosted the split. What can I say, man? Like, why would I expect him
Not
to...
in lane.
All
In lane he is.
Next up, next two people
Okay, I'm
up.
up.
Here we go. Jensen versus Former.
Get in there.
I like that. Here we go.
Hey, hands behind.
Blabber. Which bot laners this season have the highest jungle proximity? Okay.
Double lift.
Correct.
Oh my God. It's so obvious. It's so obvious.
You have tenacity as your top laner. You think he's going to your top lane, bro?
Yo!
He's your boy.
No, but like they hate him for some reason. They're never going top.
If you want to get another point, you can try and combo it. There's two players that actually tied.
FBI.
Wrong. Cecile?
Berserker.
Wrong.
What?
It's Prince.
Wrong.
What the hell?
I think you guys have guessed the majority of the lead
Yeah,
now.
we're gonna get it eventually.
Okay, let's keep going. You'll get it.
Luger.
Wrong.
Yawn.
Yes, it's Jan.
Matt.
This is the end of round one. Final question about the LCS this split.
It's a banger matchup.
Here we go.
Is it?
No, it isn't.
Who has the most ISO deaths this split?
Solo.
Wrong.
Summit.
It's Summit.
God, of course.
I thought it was so
That's what I'm
pretty.
talking about.
Let's go.
We're still tied. We're still tied. We're still tied.
This category is general League of Legends knowledge.
Okay.
Okay, generally.
Can we put up chat?
No.
Anyone see what Raz is doing, by the way?
What are you doing, man?
Oh, Dad, turn back around, you cheater. All right. Which champion has the lowest base HP in the game?
Oh, come on.
I mean, it's just there.
Yumi.
Correct.
Of course it's Yumi.
In my head,
I thought it was
playing
80 carry.
really
Raz, you
I
are
inted
bad.
so hard.
One job, bro.
I thought it was 80 carry.
Yeah, Zeri's not even the worst AD carry. Zeri has a ton of base.
Okay, guys, stop on him, man.
Sorry.
Internal problem.
What a f***ed up question. Like,
That's
you're
exactly. The question
yeah,
was crazy.
He said AD carry, I think.
That's fair.
Yeah.
What are the 3 Jack Show component items?
Come on, Bible. You must know it.
Aegis, Kindle Gem,
Okay.
Ruby Crystal.
Yes! Goes in.
We're losing.
We are losing.
Yeah.
It's 4 to 2.
bro.
We are getting stumped.
No, it's not.
4 to 2. So this one's gonna have a
These are
combo.
only single points still.
This is all single points this time around. The game show's different every time. What is the HP of the first Scuttle Crab?
Go ahead.
I don't want this to go to Blabber, man.
Feel free to chat. You know, whenever you want. Oh, come on.
What the?
Blabber, do you know the answer?
No, I'm not. I mean, I think so, but.
All right, I'll give a hint to the specific number if you need it.
Yeah, I'll take a hint.
It has 4 digits.
Oh, you son of a... It's 1,200?
Too high.
What a cheap hint.
Well,
You are
it's-
asking a crab question?
it might help you.
You guys suck!
Okay, 1100.
It's too high. See, by doing this, I'm driving it closer to your value. It was too high.
Okay, I know what it is.
You're not getting it right. This is the stupidest number ever.
Oh, no. Okay. 1,050.
Too high. Lower.
All right, I'm gonna say 1043. What do you think?
Too low. I mean, too high. Try. I'm too stupid.
We didn't answer. We didn't answer.
Not, that sounded like an answer to me.
I said 1043. What do you guys think?
And we think you're wrong.
It was too high. Go again.
If you're trolling, we're just doing 1,000 to see if you're trolling.
Too high. Or too low. I can't.
You are just dumb. You are dumb.
No, we've been there.
Let's go 1013. 1007.
2007.
Too low.
Okay, they have a 50-50. They have a 50-50.
Yes.
Well, we just have to guess. We
Yes.
have no clue.
1009.
Too high. You guys are so smart. Wait, you still have to say it. Don't forget.
1008.
You got it right.
That's disgusting.
Wow,
I'll have to combo this
That's
insane
disgusting.
win here.
Okay.
Combo.
All right, so here's the thing. I didn't know this. First Scuttle Crab spawns with 35% less HP than the base level 1 value, which leads to the combo question. What is the level 1 base value of HP on Scuttle Crab?
He's just going to use math.
You guys remember fractions?
I'm not going back to school. I'm sorry to say. I dropped out of high school. Like, I'm not doing this.
All right, this question.
This question.
Yeah,
Come on.
question.
We're
Wait,
gonna-
what was the answer?
What
though?
was the answer to that?
1550.
That's what we were gonna guess.
This is the last category. It's history of LCS playoff stats.
Oh, we got this. We've got
Wow, this is terrible, guys. Are we allowed to switch? Are we allowed to switch? It doesn't matter.
You're gonna have to do
Yeah,
one
I have to do it
anyways. It doesn't matter to you.
But I feel like if I go against Jensen, it's very high chance to win.
Let's f***ing do it.
Yeah, get out there, Jensen.
Hey, what up? Anyway, get in here. Get this
All
guy.
right, Jensen's coming out.
Get this guy.
What is that stretch?
I think it's skating.
What is that?
He's out.
Who has the highest win rate in LCS playoff history? Fuck you first. Close.
He doesn't even know.
Bjergsen.
Wrong.
Double lift.
Dude, I knew it was not gonna be one of them.
It's a trick question.
Wait, it's over to these guys.
Wait, sorry. Is there a game limit?
There is no minimum game limit.
That's fucking stupid.
Win rate, right?
Yeah, win rate.
So who played like 1 or something, 2 games?
Me.
Who?
Me.
Not you.
Prince or Vikla?
Prince and Vikla and Ayla all with 100%. We are bad. They played yesterday, guys.
We are bad. We are bad. We are bad.
All right, so now here's the real question. To combo, minimum 20 games, who has the highest playoff in the LCS?
Blabber.
Blabber, not right.
Danny.
Not Danny.
We're just gonna try double lift.
Wrong.
No, fuck.
Bjergsen.
Wrong. Here's a hint. It is a mid laner.
It's someone here, man.
I'll give you another hint. They're not in the room right now.
We're going high.
Wrong.
Niski.
Niski.
Wrong.
Guys,
Who is this?
Belter.
That's not bad.
Belter.
Yeah.
It's Bo Belter.
Yes.
I think it's Bo Belter.
It's Bo Belter. Why? I can't not react when the wrong team shouts out the answer.
Why did Blabber yell out the answer, man? He can't keep his mouth shut.
That's my point.
And it's ours now.
All right, it's 5-4.
I'll go.
Yeah, you got this. You got this. You can make the comeback happen.
Here's one for all your egos, because you guys keep guessing yourself. How many NA LCS titles have been won by the participants of this game show?
In total?
I mean, you just go. Go
All
ahead.
right, well, yours broke. We'll maybe get more batteries, but yeah, you press it.
Does EU LCS count?
That's in the question. You should have paid more attention.
How many?
Oh, you mad?
LCS. Because if any LCS counts, then does EU LCS count?
Matt?
Yeah, that's a fair question.
Come on, host.
First of all, he's stalling for time. Which is
Time.
All right, instead of asking for rules clarity, you should have been thinking about the f***ing championships they've won, man.
Yeah. In this room,
Yep.
it's
4.
12.
Wrong.
It's 11. 11.
11 is correct.
I know how many they have.
Well, yeah.
All right. Last question of this round.
Get out
6
of
to
here.
4.
Let's move on.
Wait, I already had 2 points already? It's over, no?
No,
No,
there's
the
one.
final
There's
question.
there's
It's
a
a final question that for some reason just makes it so every other point doesn't matter.
No.
Yeah.
No, that's not how we structure this. Which orgs have won a title without losing a single game of playoffs? Which orgs in the LCS, NA, we don't care about Europe, have won a title without losing a...
TSM.
Wrong. No.
Did we do that?
No, we lost 1 game to EG, but C9 did it. I think in 2013 they didn't lose a game.
What do you mean you think?
You mad?
You guys-
C9.
C9.
C9 is correct. What is number 2? What is the other one?
What?
The
One?
second
Is this a
one.
bonus
Yeah,
point?
yeah, this is a bonus
That doesn't
point.
matter anyway?
Yeah, you can get it wrong. You can say whatever you want.
CLG.
CLG is correct. Boom. 2015 summer, and then you guys actually got it twice in 2013 and 2014. 8-4.
A complete stump.
What is that? What is it?
We're stumping them.
Get back. What are you? Analysts are in trouble. They're going to need some catch up, which is why we have the final question. Here we go. Catch up XP. I'll give you a minute to think, and then it will be a lightning round where every 10 seconds, 2 people have to come up and give an answer. And if you guess wrong, you lose a point. What? Whoa. If you let the time pass, you don't lose a point. It just goes to the next person. If you say one of the answers, you get a point. The question is, and you'll have a minute to think about it, what are all the champions that are listed as marksman in the game client? If you type marksman in the top, what shows up? So I'll give you a minute to start compiling your list. Fudge starts. All right, someone from here come up to start. All right, here we go. All right, start me off. Name a champion of the 30 that are listed as marksman in the game client.
Misfortune.
Misfortune. Point for C9.
Ash.
Ash. All right. 10-second clock. Next up.
Oh, it's me.
Yep. You guys are gonna have to keep rotating.
Aphelios.
Aphelios.
Corky.
Corky. Now it's Blabber's turn.
Callista.
Callista. All right.
Draven.
Draven.
Jinx.
Jinx.
Ezreal.
Tristana.
Keeping the pressure up on these guys. All right. Who's up from here?
Quinn.
Quinn.
Varus.
Varus. God, look at the C9, the pressure. The early game team.
Zeri.
Zeri, check.
Twitch.
Twitch, check.
Vayne.
Vayne, check.
Lucian.
Lucian, check.
Graves.
Graves.
Senna.
Senna, Poggers, check.
Caitlyn.
Caitlyn, check.
Sivir.
Sivir.
Akshan.
Akshan, oh, nice one.
Zaya.
Zaya, all right, there we go.
Kindred.
Kindred is on here, yes, there we go.
Timo.
Timo is on here.
What?
Yeah.
Urgot?
Urgot is not on there, -1 point.
Yes.
We're still going though.
Kaisa.
Kaisa is on here.
Oh, we're trolling.
All right, pressure's back on. 6 left.
We don't even know it.
You want hints, guys, or what?
Yeah, give us it.
No.
All right.
Yeah.
What is it?
Jin.
Jin. All right. All right, you're up now.
Okay.
It's your turn. It's your turn.
Pogba, wait. I knew what you meant. All right, your turn. There's 4 left on here. One of them's really trolled. I'm surprised it's on here.
Kale.
Kale is not on here.
Matt?
Yeah, we're just
Minus 1 point.
We're going
Neela.
negative. That's fine.
Neela
negative,
is not on here, but
Oh, she not on there.
Not in there.
Neela not on.
Let me read it and then I'll act like it, okay?
We had him back. We had him
Okay,
back.
reckless.
Kennen.
Oh.
the game is over, by the way. C9 are victorious. First loss. They now are going to never have a bad play shown on broadcast for the rest of playoffs. That's what their reward was. Observers will cut every time. Congratulations on winning. Thank you so much for playing. We'll be back.
Thank you for playing, guys. That's disgusting.
Thanks for playing.
A little fake handshake.
Laber's a little bit low, but he just wants to go in on Prince instead. He knows he's likely to die, so why not take somebody with him? It's first blood over to M&S, and Blabber finally drops in response, but Prince has been taken out too. There's that guaranteed money you were talking about. Meanwhile, topside, Fudge is going all out, and Impact tries to deal with it. The Dominus isn't enough, and he's dominated by the Cassante of Fudge. Impact and Ayla both critically low, and C9 are not willing to let him get away. Speak is their next target, as Prince is jumped on, and Blabber's ready to put these guys in the dirt. Prince ain't gonna kill that. C9, ace for nothing. From FlyQuest is in position to follow up, so now they don't have the quickness any longer. Fudge trying to disengage, get back to the safety of his team, but he's already dead. FlyQuest pick up the first one, but C9 are ready to fire right back. Sven ends up getting the kill on Ayla, and C9 just got 2 for 1. Teleports are unleashed. Speaker could try to steal here. He has a blast cone. Fudge tries to knock him over the wall there with Q3. C9 gonna get jumped on. Speaker goes in, finds a 3-man knockup, but it ain't gonna be enough.
Berserker!
Yet. Berserker's alone, and Impact wants to find him. Shut down over to the FlyQuest top laner, and FlyQuest are fighting back. Now Impact is the target, and the dragon is stolen away by Prince. FlyQuest are holding on for now. They've lost their top, but they traded him away for the enemy AD carry.
Oh, they're committing to this. TPs are coming in.
Impact was being forced off by M&S.
Oh!
Speaker's already almost dead. He has to go over the wall just to stay alive. M&S is ready to follow, and Ayla will just die next to him. Nobody's in a good spot on FlyQuest. Everybody's getting torn apart. C9,
Baron o'clock, baby.
they kill 2. One is the jungler, and Baron has just now spawned.
But now Wukong ult is up. They're going to try to look for a hard engage. This could be the game right now.
Berserker walking back further away from his team, and now FlyQuest want to engage, but Ayla's already dead. Speaker can't even find his way into the back line, but they do have a shutdown on M&S. Now Sven gets jumped on. Speaker's immediately killed with a shotgun rocket blast. And FlyQuest,
Fudge might
the
bust
attempt
the wall.
is not what they wanted. There goes Fudge, and there goes FlyQuest. Or do they? Nicely turned around by Vikla and Fly. Yeah. They know they made a pretty big mistake in the bottom lane. They don't want to hard force something else at a stupid timing. Now the TP's coming in. Now Fudge is ready to go. They still might lose this Drake. No! Blabber's got the secure, and C9's got soul point. FlyQuest needs to retreat now, get out with as few losses as they can. Impact stuck inside the pixel brush. He'll be the sacrificial lamb. M&S wants to keep going, but there's no way to keep his foot on the pedals. Nearly has his unleashed teleport ready to go again, but again, not quite there, but they don't even need him. M&S already killed Vikla. FlyQuest is in a 4v5 before the fight even started, and once themselves a dub in the team fight. Impact and Ayla both critically low, and C9 are not willing to let him get away. Speak is their next target as Prince is jumped on, and Blabber's ready to put these guys in the dirt. Prince ain't gonna pentakill that. C9, ace for nothing. Impact wanted to go over the wall, chase after Berserker, but he's gonna be kited out. They do get a shutdown on Sven. They might just get another one here on Fudge. Nicely done from FlyQuest. They're trying to make their last stand. Prince tries to get himself back, but it's a double kill back over to Berserker. M&S continues rocket jumping forwards. 2 dead on FlyQuest, 2 dead on C9. Top and support for both sides are out of the picture. You'll see Ayla and Vikla still defending the tier 3, but Blabber's ready to go now with the ulti. The dive begins. Ayla has the bomb strapped to his head. He's trying to get himself away back to the fountain, most likely. Fudge still just creating chaos here in the front. Prince is down, Speak is down, Vikla's down, everybody on FlyQuest. All they are is waiting for their turn to the grave. It's a double kill back over to M&S. It's an absolute murder scene for C9.
You know, he actually did this bot. He only had a 3-camp clear into bot for Spica. He spent his flash, and there's both some spent on Ayla. And if he gets too far forward, Blabber can actually flash. Ayla could be dead.
The silence from Sven Soraka, making sure there was nothing Ayla could do to try to create more distance for himself.
It is, that's what I'm saying. Oh, they're looking for bot gank.
Top might be jungle diff, but bottom lane is about to be the same. Ayla ends up dying, so Berserker gets one back, and now Blabber's ready to fight this out in a 2v2. Berserker is fine to just continue putting arrows in him. He's having him for dinner. Say goodnight to the piggy. It's a double kill over to Berserk.
They get 2 kills in the 2v3 there. Berserk.
You're looking at a game state like this, and you're really the one guy that has an advantage that you might be able to play around. Like, what is your thought process in that moment with that recognition? Hold on now.
Oh, another solo
1
kill?
second. We might end up having to see something else. Fudge goes in. Why did I curse it up? Sorry, Impact.
Well, as the top lane, look how awkward this is. Like, they're not even sending anyone to bot. Sven eventually will die.
Oh my.
Sven getting caught out here. There's the follow-up. There's the engage. There's what FlyQuest needed. FlyQuest still trying to find a way to enter into the fight as Ayla makes his way into the back line, and now M&S has to flash away from the event horizon. They go in, and Blabber's going to be killed off first. FlyQuest are going to contest the Drake, and it does go their way. Now Speak is taken over the wall, and Fudge goes all out. Impact looks for a little bit more damage to take him back. Then he's going to find him. The way that C9 plays out these fights around the neutral objective has got to be unlocked. M&S going to lose his Banshee's Veil, but Blabber's gone in, and they found an engage here onto Vikla. He buys a little bit of time here with a stasis. He's staying alive with the Seraphs, but M&S picks up the kill on the other end of the fight. Nobody on C9 drops. Fudge is ready to flash forward and keep the fight going. Now they knock him back with an Ice Q3, and Impact looking for somebody of value. Berserker goes on a rampage, and Vikla is down. Blabber and Fudge continuing to cause disruption as Blabber leads the charge, and FlyQuest don't have the damage. A double kill back to Berserker, and C9 out team fight. C9 staying together. Speak is still low. They go in, and they want to start the fight on Vikla yet again. The silence from the Soraka, the follow-up from the team. The Vhagar has been found out, and FlyQuest are now jumped on with the remaining players in a 4v5. The heal pours into the health bars of C9 as they make sure they will not be losing this one. Impact wants to go after Berserker, but Berserker will not get got. Prince tries to surf back over the wall, but the bodies of his friends wash ashore as C9 takes another fight and find the engage on their opponents. Stop him! Ayla's already gone. All right, I don't even think you need Baron at this point. FlyQuest will dig in, try to defend, but
here's Hail
it's
Mary.
going to be hard. Yeah, this is it. This is the YOLO play. Impact comes around from behind, trying to see if they can find the engage, but FlyQuest is just going to engage first. They've already killed Vikla, and that's one of the huge damage dealers. Ayla drops next. C9's just going for it. Impact only gets there in time to see everything on fire, and he walks right back away. Impact and Fudge in the 1v1, and Fudge ain't even afraid no more. FlyQuest kept it closer than they did in game number 1, but C9 is a war machine here in this winner's bracket final. Nice, it feels so nice. The man's out of there, and M&S wants to chase Vikla further, but Vikla's gonna have backup in a second. Not fast enough. The Tristana is dead.
That was was warded. How do you die to that gank?
Let him know, Isaac, but not yet, because we got more fights breaking out now. Decimating Smash slams into the ground, but it's not gonna find any targets. M&S jumps right back in. This silence is a difference maker here.
But Speak has not been spotted, and there's no cleanse on Berserker, so if he actually gets flash rooted,
oh, nice! They pull him right back into the chompers. FlyQuest finally finds success in the bottom lane. C9 know they're at a man
They're fighting for
disadvantage.
sure.
They want to lock up still. Speak is going to be tanking here on the front. Sven goes for the Glacial Fissure. They find the knock-up onto 2. Fudge with a nice bit of damage down into Prince. Needs a little more to guarantee the kill. Doesn't quite get it. The stolen ulti from the Maokai chasing him down. A double kill over to M&S. And the difference is made in mid lane.
I don't think it's going to be full AP like Leandri's. No lens.
Prince, he gets interrupted. Does he manage to get away? The Glacial Fissure sets it up. And M&S serves a super mega death rocket right back in his face.
Damn, M&S pulls him right out of the lantern with the chains. It's 2 chains, baby, but 1 is better.
But C9 are making it look not even any sort of a contest. There's the Rift Herald going over C9's way. FlyQuest were thinking about fighting it, and now they're ready to go in. That is a valuable target. That is M&S. He's trying to get away, but the shutdown on the DOT from Demonic Embrace of Speaka gets the kill. Now FlyQuest are gonna put more bodies in the ground. Beautifully done, beautifully found, beautifully executed. FlyQuest are back in the game.
More and more in their favor, but those kills are massive, though. Berserker getting aggressive.
Oh, man. Prince is gonna want that one back. Right on the back of a big turnaround, he gives over a freebie to Berserker in the 1v1. That tree is about to get chopped. Blabber tanking up the damage from Prince the other way around. And they leave the last hit for Berserker. Let's see how dead he is. Now Coyote out.
Very.
Now Coyote connects. Everything else connects. Vikla jumps the other way, trying to buy a little bit of time. Meanwhile, the Herald clears out the tier 1 turret. Cloud9 clears out Vikla. Back in mid lane. Berserker's just gonna 1v2 him. He does find both. Holy hell, he's good. Prince is not even able to answer with a second item Infinity Edge of his own. He has to go for LDR second. Now Blabber's the target here in the front. He's gonna be bursted down, you would think. Berserker just finds another one. Vikla's gone, but Prince gets one back. Blabber gets sniped down by the Super Mega Death Rocket, but M&S is coming in from the side. Impact is left all alone. He'll flash over the wall to stay alive. C9 makes it a 1-for-1 as FlyQuest retreats.
Okay, they're not gonna go for Baron with Blabber dead here. Don't want to do any sort of super risky play. No need to. Fudge way too far forward. He's gonna try to turn it around.
Fudge way too far ahead, but the team has his back. M&S gets one, and Fudge gets away. Now Sven and M&S have to make sure they can exit safely, and Sven will get on out with the Hex Gate. Fudge has flash, but he's also got a bomb stuck on his head. Now they fling out the Maokai ulti. The Baron is not low enough to try to secure for either side, but you've got Impact on the front line soaking up damage. Prince is killed. Berserker found him for the 4th frickin' time this game as Speaka tries to escape and Fudge continues running forward. Sven will finally die there to the DOT of Speaka, and Cloud9 are right back onto the Baron. It just keeps getting worse for FlyQuest. It's a problem, man. FlyQuest are just never being able to stabilize.
Though this is a bit much.
Yeah, this should be a kill. If this is not a kill, something is egregiously wrong. Berserker getting hurt a lot.
Oh, and the TP is another death.
Give it over to Vikla.
This is bad.
M&S just chain inting down here. I don't really know what the hell the TP was.
And now they lose soul.
Oh! All right, okay. All right, I'll eat those words a little bit. M&S at least makes it a 1-for-1, but it still doesn't feel great because you lose the soul for this. This was such a bad moment to have that error.
Yeah, I mean, as soon as we're singing their praises, Berserker really, that was just such a foolish error so far up there. Blabber wants to try to stay around to steal it. We'll see if they can make it happen. Vikla is here, but he's very weak.
Okay. FlyQuest in a 4v3. Both the enemy carries are dead. This is such a bizarre situation for C9 to opt into. Where's the damage? Sejuani, Renekton, and Braum? This is stupid. What are you doing?
This Braum is going to be a brick wall.
Oh, they go in after M&S. They want the Silas. Vikla is dumping damage into him. But now C9 is already on the Baron. The Maokai ulti is flown out, and it Beautifully stolen away by Spica to try to save the day for FlyQuest. Berserker goes golden, and C9 wants to fight back, but they're in trouble. Berserker gets one, but Prince gets one back. C9 fight him off, and they're looking to pick up most of these Barons that got stolen away. Impact does not have a flash. He should fall here, but good lord, it takes a long time to get him there with Berserker dead.
Yeah, they get the kill, but the steal is the story here. Spica keeping FlyQuest chances alive.
The Renekton not so hot at this point in the game. Spica's getting locked down. C9 looks for the chance to go after the enemy jungler, and they find him right there. Now Ayla's got to try to escape too, flashing back underneath the turret to the safety of his base.
Baron.
Vikla, oh no. Oh no, run little Tristana. This
Oh,
is not what you're hoping for, bud. He tries to use the buster shot. It's been a bad game for Vikla, and it's not getting any better.
They are going to march forward. They want to try to close out this series. They want to try to close out this game now.
Look at that turret. It just melts, and now the Elder's ready to go. Prince is down. Ayla's down. FlyQuest have no any way at all chance left of surviving as C9 pushes in, and Spica and Vikla are pushed back. Into the fountain goes M&S. A triple kill back to Berserker. It was #1 versus #2, and #1 let you know exactly how good they are. C9 are going to the finals, and they're going to MSI.
We're actually joined by C9 over at Cash. What do you guys think? How'd you feel
You guys
about
agree with
that play?
Dokla?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, ADC was like, oh, so good, so good, so good, so good, permanently in comms while it's happening. And then, obviously, everyone knows Aphelios with White Gun just goes bot lane when they go to Herald. And if we somehow fight the Herald and win, it's just GG.
We were actually calling to give, but I wanted to fight because not only was I level 6 and Thresh wasn't, also our champs was really OP and like a scrap at Herald. So I thought that even if we lose the Herald, we can get like a coin flip Herald fight, we can get like a 1-for-1 something, but no matter what happens, as long as it's like not terrible for us, we'll get more plays bot and more golden ADCs, which, let's be real here, the most OP role in the game is ADC.
Berserker.
Yeah.
I need to mention this. Welcome to the Verizon postgame interview. We got Sven, Berserker, Fudge. Fast game, fast series, fast day.
Very fast day. I was not expecting it. To be honest, there was a lot of bad scenarios in my head that could have happened today because we played pretty poorly in the CLG series. So I wasn't extremely confident going into the game. Speak for myself. I mean, you're playing against Ayla. It's a bit different, you know.
Oh my!
I'm playing against Impact.
I meant the CLG series.
What? Am I wrong?
Kind of true.
Yeah.
I don't know. Yeah.
So I'm playing against Impact. He's the best top laner other than me, and we looked pretty bad in the CLG series. So I wasn't extremely confident, but the games were really clean for the most part.
Yeah,
pretty fast for the
It kind
most
of
part.
feels like a rerun of last year's playoffs where we played CLG first. It was like a 3-2. It was actually a loss for us.
They were
played
the
better.
best team against you last playoffs.
Best, right, quote unquote. But then we stomped EG and had to use back-to-back stomps. So it kind of feels like that too. We were like warming up a little bit, you know?
Yeah.
So speaking of this series, there's a ton of focus between you two in the bot lane early on with the Soraka and the Heimerdinger. Was this something that you just love playing? Because you were talking a lot about being like an enchanter, one trick or whatever, and the engaged supports and all this stuff, but then you just keep slamming prio champs.
Yeah, I mean, I think I'm actually like, I respect him for picking the Rakan after that disaster in the first game. And the game 2 disaster was even worse. So we kind of thought it was going to be Enchanter versus Enchanter in game 3. Thresh was a good pick, I think, by them. But I think like, if you have Varus, you can pick so many champs. Like you can pick Heimerdinger, you can pick Enchanter, you can pick Melee, you can pick whatever you want. So it enables us to pick like a top side in the first 3, while they often pick their duo in first 2, and they still don't win lane, right? So the Rakans do a lot of work to be useful compared to me, who's picking 4-5 and still being good in team fights. Heimer also is annoying with Varus because if you don't buy MR, Heimer's actually kind of strong. You know, Merc threats are kind of like needed against Varus, but he's playing lethality, so it does so much damage with the poke. So it's just a good combo, I think.
So the Go Hospital thing. What's the update on that?
Hey, any of you guys going in?
I heard Prince going straight to the infirmary right now. Yeah, they're outside right now.
I mean, so congratulations, you guys are going to MSI.
Call the ambulance, but not for me. You know the meme?
I don't know.
You don't know the
Honestly,
meme?
I have a hot take.
Okay.
If Prince was in C9, would this series be different? If you and Prince swap team, today's series, it's same, right?
Exactly.
Yeah.
It's the exact same.
I mean,
What's the difference?
Okay, if you and Prince swap team, C9 Prince, Fly Berserker, series is same?
you think it's gonna change?
No.
Yeah. I mean,
Just C9 3-0, right?
he thought Sven meant that Fly would win 3.
I think M&S 3v2. 3v2.
3-2?
Yeah.
Okay.
Who win?
She's Fly.
You say, okay. Gap between you and Prince bigger than all 4 other members?
I mean, I always like most like less fucking English.
It's fine. It's fine.
I love this guy.
Biggest gap? You mean?
Yeah. I mean, like Prince and me like less gap. You know what I mean?
Yeah, at least
I
gap
agree
is,
with that,
yeah,
but-
yeah. Where's the biggest gap?
Of course he asked the question.
for that
Of
question,
course
Sven.
he
Look at
asked the
that smile.
question.
I'm wondering what he thinks.
What do you think? What do you think?
I think mid.
What? Oh, mid.
Okay.
Honestly, in this series,
He's
it
trying to
kind
keep
of
my ego in
was.
check.
Yeah.
M&S played really well.
Support and mid were the biggest gaps like I've seen in my life in this series. Top lane was sort of just whatever the entire series. I mean,
I mean, you got solo kill.
yeah,
in the counter,
but it was like top lane was irrelevant. I'm gonna be honest. Like
That's cap.
if I didn't solo kill him, we would have won the game. If it's bullshit.
Maybe, but you still solo kill him, so you're better than him.
Yeah, but the gap didn't matter.
It's a gap just over here. That
It's
no one
just
cares
no one cares about
also-
that gap, man. Just
So the gap was big, but
this
didn't
team
matter.
fight.
I also love that you guys are just like interviewing yourself.
Yeah. I mean,
Making this so
okay,
easy.
so John, what did you
Like,
think about
I don't know.
No.
I don't need to be here. I don't need you guys to come back.
Come back. What
thing
did
is,
you
I
think
got
about
a
the series?
microphone,
Who
so I
did
feel
you think
powerful.
was the biggest gap in this series?
So Mark and I, through the first 2 games, we're actually going to say Sven should be player of the series.
That's right.
We were trying to gas
But-
it up, but as game 3 went on,
Yeah.
Okay, I will say in game 3,
He's playing Braum, man.
I was
I know.
actually
He
1v9
played
in the early
Heimer
game.
Soraka.
Yes, you are.
Actually not. I didn't block the hook bot.
You
so
let
yeah,
kill
he-
he almost mentally like
Yeah.
lost the game right there because he died one time. But the Herald fight was all me. So I'm kind of goated for that.
I agree.
My teammates are like, no, guys, we can't fight.
Yeah,
I'm
no,
like,
no,
yeah,
you're
we can
right.
fucking fight. Let's
I
go.
was
I'm playing Brown, I have
just
Tabis, I have conditioning, power
guys,
spike.
if we just trade, it's fine. If we just trade, it's fine. Just let it get plays. We don't need to fight. And then
I actually
Sven was
said
just like,
in the game
just
that
fight.
after he died, I'll get level 6 on his wave and run the Herald and we just fight.
Yeah.
Okay, we have highlights from game 3. I want to hear some of your thoughts. Well, one of our monitors went out, so you'll have to watch out the screen.
So I did have a question. Did you guys feel like they tilted at all in game 3? Because it felt like it was back and forth, and then they got that fight where Prince got a triple kill,
Yeah.
I think on the second Herald. And I was like, oh, that's huge for the Jinx. They might win this game. And then immediately he died, and they just kept doing what felt like really troll stuff. Like Vikla turned into Malphite in that one fight to kill Berserker and Baron.
That was disgusting.
Yeah, he pulled that. I was like, if this team was playing like if it was like their mentality in game 1,
Yeah.
in the game 3 game, maybe they don't win it, but at least would be closer, right?
Yeah, I think it would be a much closer game. I mean,
because they thought they could win this series, they might have tilted. But if they were a team like CLG, being down 2-0 doesn't matter because now you have nothing to lose, right?
Damn.
But FlyQuest thought they could win the series, which is where the problem comes. And now they're tilted because they aren't winning anymore, right? So I think the Victor guy kind of inted in the last game. He was definitely not playing well. Like, I saw his
look at
items
that.
like Merc, Spark, and Slayer to like
Oh,
two items
Matt, you have
silence.
him on the stopwatch.
Did you mean to block the hook with Aphelios turret?
No.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Pretty sure.
No. Pretty sure. What is pretty sure me?
Never asked a question
Absolutely
like
not.
that. You should ask him like,
what
what's the
am
top
not?
options here?
Oh, my champ's so useless, by the way. All I do is push and fight Herald.
Sure.
Yeah.
Okay.
This was the Baron steal. We don't have Blabber here to complain, but
This is called a C9 Baron.
This
We,
is a classic.
We
like-
start Baron with a massive gold lead, and then we give them into a coin flip for no reason, even though we cannot do it.
Yep.
It's called the Flower Baron.
Yeah, we call this Flabber Anger.
There goes my hero. He just goes flying in. I thought after they got the
Also,
Baron
in
steal,
this-
they just back out maybe, but
This
They
fight I
could.
also used Brown Me for movement speed instead of using to block, auto attacks. So I just died one shot, Signaled. Maybe not the best move. But no one saw that, I guess.
partially because of that, Berserker is your player of the series right here. Congratulations, Berserker.
Ooh.
look at that
It's a stats
score.
game.
Look at that score line.
He has the best team. Like, his team is just winning. If it was Prince, by the way, he'd be player of the
I
series.
don't disagree that he does have a good team around him. You did just 3-0 FlyQuest. You're going to be alone in the winners bracket final. But Berserker,
Yeah.
congratulations.
Thank you.
Yeah, ADC's weak.
I deserve it.
Who would you guys, you deserve it.
This guy knows he's wrong.
Who would you give it to if not yourself?
Then,
Who would get player of the series if not you?
I mean,
He will say not me because he wants my ego to be in check.
I think M&S.
Yeah.
Like M&S. Like last series, he every game almost 10 deaths, right? But this game, he got our course and I told M&S Rakan go mid, but he okay and don't die. He's really
big
improved. Yeah.
it's a huge
Stop dying.
improvement. By the way, it doesn't
Really
sound like a
proud
big
of him.
improvement, but it's a huge improvement.
Yeah, I'm really proud.
Okay, Berserker, the last time you were in finals, you won. You guys are in finals again. 3 more games until you're the champions. But you also did this. You're running around the arena.
Cringe.
grin.
Just
I
wanna
was
say-
going to ask, if you win again, would you do something similar, or was this a one-time
I
thing?
have an idea. You like
What is it?
play it like Affiliates, you get 2 trophies and you like switch, you know, like you switch the trophy.
Oh, but I need more monster.
Yeah, you
just wanna
don't-
say-
they're very heavy. They're very heavy. So.
The Berserker walk around the arena with a trophy was my move. I did it first, but no one cares. This is
Did you
this
really?
is clear
You
proof.
ran around
There's
for
a,
it?
there's a
Yes,
narrative
you
in
actually
LCS against me
Yeah.
to never give me credit for anything.
Yeah.
When did you do it? Was
I
it
walked
the-
around with a trophy and
walked
just waved to
first.
people like
Yeah.
this.
Run, though?
He didn't run.
You don't have enough hair. I think that's the.
didn't know that.
Yo! Whoa, what the
What'd you say? Look at the hair gap.
What's going on?
Whoa,
He's got
bro.
like this nice.
Just caught it straight for no reason,
bouncing
bro.
around.
Dude,
He's
this
not, he doesn't have bad hair. I just meant
I came in here to stroke
volume.
my own ego, not to get attacked personally.
I meant volume of hair, not like quality. I meant
This
quantity
is
of
messed
hair.
up, man. I'm
My
done.
bad.
Okay, Sven, question for you. We got the bracket. You guys are obviously in the final. We got
Yeah,
3
EG.
teams left. Is it EG that you're going to find in the finals? They're going to win 2 best-of-5s in a row?
Yeah.
They win 3 in a row.
I think what? Wait, what did you just say?
He said they're going to win 3 in a row is what he asked.
You think he's going to answer?
Hold up. No, I think EG against Golden Gun is going to be a slaughter. Like, EG's going to stomp them.
Okay.
And I think Fly EG is going to be closer than you think. Depends how well EG prepare for Fly. But I think the finals will be a 3-0 or 3-1. Might drop a game to a Blabber Baron.
Yeah, definitely.
You know?
The Blabber Baron. I feel like we haven't seen that much on stage of the Blabber Baron.
Does it happen
It's more
more
a scrim
in
thing.
I mean, it's definitely in scrim, so I mean,
It's just like hitting the objective when you don't have to, when you just play for control, you know? So your opponent has to walk in and just die to like using singing bush. He's like, all right guys, we have 4 items affiliates, they have 3 items jinx. Go Baron? Yeah, sounds good.
Okay, one other question for you guys, because you're content machines and we have an EG game tomorrow. Can you elaborate on what EG does better than the other teams and why they would be in the finals?
Who wants the honor?
go ahead.
Berserker, what
I
is
didn't
EG?
understand.
For me, I
Why-
play against
why is
Someday, and
EG?
I don't think he's that good. So, but the rest of the team, I think, is pretty good.
Why is EG better than Golden Guardians?
Golden Guardians.
Yeah.
Yeah. You know Golden Guardians? Stixay, Hui,
mean-
Gory.
I forgot that team. But anyway,
Yeah, they're still in playoffs.
EG versus GG. I think
Yep.
Inspired just good. That's
so
true.
this
Yeah,
time
yeah.
yeah, that's
But
true.
River is not bad, no?
That's true though. He's good, but Inspired more good.
Inspired more goat than River goat.
Yeah.
That's it?
Yeah.
What about ball then?
I mean, but doesn't matter.
Mid?
Doesn't matter.
What about top?
Doesn't
That
matter.
simple. The jungle role sounds quite weak this patch.
Yeah.
I agree.
All right, thank you very much. Congratulations on being in the finals. I can't wait to see the grand finals on Saturday. That's doing it for us. Closer is joining the broadcast tomorrow for Golden Guardians versus EG. That's 2 p.m. Pacific, 5 Eastern. We will see you then.
Goodbye.
Bye.
Let's go.
You guys are filming something after this again, by the way.
All right, let's get this underway. Cloud9 and FlyQuest. Winner automatically finds themselves in the finals in North Carolina here next weekend and punches a ticket to MSI.
MS talk? Bad. Talk some more? Bad. Can you be useful? MS vocabulary. MVP punch?
Labber's a little bit low, but he just wants to go in on Prince instead. He knows he's likely to die, so why not take somebody with him? It's first blood over to M&S, and Blabber finally drops in response, but Prince has been taken out too. Impact and Ayla both critically low, and C9 are not willing to let him get away. Speak is their next target, as Prince is jumped on, and Blabber's ready to put these guys in the dirt. Prince ain't gonna pentakill that. C9, ace for nothing. Please join me in giving a big welcome to Big Dokes joining us here for the TriCast in Game 2. FlyQuest still trying to find a way to enter into the fight as Ayla makes his way into the back line, and now M&S has to flash away from the event horizon. They go in, and Blabber's going to be killed off first. FlyQuest are going to contest the Drake, and it does go their way. Now Speak is taken over the wall, and Fudge goes all out. Impact looks for a little bit more damage to take him back, then he's going to find him and find the engage on their opponent. Stop him, Ayla's already there. All right, I don't even think you need Baron at this point. FlyQuest kept it closer than they did in game number 1, but C9 is a war machine here in this winner's bracket final. Cloud9 clears out Vikla, back in mid lane. Berserker's just gonna 1v2 him. He does find both. Holy hell, he's good.
They want to try to close out this series. They want to try to close out this game now.
Look at that turret, it just melts, and now the Elder's ready to go. Prince is down, Ayla's down, FlyQuest have no any way at all. chance left of surviving as C9 pushes in and Spica and Vikla are pushed back. Into the fountain goes M&S. A triple kill back to Berserker. It was number 1 versus number 2. And number 1 lets you know exactly how good they are.
Welcome to LCS waiting room. As you can see, we are joined by 100 Thieves jungler Closer for the day.
Nice.
He'll be hanging out with us and then doing some casting.
Yep.
Going to be reviewing the game that eliminated you. So I'm sorry, you're the next in line of players.
Oh, so we're gonna start with that, huh?
Making you relive.
It's okay. I'm over it now.
It takes a week.
In all seriousness, though, how have you been? What's going on?
I'm good. I healed back after a painful series, and now I'm just enjoying the matches left today. EG vs Golden Guardians. Both my old teammates on each team. So.
Do you have a favorite?
Oh, I'd pick right now. Maybe they won't see it.
Favorite teammates?
Yes.
Who are you rooting for now?
Here we go. Here we go.
FBI was my roommate for 3 years, so I have to hold his side more, you know.
Okay.
So I'll say
EG's gonna win, yeah. Okay.
Was he also the guy that you 1v1 the most, or is it someone else?
I don't know. Maybe I like mid laners. I like 1v1ing mid laners, so maybe someone else.
There it is.
Yeah, we saw the Beerson.
Yeah.
1v1. I don't know if you knew, but you are one of the top vote getters for the MVP finalists.
Top 10.
Yeah, so
Yeah, I saw
top 10.
5 junglers that the role is definitely not broken.
Yeah, great role.
We did want to ask you, though, and put you on the spot. If you were voting now, who would be your MVP?
It will be Berserker or Blabber, but probably Berserker.
Yeah.
I feel like Blabber just played like Maokai a lot of games, and Berserker played Draven, so he has more spotlights.
There it is.
I have to give it to Berserker.
Do you think, with junglers,
Yeah.
that they get too many MVP votes and Player of the Game votes? Because a lot of times...
Nah, not really.
Oh, I like this answer. There it is.
I feel like it gets forgotten. Like you give like a sick kill to Zeri, and then like he goes on to carry the game, but no one remembers the kill you give him. They always remember like the quadra kill that your AD carry does in the team fight. So.
And you don't think that's possible unless the first gank works?
Yeah, of course.
Okay.
So jungle's broken.
It's all about the gank.
Yeah, jungler's important.
Yeah, jungle's broken, right?
Yeah.
Blabber MVP.
Jungle's broken.
I'm anti-jungle MVP. Jungle's always winning MVP these years.
Yeah, it's true, actually. I feel like we've had a lot of jungle
They both
MVPs.
deserve it. Whoever
Yeah,
gets.
last split inspired. It's not every split.
Both players on C9 who 3-0'd FlyQuest yesterday. Kind of like it was surprising to me. I thought FlyQuest would be able to play C9 a lot closer, but C9 just came out and had an incredibly dominant performance. Closer, what were you expecting the 3-0?
After playing FlyQuest, I definitely didn't think they were good, so I was expecting like a yeah, I was expecting like a 3-0 or 3-1, but I think C9 is just different level than FlyQuest, so they were able to close it out 3-0.
What makes you think, or at least what is different about C9 from the rest of the teams that you think is making these games just so hard for other teams to like beat them?
I think they just play very solid, and the style they choose, like they play like very long range comps with Maokai, Varus, Heimerdinger,
Yeah.
and like they execute it very good. I don't think other LCS teams will be able to be that successful with the drafts they are picking, but they are executing their drafts very well.
It feels like in their drafts, they can also attack different parts of the map depending on who they're playing against. It felt like there was a lot more attention given to Fudge in the previous series against CLG, whereas here it was like the counter-pick bot lanes and they just chain gank down there, which like is a level of flexibility I don't think every team can have.
I agree.
Yeah, they seem so versatile, and you were talking about just like the bot lane. I think it was you, the bot lane picks and bans they can do. Like, they're kind of good at whatever they're going to be doing, and since the Varus, Heimerdinger, Varus,
Soraka.
and then you get rid of that, and it's like, okay, now you get to deal with his Aphelios.
Yeah, and get rid of that, then it's Berserker's every time.
Yeah.
I do want to ask you, though, since we're going to be seeing both the teams again, Raz gave you the more positive questions of what does Cloud9 do differently. But what do you think the biggest mismatch was between the perception of FlyQuest when they were, you know, clearly the best team in the league versus what we're seeing now, or even what you scrimmed against when you said, like, you don't think they're very good?
Like playing FlyQuest in scrims, I never thought like they were like super good. I do think they're good, but I never thought like, you know, when they went to the whole win streak, I think they just didn't improve that much, and the other teams caught up. Like they were winning many games of Prince. I think he was the main reason they were able to get so many wins in the early on the splits. He was like popping off and carrying pretty much every game, and Spica was playing pretty well as well. And I think when the other teams caught up, they kind of slowed down a bit, and that's what pretty much happened.
That makes sense.
I also felt like there was just a lot of volatility in the team. Vikla had a really good series against you guys, and then he was pretty bad in this one. You heard Berserker at the end of the day yesterday saying that he actually thought the biggest gap between any position, everyone was kind of tunneled on bot lane, but he actually said it was mid lane to him, where it felt like Vikla just got slammed over and over.
Yeah.
So question to you, because like when we came into playoffs, we asked a question was asked to like the C9 players who they expect to be in the finals. A lot, like Fudge, as an example, actually mentioned you guys. But then there would be people who would mention FlyQuest. There were some people that actually thought EG would make the run when they were healthy because they were ravaged by sickness. So who do you expect from these teams to be in the finals versus Cloud9? Who do you think is like the next best? Do you still think it's FlyQuest, or do you think any team?
Before seeing the EG series today, I think they played pretty good when they played against CLG, right? They 3-0'd them. So I think if they keep playing like this, I can see them beating FlyQuest and being in the finals.
That makes sense to me.
But I still think C9 is probably the best team.
Yeah, that tracks with what C9 actually has been telling us for weeks, which is that EG, especially from scrims, are actually the stronger team. Now we're going to pull up our Samsung SSD Fast 5 for this matchup. So this is how every single position player versus the LCS average. The thing that surprises me the most, actually, is that Licorice is top 100 CS going into this matchup.
This is from the playoffs average.
Yeah.
I would say those greedy Gwen games he had.
And the Olaf game.
The Olaf game.
Contributing. That's really fast, though.
Yeah, as well as Inspired, fastest jungle. Not a surprise, he's always been super efficient. What has your thoughts been on Inspired since he's come over?
He's definitely good. And early on the split, he played pretty good. Towards the end, I didn't think he was... I was surprised while everyone was playing like the Wukong, Viego, Lee Sin stuff. I guess he played one Lee Sin game. He was like more so going towards like Sejuani and stuff like that. So I definitely want to see him play more aggressive style if possible. But overall, he's a good player.
Because Wukong in the last series versus CLG was really good.
Yeah.
So he had a really good series individually. Same with Someday. There are a few players that you can pick out. I actually agree with your sentiment on Licorice. Licorice, just like his counter picks, is something that is really evolved Golden Guardians in the last series. I don't think it's going to happen this series. It's something that I'm interested in because that's what makes Red Side so much better. And that's going to be a conversation throughout the series, I'm sure, is EG was able to make use of Red Side and in their way, like for a best Malphite pick, whereas Licorice was able to find good picks on his Olaf and stuff like that. So I'm interested to see what teams can do on Red Side.
Yeah, I mean, I think the big question we all have just from the single series we've seen them play versus their final week 8 is are EG back, right? Because we have the comparison numbers right here. Obviously, massive differences, especially in major lead, goal difference, Drake control. First turret and Drake are massive too.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's safe to say they're back. I think it was a very topsy-turvy season for them. They were inconsistent a lot during the season, but they were still 10-5 in week 7. I've said this a bunch of times, and I think that's why it was a situation where it was like, yep, they got one bad week 8, and then they kind of comboed that with how they were looking through the rest of the regular season. People were like, see, look, they're terrible. The other foot finally dropped, and it was like, nah, they're just sick at home.
I think they are still living off 2022 a little bit, though. Like, I rewatched even the wins from earlier on in the year, and there were a lot where they were down 3,000 gold, 4,000
wins
gold,
in there for sure.
and they win. And then when we look at their record, they're like, oh yeah, they're 10-8, like they were good, 10-5. Yet last week they looked really good. So I'm still letting them live off of 2022 because history does matter, and you're not like a new player just because it's 6 months later. So if I was looking at this split in a vacuum, I would actually say like, oh no, they haven't actually shown a high level of play. But I think if they are going to show that high level play, it's because they're back to what they were doing last year.
Yeah, and recency is the only thing that matters when it comes to playoffs. I don't care what happened in week 8.
You don't care what
week
happened
7.
last year? So when Faker's in the playoffs, you're like, this is just any other rookie.
Basically, yeah.
Matters.
He's just really good.
A little bit, just a tiny bit.
The only thing that matters.
But like, I will say the aberration of their poor portions of the split, mid-split, end of split, like because of how good they've been prior to that. So a little bit, I agree. History does matter. So I'll appease to that one, like just a little bit. But their series last was so damn good, and it's back to what had made them great, which is like JoJo working really well with Inspired, especially around Drake setups. I feel like they work really well together. Same with Vulcan. I think those 3 are the most important when it comes to generally just their team fight victories. And it's what made them great then, and I think it's what's making them great now.
They have the momentum right now, definitely, after that trio. So it's going to be exciting to see them.
True.
Yeah. And one thing that's super interesting is actually, I didn't realize this. Jat, I believe you were the one that pulled the stats, but these 2 teams...
Golden Guardians is a team of champions, weirdly enough. We're saying, like, this is the farthest Golden Guardians has ever been in playoffs. If they win here, it's going to be a new record for their org. We consider them this org that hasn't won anything, but they have players that have. Licorice won a title. River won 3 titles in the PCS. Stix has won a title with COG, and Hui's won a title with Closer as well as with COG. FBI has 1 title from OS as well, but it's actually very close across the 2 teams in terms of titles within their domestic league. And I just thought that it's surprisingly close.
Yeah, for me, what it amounts to is like when you're in a pressured situation of like a best of 5 in playoffs, just like the fact that you've been there before and it's not anything really different. Everybody gets nervous. That's going to be a thing. But I think for these players, they've been in those situations in the past. And I think Gory in one of the finals in the PCS, like that was an upset that he lost in. But he was still an incredible player and was still praised by everyone in that moment. And obviously he's being praised right now. So it's one of those things where I think naturally people think Golden Guardians and will think about their poor splits, but this is a completely different lineup and a different energy. Like even when they're losing points of the split, you ask the players, they feel like they should be winning. The confidence is exuding from them, and now they are in winning ways. So like it's hard for me to predict a series like this. Like we will talk about it when we get there, but I think they're a team that has constantly proven us wrong.
Yeah, I think the big thing where it starts, especially and here we go, Closer, because we're going to be revisiting your series. It starts with the 100 Thieves series, and Licorice in particular, I thought, you know, he's been kind of the lightning rod for a lot of criticism levied against Golden Guardians for the entirety of the year, but he really adjusted and showed up in this playoff series.
He was someone that a lot of people were talking about, like, hey, if Golden Guardians got a real top laner, then they'd be a threat. That was how a lot of the conversations in the regular seasons were going. So it was really cool to me to see him show the other side that he actually made his name on back when he was on Cloud9 on more carry-oriented champions, and a big reason why they were able to defeat 100 Thieves was he said that he didn't feel like Closer was going topside enough and he could play these kinds of champions.
That's hard cap. I went back and watched the game. I ganked top like 3 times in 2 games. But I mean, Licorice played good in our series, but I don't think he is gonna be the difference maker in today's series. I think his job was like very easy against us. Like it was very obvious what we were trying to do. We're gonna pick a tank top and trying to play bot side, and they punished us well by playing like all these counter picks, but I think EG has seen how they want to play, and I think they will prepare an answer for it.
Yeah, I'm glad you brought that up because I think EG on red side was actually really huge with the someday Malphite pick, right? And so when you're looking at these two top laners, I don't think that Licorice is going to be able to have the same leeway in top side given how EG actually saved this counter pick specifically and played around someday.
Yeah.
It's definitely hard. And I think for me personally, it just makes it a completely different series. Like there's the series meta with you guys, like made it so he could do this uncontested. And I think he played well individually, where I can think that maybe he can have another good performance. But I'm just seeing clip after clip of his Malphite.
Man, what is with these top laners? I feel like you could have been picking this almost all year. And they're just like, now I'll just do it in playoffs. Is that a thing?
I don't know. All I can say is I played with Someday, and we went against like Alphari, Summit, Repo, all these like carry picks, counter picks, and I never thought like we're gonna lose the game from top side. So I don't think Licorice is gonna be able to make a difference from top lane.
It actually does remind me of the Summit hype when he was on Cloud9 before that, and then when he faced you guys on 100 Thieves, Malphite.
Closer kicked him out.
Lee said Malphite.
Just like, nope.
And it's back. He's remembered it.
Obviously, Licorice was a massive part, but the big, massive play, right, was the Stixxay play. So now we're going to hear from Stixxay himself as well as a few other reactions to that play.
Look for the assassination and threat overload.
Hyper versus Hyper. Blitzcrank is a really nice wild card.
Just kill the wave. Okay, I'm hitting.
Just back. I get mid.
Oh,
who he said?
Oh my God, who he just.
That was a really bad. That was really. They do get the wait. Front door.
Go in Stixxay 1v4. Use Zeri. Oh my God.
Double lift dies. And Stixxay lives.
Yeah.
It's over.
Is that
I was
GG?
joking.
That's game over, isn't it?
I'm dead. Pearson is healing.
You guys can.
Watch. It's just an acid boost. No way. Golden Guardians. Golden Guardians. Gold flag history.
Let's go.
They overcome themselves. They left everything on their way. As Golden Guardians upset 100 Thieves.
I mean, I was saying there was no one mid, or I didn't see anyone mid, so I was taking the tower, and then Sion ulted, so I was just like, can we back? And then Jay died, and I assumed it was really bad, and then I just saw that double lift died, and I was like, oh, that's really good.
We knew Jinx had no flash from the previous fight, and I just saw the lantern on the ground. And my team, we got engaged on top, and who he died. And Licorice was calling, hey, guys, I'm getting mid for free, but when I saw this happening and we were like hiding it really well, I was like, I'm just gonna kill this guy.
You just flashed in 1v5.
Yeah, it was just pure instinct. Like my team was even calling to back up there, you know? But I just saw the angle and I went for it. I was thinking about that as I walked off the stage, like, you know, shaking from adrenaline. I'm just thinking, wow, I just trusted myself there.
Yeah.
I mean, I was shaking because I made that like kind of, it was pretty risky, you know?
Seeing him making plays like that.
Yeah, I saw like the whole situation that Gwen was pushing mid. And then I was the one who was like telling Trevor, back up. And then I just saw him going in. And then I just started clapping like on stage because I knew he won the situation for us. And yeah, I mean, like I think for him, like he just needs those kind of confidence.
Yeah.
And then he's like top tier AD carry.
Hello, I want to take a moment to break down that play that they were just talking about there a little bit because you heard Stixxay acknowledge that like it was just instinct and like he didn't even necessarily consciously think of all the variables that went into why that was actually a good play to go for. So we're going to do that with the power of hindsight and actually talk about the things that a pro player tends to internalize as a play is developing. Here, you see this engaged by 100 Thieves. I really like this idea. Anytime you're going up against a Baron push, if you can find a time where you can get a strong side fight and just blow somebody up to stop their push, this is generally a good investment of resources. But it did take a lot of cooldowns to make that happen. So while Licorice is pushing, you kill off the support and then kind of slows the Baron push. But it, like I said, took a lot of things. You see multiple ultimates down from both the Sion, the Wukong. The Thresh just missed a hook that Stixxay was getting threatened by. The only CC that's really left up around him is the Taliyah W. And this Lantern, you can see, has the littlest tick left. There's a cannon creep that's going to bait double lift over here, make him walk back forward for that. And it's just hard. I don't think Stixxay is counting all these cooldowns or anything like that. He probably knows that a lot of stuff is down, but he just sees a low health double lift and thinks that he can probably get this kill. And he goes for this really hyphy play. He goes for the R flash. This is gonna go, there we go. So he's gonna go R flash, E, R, Q, auto, and then right here I think is the really important thing. As the flick is coming down, Stixxay goes for another Q. He had flash up, but realistically in terms of mouse timing, you wouldn't have time to get the Q off and flash backwards and just instantly flick it around. So he decides to commit to killing double lift, which I think speaks to that instinct and killer mindset that he had where he is all in on this play. So he eats the flick back in order to get that last Q off to get the kill, Flash cleanse away, able to stay alive with the Immortal Shield broke proc. This forces Closer, unfortunately, to go chasing in for the kill. But we talked about how Zeri is a very fair and balanced champion, not able to get that one. And that was the kind of play that broke the game open.
The freeze frame you had did show a lot of space between Double and his team.
He was pretty far forward with that cannon creep. I was about to go back forward, but I was like, no, we don't need to do that.
That's a right click syndrome
I
right
actually
there.
really liked how Stixay said, like, I went backstage and realized, wow, I trusted myself. I think that's what, like, all these pro players have been missing. They've been playing for a long time, and when you go to, like, the lower tier teams, you lose that confidence, you lose that clear instincts. And then when he makes his play and he says, wow, I really did that, that's good to see.
Yeah, it feels great.
That's sweet.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. And another player that we're going to talk about, you've played with, is Huhi, who is going on a little, I guess, revenge tour through his ex-teammate.
Wow, I'm dead.
Oh, is that it? Oh, no!
Someone help me.
So he's knocking on the door with FBI and Someday. And I think Someday had a response as soon as he basically took a screenshot of the end of the game. And called out Huhi specifically and said that he's coming for him.
We'll have to see what Someday said. Closer said like he was on Team Someday, so.
Yeah.
I'm coming for you. All right, okay.
The evil Someday.
Yeah, he's actually
The little
evolving.
known Someday.
Oh,
He's coming with his Malphite.
Oh, no.
All right.
Yeah, we'll see how that one goes. I mean, yes, the fact that Jay Huhi is performing as well as he is. I mean, the last series I feel like is a little bit of an aberration, but just like how well he's been performing with the squad. And also we talked about how him and Stixay as a duo have been working well together and how he's kind of like, what's been said is a little toxic. Like the fact that he's pushing them to get better and better and better. And so like that, I think, changes a lot the environment on the team, and it's working really good for the squad.
Yeah, and I do love the story that we have between Huhi, FBI, and Stixay. Right? Like the 80 carry that he played with last split. Now he's with Stixay, who he used to be with when he played in the different positions.
It's very complicated because he also, like you said, played on CLG back in the day, then went to FBI support, now he's back to Golden Guardians.
It's like a little love triangle.
It's a love triangle. It's very messy.
Yeah, I've heard we have a piece on it, actually.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm interested.
So I have Champion's Curse, a novel by ChatGPT. This is a tale of love and betrayal among LCS pro players. Thank you, Mark, for this. As the sun sets over the city of Los Angeles, the LCS pro players Huhi, Stixay, and FBI are preparing for their next match. They go through their warm-up routines and can feel the energy building in the arena. The tension between them is strong. Does this get like really, okay.
It's not erotic.
It's all, okay, I'll trust you, yeah. Huhi and FBI have been teammates for years, but they've never quite seen eye to eye. FBI is the star of the team with a cocky attitude and a reputation for being a ladies' man. Sure, man. Huhi, on the other hand, is quieter, more introverted with a deep love for the game and a strong sense of loyalty to his teammates. That one's accurate. Enter Stixay, the new player on the team. He's young, talented, and beautiful, and he quickly catches the eye of Huhi. As the season progresses, the three of them begin to spend more and more time together, both in and out of the game. At first, things seem to be going well, but as the love triangle deepens, tensions rise between FBI and Stixay. They start to argue more frequently, and their play on the Rift suffers as a result. So they're on the same team?
It doesn't make 100% sense.
Okay, no, it's fine. It's an AI, yeah. Huhi tries to keep the peace, but he can sense that something is brewing beneath the surface. And when he starts to experience paranormal events, creepy visions, strange dreams, and unexplainable physical feelings, he realizes that something truly otherworldly is at play. As the three of them struggle to navigate their feelings for each other and the strange forces that seem to be controlling their lives, they must also face off against their toughest opponent yet. The toughest opponents yet. I can't read. Both on and off the Rift. With playoffs on the way, Huhi knows he must decide between his old flame or new love if he wants to lift the trophy. That's Champion's Curse by ChatGPT and Mark Zimmerman. What the
Thank you so much, Nero, for narrating. Yeah, we had some fun when we realized like the complicated history. Like this sounds like a love story. So we just prompted ChatGPT to write us a blurb for a love story a love triangle between FBI, Huhi, and Stixay, and it spat that out. Did a pretty good job. This is unfortunately not actually available for purchase anywhere, but
not yet.
How much?
Not yet.
Depending.
If it were to be,
you can have this.
Yeah,
it's all yours. You can have the one copy of
It's a thick
Champion's Curse.
Yeah, I mean, in all seriousness, obviously, you've played with these players. What does Huhi specifically bring to a team?
I think he's more like a team player, like a. I don't know. I feel like he is actually what Golden Guardians needs. Like Golden Guardians, if you look at their roster, they don't really have like a standout leader. I mean, they have good players like River and Gory. They are probably like the key players, but they don't have anyone that is gonna collect them and get them on the same page. So that's who he does. And it actually funny when we were playing like scrims against CRG as well. I would remember Huhi praising Stixxay. And now they are playing together.
Oh, no. Even when he was back with FBI, he was looking at this. He was eyeing him back there.
He was always standing with FBI's in listening range. He's like, wait, what are you talking about?
Yeah.
Oh my god.
It's going to be a fun one.
Between support and mid, Huhi is actually about to pass Xmithy for the 7th most played LCS games of all time. So he'll do that today regardless of win or loss, which is absolutely massive. I think a lot of people who maybe are newer to the LCS might have forgotten the CLG days in the fact that he is actually reuniting with Stixxay from them when he played mid lane.
Yeah, I think the fact that we did our LCS 10, top 10 players in multiple positions, top 5 players, in multiple positions. Yeah. He was like number 6 on both the mid and support lists. But he's someone who was like in that conversation as one of the most decorated players of all time in North America.
Yeah, plus I think just all those games do lead to your leadership capabilities, right?
Yeah.
Like he's just been through so many experiences. Yeah. He's done it on multiple different roles. He's played international events. He's won LCS titles. So he's just a really good player to have on your team.
The man's the glue.
Yeah. I mean, like you guys said, he won LCS with 2 different roles, even though like he might have like mechanical misplays or anything, but he's definitely something important for his team.
Yeah. Do you feel that like outside of game too? Because in game, yes, he's pretty vocal, but outside of game, do you feel like he's somebody that like pulls the team together?
Yeah, definitely. I remember when I first came to America, even though he was like in our academy team, he was like very friendly and I felt welcomed instantly. Yeah. So I think he definitely helps. I mean, he is Korean as well, so he helps with the communication as well. I'm sure he helps how the new players get used to the country. So he's definitely valuable for his team.
Yeah. Works. I love Huhi, but I also do know he's up against EG, and I am someone who looks at patterns all the time.
Okay.
Are we doing?
All right.
Do you want to see a pattern?
Okay, I'm ready.
Right.
Okay, this is the bracket from 2022.
Dude, why you guys always show the games I love?
It's a year ago. You can see EG is here.
This is why we invite
then
you on.
EG is here. They go from here to here with the win. Then they go from here to here with the win. And then they go from here to here with a win. So we have EG being the champions. Patterns. Look at the bracket now. Switch it.
Yeah, I don't think that's how it works.
Boom! It's the same all the way through the end.
Oh my God!
It's a completely different team.
Right.
but they didn't lose in the upper bracket.
That's not part of the pattern.
So if you ignore the parts of the pattern that aren't part of the pattern,
it's a pattern.
It's a pattern.
Okay.
Exactly.
EG.
All right.
It is.
So you're predicting EG.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Because of the pattern. Nothing else.
They're better too.
There's no way no one was brave enough to say 3-0. I'm changing it to 3-0.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I thought, because we were talking off camera before this, I thought you were gonna go 3-0.
I was going to go 3-0, but then I was like,
He's changed it!
I want to give my man Huhi one game.
It's changed, yeah.
Yeah, I go with 3-0.
This is correct.
I think
There we go.
I didn't want to, yesterday I didn't want to do C9 3-0 because I didn't want to seem like overly flamey. I like how you're doing the 3-0.
I hope Golden Guardians has a lot of the FU hats prepared should they pull off an upset against
They need a
everyone
lot of
here.
They're gonna screen cap this, and then if they manage to win this series,
I won't be
we're
here.
all getting flamed.
I'm not going to be here.
Will not be here.
Because they will, look, I don't want to be here when they find out.
634.
Yeah, so it's like 2/3 of the fans are predicting EG over GG. So
I just think EG matches very well against what GG is trying to do. Like the counterparts and the roles, they just match up pretty good. I don't really know who can make the difference in GG. But
yeah, I mean, I do think that there are going to be some close games because, like,
for
River, Gory versus JoJo Inspired, they're both very strong mid jungles, right? Like, the roles are evenly matched. I just feel like EG is slightly better in most roles.
Yeah, and same with Stixxay Huhi. I think Stixxay Huhi in the last series, I mean, just in general, have had good, strong laning phases. So bot lane's really important as per usual. I mean, that's the most nothing statement of all time with how this split has been. Bot lane's really useful, but I think Stixxay has been playing really well in lane, so I want to see if that continues.
All right, bot lane's really useful. We're all predicting EG, and it's time to get into the series.
EG are back in style.
Playoffs mean big moments. There's more eyes on you. There's more chance to be remembered, more chances to make big plays in big moments. That's kind of what I play for.
No way, Golden Guardians! Have they done it?
I just never felt like I could truly win until I played with this roster. I'm kind of like putting up my heart into this playoffs.
Stixxay! Oh my God! Stixxay trades one, he flashes back, he's still alive!
Every situation as it could be my last, you know, so I'm kind of just putting all I have into it, and I think this is my best chance ever.
Hello and welcome to the LCS. We have got an amazing series today. I'm Gabby. This is Kobe. Are you ready for it?
So ready for this. The entire analyst desk is predicting EG to win. Cloud9 predicted EG to win. In fact, predicted them to stomp. But the Golden Guardians, they are primed for an upset here now. Everything is stacked against them. They really do have something to be said for the momentum of, you know, making a big hero play in playoffs. Stixxay came on the dive and he talked a lot about confidence and how confidence affects all of the players on Golden Guardians as individuals and how much better they play when they have that. That's something they have to have coming out of their victory over 100 Thieves, and something they're going to have to channel here if they want to prove everybody wrong.
Now, what a time for hero plays to be made when both of these teams started in the lower bracket, but have already proven that they can go toe-to-toe with the rest. Without further ado, let's meet the teams. Looking to shine as brightly as the name they bear and scare all who stand in their way, it's Golden Guardians. Facing GG, fresh off of 3-0ing their first round of playoffs, we've got Evil Geniuses. Today, it is do or die. Two teams taking to the stage, only one will make it to Raleigh. Will Evil Geniuses get a chance to repeat last spring's title, or will Golden Guardians punch a ticket to their first finals weekend? We'll find out next. It's Evil Geniuses and Golden Guardians.
Yeah, I mean, GG has like good moments, good games sometimes. They had this like 2-week period in the middle of the split where they legit looked like one of the top teams in the region.
The win versus 100 Thieves was a pretty big morale and confidence boost for us, so I'm going to go ahead and say that we can win the whole thing.
We can't know whether or not they'll be able to find that form again for when we play them.
I think we match up pretty well versus them, just across all the lanes. Similar to us, they kind of had a downward trend towards the end of the split, so I think they're more likely to be a bit more inconsistent.
I don't think their balling is that, like they're not that, they're good. They're pretty solid. So we need to be on top of our game, but I think, I just think against any team that we play, if we're able to kind of overcome the hurdles that we have or how we run it down sometimes or have these mistakes in team fights, I feel like we can take on anyone, and GG is the weakest team, so we just must get past them. So we'll start with them.
Vulcan, always ready to be self-critical after performances, but I feel like that's part of his superpower, having that micro mindset for him and the rest of the team to always perform when it matters.
Yeah, you have to have that extra look and be critical if you want to be the best. Now, I hope we get right into Champion Select because this is a really interesting matchup. I think something that Golden Guardians haven't gotten enough credit for this whole split is how versatile all of their players are. And in looking at their pick ban history here, they have so much versatility in every single role, playing a wide set of diverse champions, talking about it being one of the keys in their success over 100 Thieves, how Licorice basically went to the coaching staff and said, hey, is enemy jungler ever coming top in the first 10 minutes? No? Okay, give me Gwen, give me Olaf. I'm going to play much more aggressively now and punish. And these types of things, that adaptability here, is something they're going to have to flex in this series. Double jungle bans from EG, no surprise here. With the Elise and the Sejuani still being so highly prized. Golden Guardians, I would think either like a Rakan or a Lee Sin ban maybe. Inspired is definitely a very scary jungler to have to worry about, and since they're already double banning Elise and Sejuani, they're going to have first pick. Could get a little dicey.
There's definitely a lot of talk around Inspired, but also specifically the junglers on both of these teams, how they work alongside their mid laners to make plays and really dictate not just how these teams play in game, but curious about how it does affect draft. I know Emily, for instance, was talking on the dive about being that both of these teams have supports that are willing to make those early lockouts of their lane, to have those plays mid. How are they going to enable that through the draft and the champions they bring?
I'm hoping Maokai gets another round of nerfs because honestly, I'm so bored of this champion throughout the entire demonic phase, and the nerfs to the demonic build, everyone just goes full tank now. So we still get first pick Maokai here, has so much power when you get to setting up objectives. Sapling vision and zoning is still there, but really this big team fight control as well, locked in for EG really early. And they throw down the Caitlyn, even on 13-5 with the nerfs. Now this champion has definitely dropped down quite a lot. Not as easy to bully people with early, but Stixxay, no hesitation here for Golden Guardians. They lock in the Caitlyn, so you have to think something like a Lux will be paired with that, and EG response will be immediate here.
Golden Guardians already displaying some of that flexibility with an unexpected pick. They were forced to dive a bit deeper into their pool because they're longer series previously.
Some of my favorite counters into Caitlyn lanes are double poke lanes and going with stuff with Ezreal, but they insta-lock the Jinx and the Tristana. Holy moly. We got the Jojo Tristana again. He was the first mid laners in the LCS to pull it out, and they're going back to the Jinx. I do think Jinx is very powerful right now, even though Jinx has gotten a bad reputation in North America because of a lot of the losses racked up in specifically that 100 Thieves series where Doublelift was targeted so heavily, and Golden Guardians were quite good at diving backline and killing AD carries. So we'll see if they can replicate it here.
And FBI, though, on the other side, looking to turn the tide on how people think of Jinx and perhaps have some strong performances for EG if the rest of the team can keep him safe. But interesting with that and the Tristana being locked in here early. And for Golden Guardians, as they continue through their bans here, Annie, very prominent because of that continued flexibility offered, but Blitzcrank forever coming more and more into drafts to get that lockdown into that backline pick.
Yeah, don't want to have any sort of kill threat supports in the bottom lane here. A little bit worried about hook into trap combinations. It looks like we may not actually even get a Lux ban from EG though, which is the tried and true combination with Caitlyn. But since Golden Guardians did not draft it in the first three, seems like they are fine and they're saying, hey, we've got backup plans anyways. Hi, Ovalie. Hey. Hi, Nick. Rub his head for good luck. Rub his head for good luck. He loves that.
Oh gosh, you're setting up the trends. Now every time we see Golden Guardians coming on stream, they're gonna have to be rubbing his head before sitting down in their chairs.
Shiny Anero is the best Anero.
Nice and fresh and clean on the co-stream today, and hoping that his players play the same in-game as well, as we have finished the ban phase here. But this is one of those drafts where we got a little bit of that switch up in what was locked in earlier with not going towards that support.
Yeah, and now I'm really curious, because the Lux question, as soon as Caitlyn shows up, is always floating around. It's about what Golden Guardians want to pair with it here. You can just go like Karma and you be a double poke lane yourself as well. So like that support the Caitlyn, but the crux of it is you want to be aggressive. You want to be another very, very aggressive support. Heimerdinger does fill that role. And actually, now that Heimerdinger, even with the nerfs to the health of the turrets, with Caitlyn, you can have really, really strong combinations. Looks like the hover on the Ashe, another champion that was nerfed for support role here, but Hawkshot is one of the best tools to give to Inspired. He's so good with extra jungle information and being able to create a big difference. So they lock it in. Triple AD carry, triple marksman composition technically here from Evil Geniuses with the Maokai front line.
I know that we were hoping to get a little crazy in the draft of this series, but I feel like we are getting some of the dynamicism that we were hoping for.
Yeah, I'm just blocking another sort of tank here on the front side for Evil Geniuses. You just need, when you've got triple AD carries, need a little bit of extra protection here. Cassante is no surprise. This is the most popular top laner on the patch for actually several patches now. Very, very powerful, being able to build full tank and still have kill threat towards the back line. But really, question is, Golden Guardians saving their counter pick for Licorice, and he throws down the Fiora into it. So they will have spread map pressure here. Can Golden Guardians get some split pushing going? Caitlyn Heimerdinger lane on bottom side to try and get some aggressive push going. Talia moving from mid lane, and then a little bit of support into a Fiora early on to get her scaling goes a long way.
All right, with that considered, the split pushing attempts from this draft from Golden Guardians, all the poke available on the EG side. Where are you leaning towards? How do you think these match up against one another?
Well, I think that Evil Geniuses have a really, really good setup here with the Jinx Tristana for late game carries and a beefy front line. So if they can keep structure in this game, it does look very good for EG for me, but Golden Guardians have a lot of damage. When you have this much damage on the field, you can make your own win conditions.
Lots of damage available to them and opportunities to lay down the law against Evil Geniuses, who have been favored by the analyst desk, favored in predictions, but they are ready for an upset on the upper side. So we'll see who between Evil Geniuses and Golden Guardians pulls ahead. Okay, Kobe. What are we looking at coming into this?
Well, whenever you've got a Heimerdinger, usually there's a fight over Heimerdinger turrets early on in the bottom side, since pushing is so important for both these lanes. So looks like we got a good old-fashioned level 1 10-person party.
A little bit of zoning off, both sides very aware of the other's presence here in bot lane. Huhi getting quite chunked down. Someday putting himself in front, goes for the flash, gets the flash out of Stixay. EG want to grant that as enough of a reward for pushing forward, so they go into the cove, but FBI is in dangerous territory, bringing the sweeper out to get that last look onto the AD carry of EG, but they do retreat without giving over a kill.
The big victory is had by EG, though. They get the flash cleanse off the Caitlyn. And when you've got this ever important war of pushing on the double range matchups bottom lane, no summoner spells for Caitlyn. With the nerfs on the patch as well, looks like EG with a nice little surprise attack level 1 at the very beginning. No kills, but pretty good summoner spell trade.
And an expectation from both sides to get scrappy immediately off the bat. Let's see what Golden Guardians coach expects here today.
Thanks, Gabby. I'm here with Golden Guardians coach Spooks. Very interesting draft. I see 3 marksmen on the side of EG. Can you walk me through a little bit about what happened?
I think Tristana Maokai is like very prominent, particularly in NA. I think both comps are a little wonky, honestly. We're lacking a bit of frontline. They're just like full AD, essentially. So it's going to be very volatile early. I'm glad we won the level 1. We have no sums on Caitlyn. It's a bit rough, but I think if the game's stable, we have a good shot late game. Yeah.
Okay, so what needs to happen, say, in the first 10 minutes of this game for you to feel good about the start?
Yeah. So everything's going to be based around bottom. As long as we keep it stable, our bot lane stays healthy, I think it'll be fine. That should just be our main goal. Yeah.
All right, well, thank you very much, Golden Guardians coach Spooks. Let's send it back to the casters.
Pressure on the bot lane to keep things stable and healthy even after losing both summoners on Stixay.
Yeah, well, unfortunately for Golden Guardians, yeah, the double summoner spell blown early is going to make that task a little bit more difficult. Hawkshot as well finding River as he's crossing over, so EG...
Oh, Jojo in some trouble, does flash towards tower as River shows his presence.
Nice little job here by River. Hawkshot saw him, so he's like, you know what, fine. I will divert my path. Instead of just crossing straight from red quadrant over to blue quadrant, he passes through mid on his way down. So it'll be a little bit delayed in clearing camps, but honestly, very, very efficient. And that's a case of something I always love putting a magnifying glass on, is using the information that you know your opponents have against them. Since they just saw you on Wukong rotating over this way, he changes his path, gets a flash out of mid lane from Jojo.
Which is so important in this matchup when, Kobe, you were just saying in draft that Inspired has such a good way of capitalizing upon any vision intel he is given. So now, stepping up to River a tad, River has to hold that same expectation to make the most when vision is granted on either side, as both are now currently on the bot side.
Yep, and should be able to find him here. Not going to be any sort of big loss for River. He should be able to clear back up towards the other side. And so Inspire just leaves an extra low ward here for the bottom lane, so the bottom lane can keep pushing. Thank you, Observers. Definitely a very good one, protecting all avenues that Wukong could do, since River is very sneaky as a jungler. Something he was known for a lot on Jarvan was going for these unexpected gank paths and see if he can get around all of this extra coverage. Looks like he's going to go for the recall. Krugs are respawning right now. Don't want to be too efficient.
And River has executed that strategy on multiple picks as well, while J4 definitely the most notable. The last time that Evil Geniuses and Golden Guardians faced off against one another in Week 5 and River was on the Sejuani, the way they were able to execute on that win was often coming from a unique angle, throwing out the ultimate to start things off and allowing the rest of the team to proceed. As a leading voice alongside Gory, you gotta look out for Gory too to be able to hold strong in that mid lane. Inspired making the play, knocking him towards Jojo. Last hit, not able to commit for the kill. One tower shot puts Jojo low enough to back off.
Yeah, Gory flashes him under tower. I thought he was going to push him even further under tower with the W, but did not.
Someday flashing away, River here in response. First blood drawn by Golden Guardians.
Huge! That's from Champ Select. We're talking about a little bit of help to a Fiora early on can go a very, very long way. River able to get in there, flashes, they get the kill onto Someday, whose flash is burned yet again. See if Licorice can have a really big game for himself, because he was a huge part, winning player of the series in their series, over 100 Thieves to even get to this position.
After being one of the pieces many took such a microscope towards during the regular season, stepping up and making that pivot in the draft to be a strong aspect for this team. But one thing when looking at the alternative side with this bot lane, many have noted how even these two can feel. So how that plays out in a lane where it's so much about applying that pressure and really winning out in this matchup becomes that much closer for something to watch.
And River gonna wrap around again. Remember, he blew Jojo's flash early on, goes down, clears out the ward. Just trying to keep the River here clean so they can continue to threaten towards that mid lane.
All right, and all the while, considering that Licorice had previously been granted that kill, we do have to be worried about how he's going to build.
Someday does not like getting ganked. He went and bought a control ward and left it on River's red and warded his Raptors. Someday says, this is not going to happen again, River. You're not going to catch me sleeping. Has a lot of vision coverage up on the top side. Try and keep track of this Wukong.
Very much paying respect to not just what River can do, but Licorice as well. Meanwhile, over on the bot side, the dragon has spawned, so both junglers keeping their eye in that regard. A control drop down, but taken down by River. So intel granted for both Golden Guardians and Evil Geniuses of where the junglers currently are.
Pretty big stuff here not to have flash on the Talia as well. So I think Golden Guardians trying to do a little bit of extra protection. Screen work here for Gory. Could get a little bit dicey there. Inspired finishing up his red and should be able to make his way on over before any sort of action breaks out though. Bottom side, pushing continues. I think it's a pretty decent win here for Evil Geniuses with how it has gone so far, even just being as close as it is. Trying to deny Caitlyn Heimerdinger from pushing in on towers at all, while being able to use the hawk shot. This one, not just checking for a lane gank from River. I kind of like that, but I feel like it gives away what you're trying to do here.
And you can tell that by the response of Say and Huhi on the opposite side. Scuttle being taken by River currently. But yes, as you're saying before, Kobe, you do have to be worried about what this Caitlyn can do later. So trying to minimize any opportunity for Golden Guardians bot lane to get ahead, keeping the pressure up, farm at least even is one way for Evil Geniuses to keep control over that side of the map, despite a bit of warding being done for Golden Guardians across that River side.
Yeah, and on one item, on two items, I feel like the Jinx is going to be much more valuable than this Caitlyn without a big lead. Meanwhile, is going to be the support roam timers here. Huhi coming out, they find the control ward, get their vision on the Rift Herald, and Tristana's rotating bottom, so EG are sending Jojo. He has a leashed teleport ready for the Tristana. I love this play. You get to utilize Tristana's tower killing, turret plate taking abilities, while also being able to have the teleport close enough to Rift Herald, to your own safe tower here, to really threaten Golden Guardians. And either way, you're gonna be able to get something out of this lane swap as far as value goes. Gory does have the Talia ultimate ready, but Golden Guardians say, fine, do your Rift Herald, Evil Geniuses. We will just take the dragon. We've got Heimerdinger turrets, plenty of extra DPS here to make that pretty quick as well.
Neutral objectives traded across the map. Golden Guardians picking up this first dragon for themselves. And then all the while Inspired working to finish off the Rift Herald on the top side. And then Jojo gets a chance to just keep farming up, keep becoming that strength later on in the game. This also allows Evil Geniuses to offer more pressure onto Licorice, who it does seem like they're trying to make sure he doesn't get too out of hand. Bringing Ashe up here as well, throwing down the ult, see if they could get some capitalization.
Yeah, unless Licorice decided to dodge upwards there. That one's never hitting, so Vulcan does get a whiff on his first one, but we did also see the teleport from Jojo up to mid. That means they're going to give up a turret plate bottom to Gory in exchange for Jojo rotating with the rest of the squad towards the Rift Trail, towards top half of the map. You'll be able to pick up the big minion wave there and get the experience as well.
And across the board with gold as well, fairly even in most of these lanes with the exception of Licorice versus Someday off of that first kill to kind of kick things off, and not very bloody thus far.
Yep, no conflict so far, not really a reason for it to arise. Flash is coming right back up on carries as well, so looks like we are going to have a little bit more of a lull. I like this rotation back though. For EG, wait out for the next Ashe Arrow cooldown before you try and burn another one. Looks like Jojo gets the push on mid and hovers, but not really going to make any extra move up there towards Licorice. With Ghost ready on the Fiora and having wave control, he's pretty safe.
What do you think of the impact of Tristana coming back in this mid lane position? Not just with Jojo, we've seen Vikla play as well, and
man.
There's the land and the stun up. Jojo's hopping in right now, trying to make use of that Tristana, using the buster shot into the rest of the team. And that one is clean. Finish off with a kill for Jojo. River risking to be next, but has the opportunity to escape. And EG really following up on the play.
Oh, Gory flashes and Vulcan nails him. He missed the one up top on Licorice, no biggie. Shrug that off. As soon as that Ashe Arrow is up though, that cooldown we're talking about, he just nails Gory with the flash. Oh, that is a heartbreaker because Tristana annihilates turret plates, explosive shot on them, Rift Trail charging through, 4 turret plates. That is one rich Yordle, JoJo going to be able to take over this game. If you remember back to the first game of Tristana mid this year in the LCS, it was JoJo. And again, it was very low kill count, but very high turret destruction from him very early on. And they were able to snowball super effectively. Here's another look at it. It's from the Fog of War, but it's a straight line flash. That's why he starts screaming. As soon as you see that, you know Gory's like, well, it's the worst of all worlds here. Not only am I dead, but I also lose my flash. And the Taliyah will be very vulnerable. The Tristana will be very rich. Now we get to see JoJo Unleashed. Is able to complete his Kraken Slayer 12.5 minutes with upgraded Berserker Greaves. So he gets to jump forward with Reckless Abandon.
Was about 1,000 gold up on Gory after that play, and it is showing in his build thus far with that mythic completion. EG nearly cresting to 1K soon enough in their gold lead. But the proactivity of them working out so far with another land here from Vulcan, and following up with Inspire throwing out the ult, and there are a couple roots onto multiple members, which means an immediately blast of Huhi. Golden Guardians down their support. The sacrifice they'll make for those ults used by EG.
This is looking really one-sided so far. It's Evil Geniuses throwing out these Ash arrows, but the Ash arrows are looking like nukes. Every time he fires one, ever since the top side play, just instant kill here. Ash arrow into Maokai ultimate is such a strong guaranteed engage option for Evil Geniuses. Picking off another one here. Dragon, still plenty of time to spawn, so Golden Guardians, you know, revival here, Huhi's back up, but now there's no flash on Heimerdinger, no flash on the Taliyah either. Both of those will be very vulnerable to Mr. Sniper Vulcan.
Yeah, those snipes are kind of those mid-range hits from EG, and really clean follow-up there. Kobe, with that considered, though, you're saying it's looking a little one-sided. How worried should Golden Guardians be? Or is it just finding their opportunity to really get the lockdown onto one of these carries in these fights?
I'd say very worried at the moment. They're going to try and get some vision control for themselves here for Dragon's setup. They do have Caitlyn and Heimerdinger. Both these champions benefit tremendously from getting to the objective first and be able to set up. You can get a trap line, plus you get your turrets down. So they will be able to start it up for themselves, but Evil Geniuses, look at those cooldowns. Ash Arrow and Maokai Ultimate have just come off cooldown. They're going for it again.
Golden Guardians have to be scared of that. And there's Maokai ult right here. Gets a route onto River, but in the end, Golden Guardians were postured for Dragon. They take it, and EG don't contest too much.
Turret's gonna die though, and it's gonna get Jinx excited. So Golden Guardians, while they did get the objective, they give up the mid lane control to do so.
And another hit from Enchanted Crystal Arrow, followed up by the Jinx Rocket. You got so many long-range ults to just chunk some damage from EG that you know is going to get more and more powerful in future team fights.
Yeah, and they lose out a little bit because there was a minion wave that pushed up to the mid tower. So EG, while it didn't look like they got, you know, really anything there, they got a little bit of damage, but they did zone the rest of Golden Guardians from a slower rotation to pick up at least part of the minion wave towards mid tower, denying a little bit more gold and continually, incrementally increasing this gold lead. 2.1 thousand the gold lead for Evil Geniuses, but Golden Guardians, at least they do have these dragons now stacking for themselves.
And the dragon stacking over for Golden Guardians, but a lot of that gold that was afforded to EG, breaking down that tower that had previously had the Rift Herald on it as well, which is what gave JoJo some of that gold lead.
And losing your mid tower really early on can make it super difficult to fight the next setup. But look at the top side of the map too. Golden Guardians are taking this bottom turret, but EG are making a top side play towards Licorice with 4 people. Vulcan heads up, he clears out the vision, and they will just pick up the Rift Herald to continue taking down turrets. JoJo gets hit by the seismic.
JoJo in it lands an E onto Gory, but can't charge it up, and the damage back is too strong. Buster Shot to get Gory off of his back.
All right, no follow-up there. The other side had just recalled. So it's just going to be clean Rift Herald pickup in exchange for bottom side push from Golden Guardians. Nice little bit of chunk from them. And they do have a lot of damage, as we mentioned. So once you start opening up the map here, we'll see if Licorice can get anything done in the side lanes. Already up to the Divine Sunder with his Ghost ready on the Fiora. Meanwhile, Evil Geniuses here doing a pretty good job consolidating. They just bring this front line over. They've got double Kraken AD carries ready to go in these team fights. As long as the Wukong doesn't get onto both AD carries at the same time, JoJo's spread out from FBI to have some dual threat positioning here, then it's going to be pretty hard for Golden Guardians to make a move forward in a team fight, and it's probably just going to be more about Golden Guardians trying to push out waves, trying to play the map, because EG, they're the ones with all the priority as far as the setup.
Because the ways that each of these teams are opening up the map is different. EG having that mid turret down, offering more movement for themselves across with more safety to set up the vision across the river. But Golden Guardians can take the fact that they did get that bot turret and are starting to offer that pressure on those side lanes.
Also should say the steel caps are at a tremendously high value for Golden Guardians. A little bit of armor will go a long, long way here. Steel caps reducing the autos from all of the AD carries, and since Inspired on Maokai is also going full tank Maokai, there's not even like demonic AP damage. So it is truly, truly, truly pure attack damage here from the side of Evil Geniuses. And Golden Guardians, even some of the more offensive characters that are not full tanks, just fitting some armor into their builds, especially early game, is definitely going to help.
And Licorice, though, might need a little bit of help on this top side with the presence of Evil Geniuses. Vulcan wanting to set up the play for Inspired, but Licorice started walking away so quickly to be able to create that space before the attempted dive.
Tickles. Not an Ash Arrow fired here by Vulcan because he knows it'll just get reposted. And another calm, collected play here from Evil Geniuses. Pretty similar to the first time around. And JoJo pushing mid here with Tristana explosive shot means they get the Herald's second charge off on top side while pushing mid wave and have plenty of time to reset for the Dragon. So this one, 50 seconds in the future. You don't want to give up another one here to Golden Guardians, because even though it is just the Soul point, 3 Dragons before the Soul arrives, that makes it very dangerous. Because then all it would require from Golden Guardians to actually complete Soul would be a steal or something like that. And honestly, if you gave a Cloud Soul extra move speed to a team that wants to play the entire map here, has a Fiora, has a Wukong, both benefiting so much from extra move speed there, it would give them a little bit of pause at least. The AD carries trying to worry about some flanks. Licorice, though, under attack.
And this time walking right into the arrow. Not in line for Jinx, but in line for the slams from Someday and JoJo. Rocket jump forward. Last auto to do it. JoJo with the kill.
All right. His last auto was enough damage, so technically the flash was an extra expenditure, but a super high value. Again, arrow from Vulcan finds a kill. And Someday teleports down. It's a double teleport back to the Dragon. EG, they're going to get their pick, and they don't want to give it up. This wall is pretty early.
EG aren't in the vicinity just yet. Posturing as Golden Guardians wrap around through jungle to get the angle onto the Dragon. They know they have the tools to get in there to try and attempt to steal if they want, but now are worried about the poke being thrown by Evil Geniuses. Vulcan marked low, but Someday zoning off river. They try to turn towards Dragon and have to be wary of the teleport on the backside, getting the route onto river. Licorice wrapping around. Inspired, does he see him? Joins the jungler. The Soul Later put in some work. Gory getting a kill. It's Golden Guardians throwing back on this fight. 3 of them taken away. Onto the Dragon they go. Someday and Inspired can't do it.
And onto the Baron. That's all 3 AD carries in the dirt. You got Wukong spinning around on all of them. Evil Geniuses collapse. Not only do the Golden Guardians get their Soul point, their 3rd Dragon, they also should be able to get this Baron. 10 seconds left on JoJo, 9 on FBI, so neither of the high damage carries are here. It's just the tank frontline, low damage, no Cassante ultimate, no nothing here for EG. If they manage to do anything, it would be a miracle.
And that arrow was thrown out for mostly vision because of the timing before anyone can come through. Not enough from the rocket from FBI, so a secured Baron here by Golden Guardian.
Oh, this is so massive. They wipe out the Evil Geniuses gold lead that they had been able to accrue with all of the turrets they had been killing. And they get their Dragon stacking to continue. Look at this arrow, though. Observers are given EG another thing to celebrate about after they feel bad for him, I think, after losing so much. Yeah, losing so much previously. JoJo, that flash actually, not having flash now for this fight. Let's take a look at how all the AD carries got smashed here, because River had a good clone initially on the Q3 from Someday, and then they make the all-in. River flashes for it. He immediately kills Vulcan. kites to the other side. Stixxay flashes over the wall, and then FBI kind of walks into the Wukong, finished off with a bunch of extra rocket damage there from Huhi, and able to follow it up. So massive, massive stuff there for Golden Guardians, and now they're gonna push for more.
Getting some work on this Red Bull Baron buff already. What an advantage they have swung towards their favor, evening out the gold for a moment before a slight build of Evil Geniuses, but that's top turret going down by Golden Guardians with Licorice on that push.
Now, with no summoner spells on Jinx or Ashe or Tristana, EG's comp is looking so fragile. Very, very scary stuff here. Golden Guardians will be able to assault on all sides. Looks like they call Gory over to 4-1 split push here. So Gory's gonna back up the mid push with these 4 members. Baron Empowered Cannon Minion will slowly chip away at this one. Caitlyn extra range here is enough. And on the side lane, Licorice gets to keep up the pressure on JoJo.
All of these AD carries look a lot more shrimpy when you don't have a map to safely move through, and a lot of fear for the push that Golden Guardians can have. Now executing across this mid turret. Inspired wanted to slow it down, but Golden Guardians keep up the pressure, both in top with Licorice and the rest of the team here on mid.
See about that top lane, because honestly, JoJo's done a pretty good job clearing out even Baron empowered minions from the Fiora split push, so looks like Golden Guardians aren't going to make too much extra headway here with the Baron. Still sitting at almost the 2,000 gold Baron power play, so definitely decent for them, and taking down all outer towers here makes it much more difficult for EG to set up their team fights. They have to worry about so many more flank angles now because they have no outer tower defenses. River gets to sneak around through the jungle, clearing out vision, looking for possible plays for themselves, and Licorice here on the Fiora with the Ravenous completed. Now you're really feeling strong because you can annihilate those minion waves with the AoE, as well as having the Divine Sunder for your duels with your opponents. Golden Guardians play off this momentum now. They just have to keep up the pressure, keep pushing. Only a minute in advance here for the next dragon, so push out on that top side, get your control wards, respawn. Look at that, already in inventory. All 5 members, including the AD carry, buying 2 control wards. Golden Guardians, they're gonna get full vision around this dragon in preparation for Soul. And it's quite an early Soul at that.
And if anyone knows how to play off of that momentum, it is Golden Guardians. Multiple players talking through multiple pieces of content about keeping that mental strong, keeping that confidence, maintaining it when the pressure is up, and that's what allows you to make those plays around the dragon, to feed it into the Baron, to bring this back to an even game after the earlier, really persistence of Evil Geniuses.
And EG, they're trying to make a duo push here up on top side. Inspire hovering JoJo. They're trying to do a little bit of a bait there, but Licorice isn't going to overextend quite yet. Inspired's still hovering around in Fog of War there. They're trying to use JoJo's aggressive style and his personality as a bit of bait there, hoping to bait someone in, and it's not going to actually take. They will be able to get the turret up on top side in advance of the dragon spawning, but that should be it.
Inspired accompanying JoJo to do so. I do feel like you can see a lot of players' personalities in how they are in the game of League of Legends, but JoJo's definitely one at the top that really feels in tune with how he plays and how he really tackles the game from that competitive angle, and being a condition for Evil Geniuses right now to keep up that pressure on the turrets, because look what's happening for Golden Guardians, baby. They're just gonna finish off that dragon over here.
So
get that soul. And what did that Cloud soul do? Kobe, what were you talking about? What this soul could do for Golden Guardians?
So much damage here on this team, and the soul is going to give them the extra move speed here to be able to play the side lanes, be able to look for these flanks. Lots of extra mobility on Fiora, who's already incredibly hard to catch. So we'll see. It's difficult for EG, but they do have the guaranteed engage. I would say wait until you get your double Infinity Edge power spike here for JoJo and FBI. Then you can go for your Ashe era Maokai attempt at the big team fight and try and fight your way out of that with double marksman scaling. There is a possibility here still for sure, but I think Golden Guardians look primed for it because they don't have to overextend it or anything. They can move over towards Baron again, set up your Caitlyn traps and your Heimerdinger turrets first, and force EG to walk into you. As long as you don't corral yourselves inside the pit and give them a free Maokai ultimate,
should be quite easy for you. Licorice going to push on the bottom side now, furthest away from Baron to draw that pressure away.
Still has his teleport available to assist the rest of Golden Guardians should they decide to go for a play. Evil Geniuses, the ones that have to be careful how they get picked off by GG. But you were talking about how EG should be able to hit things like IE before they can really offer that threat, and just guess who just picked one up? Tristana, Jojo, reaching that Infinity Edge for that additional power.
Yep, now they just need the other one here on the Jinx, and they should be able to set something up for themselves. Meanwhile, though, it's getting more and more difficult. I love this buy from Licorice. Our Telestrator's not here, but you can see he's got the extra armor here. The Warden's Mail is so massive versus double AD carries. Steel Caps plus Warden's Mail on the Fiora. Even the Fiora is decently tanky against the triple AD carry comp. As long as he doesn't have to fight all of them, Licorice now is walking right up into Jojo, as you can see on the mini-map, while the rest of the team finishes off the Baron.
There's the arrow coming through, not hit by anyone. Golden Guardians with 2 roots from Inspire. The teleport coming in from EG as well. Talia wall gone to separate. River going in with a Cyclone someday over the wall. A big blast of damage onto FBI, who's zoned out. Stun and lock. Vulcan's out of it. Huhi next to fall, and they're shut down onto Jojo. Golden Guardians turning onto the damage output of EG and taking it away. It's a triple kill for Stixay. What are you gonna do when Golden Guardians take control of the play? EG running away at the work that GG's been putting forward.
And I think they should just retreat for the Baron here. They push up mid lane with 30 seconds left on Tristana, 24 seconds left on Inspired here. Also no teleport on the Tristana. Yeah, they are gonna pick that one up, no problem for themselves. Golden Guardians, really nice job. They have the split push on bottom side. All they have to do is block the rocket here. They finish up the Baron, but Licorice splitting on bottom side, while the rest of Golden Guardians with so much damage in this team comp, they melt through the Baron. Even though Inspired kind of heading over here, they get sectioned off. So look at the Talia wall. Look at how they are able to section off 2 parts of the EG comp. Inspired plus Jojo and Vulcan here, separated from the rest of the team. And then with Licorice coming in for the flank, River goes in, Wukong ultimate, then they get to pull back here. And the only real threat behind them was Jojo, who gets immediately annihilated there. Headshot from Stixay. While Licorice, we mentioned how much armor he has on the Fiora, is able to zone out the other threatening AD carry without any really big deal at all. Golden Guardians, yeah, EG are gonna have a very difficult time now climbing back into this one. Stixay on his Caitlyn, one of his most famous champions. I always think back to, CLG, MSI days. It's nice to see him doing really well yet again, and Golden Guardians fighting their way here through playoffs.
It's one of the most intriguing things I feel about players like Stixay that have been around for quite some time. Have these picks that remind you of previous peaks in games and bringing it down to the present.
And there you see Jojo trying to get an objective bounty on the Tristana. He gets it. EG still fighting, still trying to use the Demolitionist as best they can with the split push. Does get the recall there from Licorice. But the onslaught in mid lane here, bottom lane already taken care of, and Golden Guardians, they easily get the Maokai ultimate out of EG without anybody being in any danger. And with the Baron buff still on, they can finish the push.
And now Jojo making that rotation to try to collapse with Evil Geniuses. Golden Guardian still pushing onto this turret and applying the pressure. Licorice has that teleport available to join them. They've got the Baron buff for another full minute to keep that up on the side lane.
Frozen Heart completed for Licorice. Ah, yes, the itemization takes over. We had the little interview with Spooks, the co-chair from Golden Guardians, talking about if we get to late game, no problem. And they have arrived.
They're here, baby, they're here. Golden Guardians, ever since that play from Dragon into the first Baron, have offered so much threat to EG. So if you're looking at EG, Kobe, are you thinking it's written in the books, or can they find some way to land all the damage from the triple AD carries onto this line? It's just so hard with how just strong and durable Licorice is becoming.
Yeah, well, you still have to try. And until you get also now armor penetration on both AD carries, then it's going to be pretty difficult. We saw just a last whisper coming in from Jojo. So still pretty far behind the curve here, EG. Golden Guardians looking for the kill blow.
Around EG going in for it. River cycloning in the wall to have some separation. Going into stasis, JoJo keeps himself alive for a temporary amount of time. Stixay popping off at it again. Licorice going into the back line to get the double kill here. It's a good play. It's an ace for Golden Guardians.
And it's the game for Golden Guardians. Game number 1 already. Golden Guardians, massive stuff here. They give Licorice the counter pick again. They're rolling off of that confidence over the 100 Thieves win.
Woo, Lord, Golden Guardians, a statement in game number 1.
Stixay got both his summoner spells blown level 1, and he never died in this game. 6-0-2 on the Caitlyn. River, massive engagement here for the Wukong. During the dragon fight, getting into the back line. Perfect jungler support score too, by the way, 0-0-12 for River. 100% kill participation for the jungler, giving all of the kills over to all the carries on his team as well. Honestly, really big team play here for the Golden Guardians. Despite the early gold lead from Evil Geniuses, that big team fight at the Dragon, continuing their stacking, getting so much gold back in their favor. They never gave it back over to EG.
They knew what conditions were working in their favor, and they very much stuck to the game plan, which I feel like is one of the things that is so clear with teams that can't achieve that. They get a little rattle-headed if they fall behind. But Golden Guardians, they knew what they were doing. They were able to close out here in game number 1. But remember, everyone, Spring Finals in Raleigh, North Carolina is next week, and tickets are live. Head to Ticketmaster.com right now to get yours before they are all gone. Speaking of Raleigh, let's take a look at our schedule for Finals Weekend. Doors open for FanFest at 11 a.m. Eastern with broadcast beginning at 3 p.m. Eastern, noon Pacific. FanFest was so fun last time. I'm excited that it's coming back. But everyone, let's head on over to the LCS Lounge to break that one down.
Welcome back, and yes, that was a game. Triple AD carry. I mean, there's a lot to talk about, just including the fights. Like, what was your first takeaway, Closer, after just looking at that game?
As expected, quick trio from Golden Guardians.
There it is.
I mean, honestly, they play pretty good. EG kind of chose a draft that they, like, in my opinion, it was a bit risky. They chose Jinx Tristana into playing into Wukong. They have Maokai to peel, but I felt like they need to win their lanes harder in order to win the game. But around the Drake and Herald trades as well, I think GG played pretty good.
Let's take a look at one of the Drakes too, because like you talked about the draft and how it works. Sometimes it can be a little bit wonky within the fight itself. So how about you take away just your major points in this fight?
Yeah, actually before this fight, JoJo went top to kill Fiora, and they had like 30 seconds to hold the position.
Yep.
GG did a good job holding the position, and here in this fight, actually, Tristana walked over a trap and then jumped on a Wukong clone, and I think that's not very ideal.
Understatement.
Walked on a trap, got flicked by Talia, jumped on Wukong ulti. That was probably the worst way you could play it, but I mean, that was just a hard fight to begin with.
I mean, yeah, like if you guys are picking Tristana and Jinx, your setup has to be better. Otherwise, you're gonna struggle in the team fights against Wukong, Talia, and all these picks.
And their damage spread sucked.
Yeah.
Right? They had Cassante top, they had Maokai as their only AP damage, and they had 380 carries. It didn't make sense.
There was one person. Oh, you go first.
Oh, no, I was just going to say the plated steel caps on the Wukong.
He's a tank now.
Itemization.
Yeah,
right?
There it is.
Game's over.
Right?
There was one person while we were pondering how to fix the draft that was on the job. Mark, what do you have for us?
Well, I don't know if I fixed the draft or anything like that. I just wanted to talk to you guys about it. So it was a really interesting draft in terms of how we got there, because it was a lot of target bans at some of the most popular pairings. So because they took like the Jinx and Caitlyn early, the bans that could come in that could take out, Thresh was already gone. They take the Lux.
Yeah.
You raise your hand for class. It was a question of just like how they got here.
Yeah, it is really interesting because we know that the Maokai Jinx is a popular, or Maokai Trish is a popular pairing, but then they pick Jinx because the Caitlyn is already there and they don't want to lose lane.
Yeah.
But then I actually feel like they got kind of sniped in 4-5 because they need two things. They need another source of magic damage, which either needs to come from the support position or from top lane, but they have to blind pick top lane with Ken and Ban, and the Heimer gets sniped from them. So I actually think their idea was to play Heimer's support on B4, but it was gone. And then they didn't want to blind pick a Gwen.
Obviously, they want this over here, for
because
example.
Golden Guardians is something, yeah, they would love that, I think, because that just makes more sense. It makes play to steel caps not as amazing. Or if for some reason, you know, Golden Guardians lose their mind and they blind pick their top laner, then maybe they can get a Gwen counter pick.
What else would you guys have wanted to see different? Because it feels like it broke in even the first phase that they were already put in this pinch position.
Yeah.
Is it just like you can't just double marksman there like that, closer?
I mean, honestly, I would want C9 to play this draft, but I wouldn't want EG to play like this, you know?
Right, it's a C9 draft.
Yeah. I think like Red side answered pretty good. In the team fights, they need to position very well, otherwise their job is gonna be hard and they couldn't position good.
Yeah, and I would just probably think about getting your support on B3 in general. Like, you can go for something a little interesting. Like, if they're contesting with Kaylin and perhaps later on they maybe go Lux, I would probably go Karma, something where I feel like you can get push in lane. That's something that I was thinking. Because then the fear is sure in 4-5 you can ban Malphite like they did, but if a Sion gets picked, then you are instantly in trouble with your positioning in fights. Now, we already heard from their coach Spooks why they went for the Fiora pick, and it makes sense if they're afraid of just losing Prio in a lot of lanes, like they needed a place to play through their top lane. But I just think
a lot of us, wanted Sion in there.
Yeah.
I mean, you built Frozen on Fiora, same thing.
And he was a point of pressure early.
Hard
The
to
game
kill.
got a kill. It did end up
actually worked.
It definitely ended up working there. I mean, the question is, do you stay on blue side? Because they won 3 games against CLG on red side. EG selects blue side, actually. Just saw it in prompter, so there you go. They're staying on this side. Do you change any of your first bans? Because they hard targeted River here. Do you think it's better to just leave some of these up?
I just don't understand the Sejuani ban. I think you can easily replace the Sejuani ban with Wukong. Like, as you saw, like, River likes playing Wukong or Vi. I just can't see him having the same impact as Sejuani in the team fights. I think their idea of like picking Maokai and neutralizing the jungle, just giving vision is good, but I think giving away Wukong and picking like triple AD carry against Wukong, you have to play very good, and they didn't play very good.
Yeah, sounds like a lot of changes they can make in the draft. Shout out to LS and his team for creating this tool, CBOT as well. That's going to do it for us here. And as we go, one of the things that makes the LCS special is how the cultures collide. Today, our resident Ohioan caster Flowers has taught a little bit about Danish culture by Sven. Let's check it out on this week's Dining Together, delivered by Grubhub.
What's up, Flowers?
What's going on, buddy?
Because you're my favorite caster.
Got you a little gift.
A Danish from a Dane.
Okay.
Oh my goodness, it's a monster.
Look at that.
His older brother.
Fun. Now, why is mine 4 little ones and yours
Actually,
is 1?
This one is yours. So
Okay.
the white one is the best one. That's how it is.
It's not a very supportive play.
That's right.
When I grew up in Denmark, we had these very often on like Sunday family gatherings. That's why I remember them so much.
I wasn't expecting it to be that light. Like, it's light, it's flaky. It's not overpowering on the sweet, too. From your favorite caster to my favorite Yuumi player, I wanted to say thank you for bringing us back to Denmark here a little bit and allowing me to try some of these delicious pastries.
You're welcome. From your favorite Yuumi player, you're welcome.
Red Bull gives you wings. Who said you can't teach an old dog new tricks?
We have to tell everyone that we just switched to Verizon's new Welcome Unlimited plan for just $30.
I've already told everyone.
Wait, did you say Verizon for just $30?
It's their best unlimited price ever.
$30? That's awesome. Yeah, and it's from the most reliable 5G network in America.
For $30 a line, I'm switching now.
Yeah, it's easy. And you get $960 when you switch the whole family.
Wow, I gotta let my buddies know.
We're already here.
The network you want, the price you love, only from Verizon. Dude, no he 1v1s me on this team.
Did you 1v1 Rue?
Yeah, I beat him already.
You beat him?
Yeah.
What matchup?
Yon Yasuo.
Did you play Yon?
Yeah.
Yeah, Yon wins. It's
He
a
wanted to
counter.
play you.
It's a counter
He wanted to
matchup.
play Yasuo. You want to play the other side?
No.
Okay, I'll...
Getting the root onto River, Licorice wrapping around. Inspired, does he see him? Joins the jungler. The solo laner put in some work. Bori getting a kill. It's Golden Guardians throwing back on the fight. Going into stasis, Jojo keeps himself alive for a temporary amount of time. Stixxay popping off at it again. Licorice going into the back line to get the double kill here. It's a good play. It's an ace for Golden Guardians. Welcome back, everyone. We had to get a little photo op in because we've got a special guest here for game number 2. You're hanging out in the lounge.
Hello.
Yeah, the star of the show. We got Closer.
you.
How you doing?
I'm good. Game 1 was fun.
Yeah, what did you think of game 1 from draft even? Was pretty crazy.
I'm expecting a completely different draft from EG this game. Maybe taking River off Wukong. We'll see. But I felt like they chose more like a risky way of drafting, like picking winning lanes and trying to snowball.
And it did have a good start for Evil Geniuses when they got those 2 sums,
Yeah.
but then after that weren't able to make the overall victory. But definitely shifting things up, wouldn't you say, on
They
the
banned
Golden
Caitlyn.
Guardians?
Yeah, Caitlyn and Wukong is gone. Maybe they might even look to first pick Vi and take it off from River. You'll see.
How important do you think it is to deny River from GG?
I think it's their key member, honestly. Even though last game he didn't shine, I think he played the team fights very well. So controlling him should be EG's first priority. Yeah, they first pick Vi. I think Golden Guardians might go for Maokai here, or even Sejuani. It was banned first game, and now it's open.
Yeah, tank frontline, super versatile there. Could easily open. Bottom lane looking pretty open as well.
Oh.
Just the Varus and the Caitlyn ban so far. They insta throw the double tank line though. They yoinked the tank line from last game from EG.
And for Golden Guardians, bringing out the Cassante, also a team that has shown some of that flexibility across the solo lanes as well.
Yeah. EG might go for something like Lucian Nami here because red side can only answer with one piece. And Lucian Nami could be very strong in this draft.
Yeah, and then they already have a Vi to protect against a Zeri pick, which would be the answer, but they lock it down themselves. Again, they're going to let support go 2, 4, 5 here and just get the Ahri for Jojo. I mean, Ahri has risen to be the most picked mid laner on this patch as well.
Yeah.
Really taking over.
But with Ahri being locked in for Evil Geniuses, have to see what Golden Guardians are
So
going to
far-
respond.
So far, they have the EG draft from last game.
Yeah.
There's no shot they run it back completely, though.
I'm not sure if I like this Ahri pick this early on because Tristana is gonna have a good early game now. I mean, it's gonna be hard for Tristana to carry the game because of the Vi and Ahri combo, but I'm curious how the lane is gonna go.
Yeah, Vi-Ahri combo, one of the deadliest mid-jungle combos. Definitely going to have to watch out for that one. Lulu bans here for Zeri. Zeri can be paired with so many other things, though. You can even go, engage supports with it.
You can go
Rakan is
Rakan.
available.
Very good with Vi.
Yeah, we haven't seen Rakan in the bans at all or in game yet today, but still definitely possibilities that EG can pull from since they did elect to not go with the full selection of the bot plus support combo in the first round. The denial of the Lulu by Golden Guardians, see what they decide to accompany, and there's the Rakan taken out.
Very good bans from Golden Guardians.
Yeah, especially looking at some counter engage now as well from their side.
Curious what Golden Guardians bot lane is gonna pick. Maybe they will go for Jinx if it's not banned.
Did it feel scared to play Jinx into Vi-Ahri, though? Something super defensive? I know Rakan's already banned, but Xayah has been picked without Rakan sometimes, too.
Yeah. It's definitely scary, but
Yeah,
they also have
they ban.
Tristana, another damage dealer. If you kill Jinx, then Tristana can hit. So, I don't
That's
think
what EG was trying to do. Didn't
True.
quite work out for them. But we'll see. Golden Guardian still looking for a pick for Huhi, who has been so crucial in unlocking from lane and really impacting the rest of the map early. Did so just in the last one.
Yeah.
could just do the Tristana Rel kill bottom lane too, rotate and get Gory a different mid laner.
Ooh, that would be good.
Oh, true. So Rel locked in for Huhi. Still some flexibility offered in where that Tristana could go if Gory doesn't want to bring it down. Nautilus here for Zeri. Capitalize upon some of the engage that he can offer.
All right, what is going to be their blind for someday? Or everything, their answer into the Cassante.
Actually, in Golden Guardians draft, everything is a flex right now. They can play Tristana Rel.
Cassante could be
They
mid.
can play Cassante mids. So it's for sure tricky to pick a top laner on EG side here.
Yeah.
I feel like the last draft was already pretty crazy right off the bat. This one, they're going to switch it around. It's a bit more M. Night Shyamalan twist style with some of the switcheroos with the flexibility, but so far, nothing to tell there just yet. The Scion locked for Evil Geniuses, bringing that tank to the top lane for someday. And now GG with their last lock-in of the draft.
They did it. They rotated it down to Stixxay. Stixxay and Huhi, Tristana Rel kill bottom lane. I love it. So many Zeri picks. Everyone hates Zeri. I hate Zeri so much. I want to see more kill lanes into Zeri. You know, Draven pickers, Tristana plus Rel here. Definitely kill opportunities there.
Gwen was very good here because enemy team, look at their picks. They're Vi, Ahri, they all want to come in and you don't want to go in against Gwen. So definitely a good draft from Golden Guardians. I think they use their flex picks very well. We'll see how they play in game, but I like their drafts.
Yeah. Licorice had some pretty good Gwen against you guys as well, a couple games.
Yeah, we don't have to talk about that.
They're on the receiving end of that Gwen.
Yeah, I'm familiar with this Gwen.
Just let memory fail you a bit. They had some series going on. Gwen was there, but now definitely here for Licorice, and an interesting draft once again from the side of Golden Guardians with so much flexibility. But EG also switching things up, and we'll see if they can even out this series. Not many believed, if you're looking at fan votes and all the official predictions, that Golden Guardians would be pulling ahead here in game number one. Closer. What are you thinking of the start so far?
I didn't believe as well, but now after seeing the draft, it might even be 2-0. So I'm excited for this game.
Building off of the adrenaline that Golden Guardians was able to amount after a game one victory against Evil Geniuses. But time to see if they can run it back. Very different looks though, and especially with an emphasis on the mid-jungle duo. And Kobe, you're talking about the fact that Vi and Ahri being a good combo here. Maybe some work can be done.
Yeah, it's super easy, guaranteed kills at 6. Vi ultimate, Ahri charm, and somebody will die. I'm most curious about the bottom lane though. I'm so hyped to see a bottom lane Tristana with Rel. Rel does not get played a lot, except by very, very aggressive supports looking for kill lanes, and makes me wonder if River is going to make some, flash W plays earlier in this game than normally for Maokai. Normally Maokai is just doing tracking, keeping track of enemy jungler, warding, throwing saplings, but
yeah, it's definitely scary to play Zeri in the bot lane as well. They have hit advantage on Tristana's side as well, so 2v2. I'm curious if there's gonna be fighting going on.
And we're still awaiting for when that fighting will break out. In the meantime, let's hear from EG's coaching staff.
Thank you very much. I'm here with Freeze from EG. Blue side, both game 1 and 2, a lot of different champions. Tell me about the adjustments you made between games.
Yeah, so the first game, I feel like we had a high execution draft where we should have stumbled and gotten Drakes and Heralds, but we traded on objective, and then we didn't use the Herald very well when we could have easily taken a full trade versus Fiora with our swaps, but we managed to not do it. So this game we went for an easier draft where it's kind of like we just have to be aggressive enough, find the windows with engage, and it's much easier to play than the first game, so let's see how the boys do.
All right, a little bit of a team fight comp. What needs to happen in the early game to feel good about this game?
Early game, not much. We just have to wait for our level 6 power spikes, and then we have to find windows on one of them. They did pretty good Tristana flex. That was very good by them. But still, we can find windows on Maokai, you can find windows or Xante or Rel. So basically, waiting level 6 and then just going in.
All right, EG head coach Freeze, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Freeze talking about Evil Genius's decision to go for a draft that had a bit more straightforward execution. Do you feel like that is common after a loss in the first game? Simplify it?
Honestly, that's a very good read from first game. I think they learned their lesson. They need to play you need to play easier things. And this game they went for REY. and we'll see. I like that they read the situation well from the game 1.
EG making the read, keeping inspired around this mid lane with Gory pushed up on this wave against JoJo, but awaiting any potential play.
Oh, he's not spoiled, but it's gonna be hard to kill here.
Gets a similar lock, but no follow-up just yet.
Yeah, gonna be hard to even do any damage there. Gory really, really cautiously playing, backs up immediately too, barely even takes a scratch. And it allows River the full clear on Maokai as well, so he's substantially
definitely ahead on the tempo, yeah.
And Golden Guardians making sure that River was given that breath to do what he wants to do in the jungle and get that clear off of that showing of Inspired across the mid lane.
Now, are they even gonna get the bot scuttle here?
Yeah, they've got bot prio here. Rel comes up.
Yeah.
No smite.
Atreus is trying to pressure him, but they will be able to get this. I mean, this is definitely huge for Golden Guardians early game.
Oh, Gory marked low by
That guy's going in.
Oh.
Vulcan
might
see
lose
River
flash
in
here.
a moment.
Oh, he might even die.
Back, flashing, rooted, knocked up over the wall. Stixay goes. FBI trying to get some burst fire in, but Vulcan, first blood drawn by Golden Guardians.
They get the Tristana kill lane. A kill. You'll love to see it. River slips into the tri-brush as support is roaming back down, so Vulcan walks it right into a trap. Oh my gosh.
Oh, and then is he gonna get a flash here? Okay, he
Oh,
flashes
the charm attempted.
kill.
JoJo, one more slam to do it. River making the work we had.
Everybody predicted EG. Overwhelming. All the analysts, even Cloud9 yesterday, after their wins, they're like, yeah, EG 3-0, stomp, stomp. Golden Guardians are taking it to him, though. River.
I think definitely mistakes by EG, though. That they used one jungler full cleared and the other jungler used his timing to gank Xante mid, which is like he's not gonna die to early ganks.
Yeah.
And River basically full cleared, got his 8th camp by Vulcan here, and then he walked mid after this and somehow got another kill. Definitely a misplay by EG, but I guess good job to Golden Guardians.
Yeah, I feel like there's a lot of tells there too. When you see the Rel moving over towards Tri-Brush as your support is walking back, you have to think, oh, maybe they know something, right?
Because when Vulcan went to the river, he saw that Maokai and Rel getting the scuttle. So he definitely disrespected them a bit by walking back to the Tri-Bush.
It feels like a little bit of like laziness so far from Evil Geniuses and not really respecting what's in front of them.
And Golden Guardians pulling ahead here, 1.1k gold lead at 5.5 minutes with a decent amount of that in the bot lane where they are looking to punish FBI and Vulcan. Closer, a lot have talked about, we were saying earlier on the bot lane and kind of the similarities between them in power level. You are very familiar with a couple players on either side. Do you believe that to be true?
Honestly, screaming Evil Geniuses, I thought their bot lane is performing very well, but game 1, Stixay and Puhi did very well. There's a Goryo's flash.
Strength of those bot lanes and beyond comes into effect around this dragon play. River taking the brunt of the damage, and JoJo goes in with some Foxfire, some Salting thrown down. There's a rocket jump in. E onto Inspire, gonna blast soon, and there's a kill. Who he gets the credit of it onto FBI, and the pursuit is strong. Stixay staying alive and lock onto JoJo. Support more, separate third mid lane. Who's the next ball? JoJo is had. Golden Guardians just coming out on top across.
Oh my goodness. Gory annihilates FBI Cassante Gaming right there, right against the wall, and then Stixay doesn't even go down. Pops the honey fruit, picks up enough honey fruit to survive.
I would have to watch the replay, but I felt like River was too forward there and Ari had his ult.
I thought he was doomed too. He's really far in here. Look how aggressive he goes, and then Zeri's gonna jump over the wall.
Yeah, Ari uses Charm on Cassandra and gets his flash. I thought River is definitely inting here, but I guess Ari has his cooldowns back.
Yeah, your boy Huhi goes in for the counter engage as they're chasing River.
Engage.
It was a massive engage from him, and then they section out Zeri against the wall. And then this, he picks up honey fruit.
On him. This is definitely a tilter.
Yeah, you said immediately, go next.
Yeah.
I feel that right there. Oh my goodness, this early game. This is one of those games where, like, if you're in a scrim, what's your mental like?
You just say GG or remake, and
unfortunately, it is a best of 5 in playoffs to see who will go to Raleigh.
Elimination on the table.
GG is definitely feeling the momentum. You can understand from the player cams as well. But EG is a dangerous team, so they're definitely not out yet.
So how do you break that? If you're over on EG's perspective right now, that's a lot of momentum building for Golden Guardians, smiles across the way, and you need to bring yourself back in emotionally.
Yeah, if you're EG side, it's gonna be hard to take 5v5s right now. Enemy team is 2 ahead, and you have a pick comp with Vi ulti and Ahri ulti. You have to try to make like vision plays, basically. You have to get picks and get yourself gold and try to come back like that. If they take a 5v5 right now, it's not gonna be good for them.
And don't seem to plan on doing so in the near future. Golden Guardians here on the top side as River is focusing on the scuttle to make sure they have full vision at the potential EG lurking around.
They're making a full rotation. FBI came all the way up to bully for this Rift Herald. So Tristana's gonna get turret placed.
Yeah, Tristana's gonna get turret placed. All Licorice has to do is get this wave on top side. I don't think they will be able to kill Licorice. If they defend this top wave and they don't have a Herald play, I don't think Tristana should be moving, actually.
Yeah,
okay, they're gonna decide to fight instead.
Vulcan, FBI, Inspired are out of there. Golden Guardians can continue putting their sights on to the Herald, some zoning off of Someday and Licorice, but
I didn't feel like EG has a Herald play here. If Stixxay just kept pushing, and even if they get the Herald, they will not have a play and they will lose way more, but they decided to secure the Herald.
Yeah, it sounds like because they saw Ahri going to Fog of War towards bottom side, Stixxay was like, you know what, fine, I'll just rotate up. We don't want to, leave an opening for a JoJo play here or anything, and we'll just take the
looking for a play. Gory is aware of it, and he's trying to rotate.
And 4 down here on the bot side for Evil Geniuses, but multiple in the vicinity for Golden
I'm not sure about
Guardians
starting this Drake. Marco is going to have a very good ult angle from here. If Golden Guardians decides to fight this, I think it can be good for them.
Gory's pretty far in mid lane though, so I guess they probably give.
Yeah, they're like, we got what we want, we got their heralds, just farm.
So Evil Geniuses picking that up, didn't end up having any contests in the end. There wasn't any vision really on either side to make that a clear angle of entry for Golden Guardians. So bringing something for EG to look forward to, considering the lead that Golden Guardians have been executing so far. So much of that into the pocket of River specifically.
Yeah, I like that for EG. They're trying to calm it back down. We've got Zeri. We have a Vi Ahri combination. We will be able to kill somebody with that.
This definitely wasn't bad for EG. If you look at the gold lead, you would say, okay, Drake and Herald both gone, but they were able to trade 1-for-1 in the end. They got the Drake, so definitely positive for EG.
So EG still have a condition to get into this with those scaling picks and points of power that will just grow and grow in strength as time goes on. Golden Guardians, though, making more movement across the map. You can see Huki once again unlocking with Stixxay with that movement over towards the mid lane. River entering the jungle of Inspired, as Inspired is currently over on that top side alongside Someday.
Yeah.
Yeah, I feel like it's pretty hard to make a play up there on top side onto the Gwen. The W, very annoying for Vi to deal with, so I think that's a little bit of extra time there will be afforded to a Golden Guardians bottom side play.
They're controlling the map very well. Even if they get Ahri ulti here, so good.
JoJo trying to dash away with the ult, but there's too many members of GG. Stixxay with the kill credit onto JoJo, and that means many plates for the taken of Golden Guardians.
Bad plays from Golden Guardians. They were controlling the jungler from earlier, so they knew that no one was able to help Ahri, and the second they saw JoJo, they're like, these guys didn't think we have to just kill him.
Yeah, I mean, Vi's topside towards a Gwen matchup where it's really hard to make anything happen, and Golden Guardians have Rift Herald too, so you have Tristana plus Rift Herald, that turret doesn't stand a chance. Instantly killed. Not only is it a pick for Golden Guardians, but the tower as well as over 4,000 gold snowball now.
This is a very rough game for EG.
Wow, yeah, that's a big gold lead for Golden Guardians, and coming off the back of that Game 1 victory. When you're looking at Evil Geniuses, even Inspired having a Travis Gafford interview after the loss to Golden Guardians back in Week 5, said, I feel like they're winning right now, but I'm not sure that they'll be good in playoffs. He might put them top 4, but might put other teams in the top as well. So was a bit uncertain then, but is now in a 0-1 deficit in the series against Golden Guardians, a 4.1k gold deficit against them in this game. Golden Guardians proving a lot of strengths for themselves.
Definitely. I don't think anyone expected Golden Guardians to be this dominant today, and it's looking like it's gonna be a 2-0.
It honestly too, it's not anything crazy. It seems like pretty straightforward gameplay here. You know, good choices by them. River full clearing, then sneaking into the tri-brush towards bottom side is what got them the big amount of momentum here and being able to snowball. And now they've got a Riftmaker Gwen already completed in a tank matchup, so that feels super nice. Maokai's super tanky already. Sunfire Rush here even means River will have a decent amount of burn damage, and they can just rotate into the jungle to start taking even more resources away from Evil Geniuses.
The tanks are way too ahead. Only targets that Vi can kill is Tristana, and you don't want to be ulting Tristana.
There we go.
Okay, they're trying to kill Gwen here.
Yeah, Licorice the focus now. Inspired knocking back and
This is a
even
good
committing
kill.
the ultimate to ensure they have victory with the kill.
All right, that's a target they can kill. Gwen down. They got the Gwen. It looks like the other side you're giving up is a 3v2 push on mid will result in maybe some turret plates here for Stixxay. Tristana here will be at least able to knock off one, and Gory's rotating over to continue clearing out these wards around their red quadrant, getting them ready for this dragon.
Definitely a little bit breathing room for EG there. Third time is the charm. It was the third time Inspired went off, and this time we got a kill.
And now at 14 minutes into the game, EG looking for a way to find their footing.
Pretty interesting too, because we had both Stixxay and Licorice on the dive, and they were talking a lot about how confidence makes them play so much better, and how this season, with Golden Guardians being one of their best seasons they've ever had, it felt like they were playing pretty similar, but finding such better results. Do you feel that sort of change on a team, especially towards playoffs as well?
I mean, confidence and momentum is like almost everything, and I think they got momentum in our series, and like game 1 was a little bit close, and they were able to pull it off. And game 2 is looking very dominant for Golden Guardians, so they are definitely feeling themselves right now. Yeah, look at this play. They're going for a very aggressive plays.
Yep.
Very good.
Burning him down, committing for the kill onto FBI across mid lane, and the rotation from Golden Guardians to try to offset the pressure of EG on the top side. Gory going in for it, onto Jojo, Orb doing damage, hook from Vulcan to bring him in, but over the wall we go. Inspired to follow, Gory looking to fall in a moment's time, but does delay it long enough. Jojo getting his little booty out of there after all of the output from Golden Guardians. Oh.
Still a 1-for-1, 1-for-1 kill trade, but GG is gonna get the Herald here.
Yeah, that's what I was
and they're getting top bot tier 2 for Grant. This is huge.
I would not be surprised. Look at these 3 objectives actually that are up. There's Rift Herald, bottom turret, and top turret with a Tristana in your face. That could be 3 objectives taken off of a snowball from the dive mid. Honestly, I love seeing Xerxes get killed like that. 3 people immediately hard CC onto her, getting killed, and the rewards are big.
I mean, maybe it doesn't look that bad, but Golden Guardians went mid, dived Zeri, got his bot summoners, killed him, went top, got a kill, got Heralds, bot tier 2, top tier 1. They are just dominating the map right now, and EG doesn't have any play.
Yeah, I especially love, you know, the confidence here. They lock the rel, they rotate the Tristana to bottom lane, they keep going for the engages. Then here on top side, Gory, he says, hey, the entire team is roaming up. So Gory's setting up this whole time. He takes a big chunk here though. There's a good hook from Vulcan, but he escapes with his ultimate over to his team to be able to isolate here and kill Inspired. Inspired flashing to get the 1-for-1.
And at the end of this, Golden Guardians able to make their way towards that dragon on the bot side to continue granting themselves some pressure elsewhere. Evil Geniuses continuing to offer their services on the top side, though, to take down this turret. Jojo putting in the last work to finish it off. So Evil Geniuses getting their first turret of the game, actually, though. Golden Guardians have had such control of the map, not just with breaking down through the lanes, but even extending their vision throughout.
Yeah, and the only reason they got that turret is because Golden Guardians are picking up Dragon and taking 2 mid.
Now they're gonna go second turret.
At least 2 here. Herald Charge plus Tristana.
They're playing the map very well, and they're not leaving any room for EG to breathe.
Oh, Stixay going in. River
Jojo is
trying
TPing
to
behind.
initiate double TP from both sides. Jojo coming in with a dash,
He
a
has the
root
damage.
onto Licorice, but Stixay's over the wall, wanting to finish off Someday, but Inspired and Jojo have to back off with the remaining members of Evil Geniuses. They are down 2. Jojo's charm does not connect, so GG, just a couple hanging out, just having a good time, waiting for this wave to come up alongside River with a charge here on the Rift Herald again to blast through the inhibitor turret.
That right there exemplifies the state this game is in. I feel like that's so insulting. It just thought it jumps in your base, just wiggling around in front of the wall.
Normally when our TP is like that and you are clumped, that's scary, but Evil Geniuses right now has 0 damage to kill them.
Yeah, they started out on the tank here. Scissors doing their work, starting to chop through. Malachi ult.
I like the confidence from Golden Guardians. They are taking every single fight and opportunity they have. Very good to see.
Making sure to press forward with that aggressive mindset. Stixay doing so again and so continuously throughout this season.
Yeah, and then waiting for his pass out. He's got plenty of members of his team that could jump over the wall. And Evil Geniuses know it. Wow, what? This is so unexpected as far as this series. So many people, so heavily Evil Geniuses favored. But we're at a 7,000 gold lead at only 18.5 minutes. Like, Baron's not even on the table. And look at their items. There's 2-item Tristana already. 2 items on multiple members here for Golden Guardians.
It's gonna be very easy to execute Nash play as well when they're ahead, because Malachi can just put down the saplings and they can just finish it. So
yeah, their turn off of Baron is so good with Maokai, with Rel here. The guaranteed engages, that confidence they've been playing with. They can easily get picks.
And Golden Guardians keeping up the pressure over on top side with 4 members, and Licorice teleport at the ready, matched by Inspired, and Someday throws down the needlework. There's the charged up Q to try and slam down. The hollowed miss, not enough to keep him protected, but that's a lot of soaking up of HP and some damage ditched back, but can't finish it off. All the while, Golden Guardians still on that top side, still multiple members pushing up this wave and wanting to offer as much pressure in that sacrifice.
the sad part about these plays is like they're killing Licorice, but the gold trade is always worse for them. But they don't really have any play left in the map, so only like they're gonna lose that turret anyway. So it's good that they found the kill here and trade some gold.
Yeah, it's not like some massive comeback, but when that's all that you can do,
yeah,
there's not much else on the map that they can do, but they can kill that Gwen.
Yeah.
It is wild how much work Golden Guardians have put in here as we are just hitting 20 minutes and already a naked inhib across mid.
And it's pretty easy for them to start up Baron without even having to commit to it because their front line is so
They
strong.
can just tank it forever.
Exactly.
Without taking damage.
And kind of posturing around it for now. Someday getting sight of River. But in the end, you're also looking at the way these soul laners from GG get unlocked. Gory having a really good time just isolating some of these targets against EG and now join the party.
Their target is Nash right now. If Gwen didn't even go bot to push it, he's instantly here. They want to push down mid and top and start this Nash.
And look for the turn as well. Keep your eyes. Huhi ready. River ultimate on the Maokai.
Oh. He's looking for the angle.
They know he has no vision.
River.
They know they have no vision. He wants to go.
Multiple control. There he goes. Hui with the play and the jump in to follow. It's burned HP bars for EG. They ain't got no FBI to hold up the mantle for them. Licorice getting the kill onto Vulcan and Jojo zoned out by Gory. It's Someday left alone as Inspired retreats into the base. Golden Guardians clean, clean, clean.
Golden Guardians demand respect right now. Oh my goodness. Huhi just walks up. They've got vision coverage through the blue pit here. And they're going to start up the Baron. Blast cone pops.
Ooh, Jojo, TP utilized. EG just know how much pressure Golden Guardians have had and have to remain around to see if they can make some kind of face at Golden Guardians. Jojo being careful of Gory. Inspired making his way from mid. You can see Vulcan trying to make as close as he can to the team as possible in case a fight breaks out immediately after. But that's just a Baron for Golden Guardians. A 10k gold difference and a big balloon of the confidence.
Huhi here just sweeps the whole area. He knows that it's not worth it, so he goes for a very good engage. I mean, beautiful.
Yeah, and look at the minimap. Inspired was all the way up at the Tri-Brush. He was looking for a super long wraparound. but the entire team is dead by the time he gets there.
He was trying to find vision to see if enemy teams start a Nash, because if they get pushed back in their jungle, it's gonna be very hard to get that area back and get Baron vision. So, but Buhi found the angle before they start Nash.
Yeah, look at the Baron right now with how many wards. There's all 5 people's control wards all over the place behind it. And they're not even rushing towards Dragon. They don't feel like they want to waste any time of the Baron.
Yeah.
Now, trying to get as much value right off the bat. 2 minutes remaining on that Red Bull Baron buff. So EG just have to posture against Golden Guardians. Licorice and Huhi hitting some career high stats for themselves in this game of 12 kills. Inspired, though, wants to find the angle, but again, look at the warding that's just coming out of Golden Guardians, catching every possible entry of the opposition. Inspired, now sought out by River and Licorice, who walked down. Maokai ultimate coming through. Golden Guardians want to try and turn this towards the isolated pick, flash away from Inspired, creating as much distance as he possibly can, but there's 2 Golden Guardians on him. The rest of Golden Guardians still focusing on that bot side. They still have the buff available and want to get that value. 4 members of Evil Geniuses to offset them on bot, but they have some support for Golden Guardians coming on through. Huhi, another monstrous engage for he and the rest of the squad as Golden Guardians with the lockdown River way downtown with the pursuit onto FBI and Vulcan. Vulcan, a teeny tiny bit of HP to his name. That one little sapling blow would do it, but don't even have to reach just yet. Someday, completely zoned up by Huhi. River just wants to get the kill and finally feels the thrill of it. Huhi risking going low, but cannot die because guess what? It's Golden Guardians out on top in the fight, out on top in the series so far. What a game for them as they knock on the Nexus door of Evil Geniuses for a second time.
That's the Golden Guardians. They're playing very well.
Massive statement from the Golden Guardians. Not just a 2-0 lead in this series, but an emphatic win in this game. And
24 minutes game, yeah.
6A still has not died. This was a 7-kill deathless game from him. He didn't die in the last one either on the carries. I talked in game number 1 about Golden Guardians. One of the most underrated things about this team is their versatility. The amount of champions every one of their players plays in different roles. And they utilized it here in draft phase. This is basically adopting the beginning of the EG draft from game number 1 with a way better turn at the end, rotating the Tristana bot, getting that AP damage threat from the Gwen on top side into a good tank matchup for themselves, and executing on stage.
That was beautiful.
So, but really, they got their power from beating you guys. So you guys are helping Golden Guardians get to this point. You gave them the confidence.
You're fulfilling the underdog arc of Golden Guardians here. I mean, just looking at what they were able to do in the 4th fastest game of the split. That's what that just was. And the dominance, that's got to get in the head of EG, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's 2-0, one more, and you're out of the splits. So, I mean, Golden Guardians has a crazy momentum right now. EG really has to play very well if they want to come back. But right now, it seems like Golden Guardians is just better.
What a time, what a time. Thank you for joining us here for game number 2. For everyone at home, LCS en Español, vive la LCS, baby! LCS en Español is the official Spanish language stream of the LCS. This new viewing experience is live on LLA's Twitch and YouTube channels right now. Scan the QR code or go to lolesports.com to learn more. I know we will continue seeing you throughout the day. For now, let's head on over to the LCS Lounge to break that one down.
Thank you.
Welcome back to the LCS Lounge.
Oh my God.
We're gonna go over some stuff on this iPad. I think it's an iPad. I don't know what it is. Anyway, what a game. 2-0 for Golden Guardians. But I think it started with this draft, and the biggest thing was the ability to have flex picks. So I think because these two were picked together by EG to go mid-jungle, that might have surprised EG. But in fact, this Trist was going bottom lane, the Cassante was coming mid, and then the 5th pick was going top. So what this means is pretty much everything EG picked had to be blind based on the way GG was able to structure this draft.
Yeah, and this is just amazing from Golden Guardians because throughout the split, my criticism was the fact that they don't flex. But this is the best flexing I've seen in the playoffs so far.
Golden Guardians just a best of 5 team. Like, I don't think any of us predicted that, but their drafts are crazy because the other thing was that based off I don't think they even thought it was a flex based off the Sion pick because they thought it was 100% going to be a full physical damage team because Cassante top, Tristana mid, and whatever AD carry is going to come in bottom. So that's why you take the Sion blind into the self-counter pick of what would typically be a Cassante. But
so good.
The Gwen comes through, that gives them the damage profiles that they need. And then, I mean, forget the draft. The in-game play was crazy.
Yeah.
This was River at his best, honestly. The fact that he was able to get this. So yes, Tribush, that was on fire. River says, you know what? I'm not done just yet. I'm going straight mid. Do the same thing.
Abs straight topside. This is stuff that I've absolutely loved to see from River. And this is why when people were like, oh, River is one of the top junglers in the LCS, it was because he understood when he could come up with creative gank paths like this. So immediately helps out with the thing bot, then immediately goes mid, gets a kill there, sets up Gory for success really early. It was great.
Pause here, actually. So pause here. Go back a little bit more. Because right off the top, River's out of position, but JoJo, when they were making a catch on towards Gory, had already used Charm. Vulcan, when he got caught off initially, had used the auto on Maokai and already used Q. And then the same had been used on Inspire. So they actually have no one to punish River when he was out of position and walking back. So he gets it back into position, and Golden Guardian's able to take the fight.
I mean, the other thing, too, is who he is. You roll this out. His rel was disgusting. We haven't seen this champion forever, and, like, not only in this one play where he gets a big flash stun chain combo with River coming in as well. Just so much good splitting the fight, actually. They almost killed multiple people, and then Stixley the kite out here for the honey fruit gaming.
Yeah.
But, yeah, like, Huhi was doing that over and over again in all these fights.
I thought you were going to circle
that's a smiley face.
That's a smiley
Look,
face.
Your AG prediction.
Yes.
If you're a Golden Guardians fan, that's a smiley face.
Okay, fine.
Biased.
There we go. Draw a smiley face for us. Thank you. I appreciate that.
I mean, they picked them apart. There's, like, not that much to honestly break down after the first 10, 15 minutes. They just got slaughtered. The only thing they could do was just attack Licorice on the weak side, but every time they did that,
Pause here. This is just such a great setup because he's been looking for this flank. He's about to come over and rel right in here, and then everyone just files in. It's great. We can roll it now. Yeah.
And with the setup they have, the control ward that covers him, yes, don't see him coming.
That's classic Rel, man. It's one of those things that Huhi, we had their graphic earlier, he's the 6th most played player in the LCS in terms of overall games.
Yeah.
So he knows all these different game states and all these different drafts. And you need to not be grouping up like that against Rel, but you could see EG was just kind of shell-shocked the whole game.
Look at only 2 Drakes taken in 24 minutes. I respect it. Golden Guardians like, man, we can just keep murdering these fools. We don't need to go stack dragons to win this game or anything.
17K on the Tristana, too. Like, if you are able to perform like this, on a pick that's completely new, I mean, like, we haven't seen Tristana in the bot lane for a while, then this just changes it where red side is much more beneficial.
Yeah.
It's not about side selection anymore, where in the past, in the first round, we were seeing a lot of blue side priority. Now, it's just on Evil Geniuses to recognize the flex picks that Golden Guardians can take. A lot of them you can't really expect because they haven't done this before. It's really tough for them. And yeah, they've selected red side.
And it makes sense, actually. They won all 3 of their red side games in the last round. One other thing we do want to point out, though, is even though Golden Guardians themselves don't have any titles, their players are all very accomplished. So they are not going to be scared of this moment being up 2-0 against EG.
And I think for, NA fans who haven't watched a ton of international, you don't know how accomplished River is as a player in, like, leading teams in playoff pushes, in international play as well. Like, this is a guy who can, be the captain for a series. And I think the Maokai plays early on show that he has an idea of how to attack a team.
Yeah, and I mean, when we talk about confidence, they have it. Throughout their players. And for me, I'm looking at
We had it too.
Oh, I don't have any confidence.
Team.
Move this.
Let's go.
I'm actually, I'm here now.
I feel bad for Closer because we kind of bullied him into changing his prediction to 3-0.
Right, GG 3-0.
If producers can help a brother out, if they can help a brother out, like anybody.
Raz, are you flip-flopping?
Why can't everybody has to flip-flop?
Okay, Raz, what's your new prediction?
Oh, it's a 3-0.
Okay, Emily?
Ooh. Oh, man. Am I flip-flopping? You know what? I'm actually really big on owning my L's, so I feel like I'm not going to switch. Obviously, I already lost.
That would be the way to own your L, is by switching.
Yeah.
Actually,
no, I mean, I own when I'm wrong, Raz.
So you're just going full Titanic.
Yeah, exactly.
And I'm going to say I still
I'm
think
sinking ship.
my new prediction is going to be that we're going to see a reverse sweep. And here's why.
Ooh.
It's because I think there's been huge draft gaps in the first 2 games. Triple AD carry was bad. The flex surprised them. EG hasn't been able to get their feet on the ground. So I'm really looking forward to game 3. We'll see if it's a sweep or if it's a reverse. So against all odds, we are at match point in this series. Can EG come back from 0-2? Find out after the break.
Jojo goes in with some Foxfire, some Salping thrown down. There's a rocket jump in. E onto Inspire, gonna blast soon, and there's a kill. Who he gets the credit of it onto FBI, and the pursuit is strong. Stixxay staying alive and lock onto Jojo. Support more, separate third mid lane. Who's the next ball? Jojo is had. He's looking for the angles.
They know he has no vision. They know they have no vision. He wants to go.
Multiple control. There he goes. Hui with the play and the jump in to follow. It's burned HP bars for EG. They ain't got no FBI to hold up the mantle for them. Licorice getting the kill onto Vulcan, and Jojo zoned out by Gory.
Welcome back, everybody, and Golden Guardians are at match point after what was a colossal stomp in Game 2.
Just expected.
we have a closer here to bring us back. We're going into Champ Select soon. So what are your thoughts going into this draft?
I mean, honestly, game 2 was a draft kingdom by Golden Guardians.
Yes.
They used the Tristana flex very well. So, like, players are just feeling themselves right now.
Yeah, they can see that. Inspired, supposedly, like I saw him walking off. They showed on broadcast, looked super tilted. Jack, you say you saw him in the back.
I saw him walking back to stage with the team. They did look more focused than when they were leaving. Obviously, they have that 10 minutes in between games to try and refine themselves. And I do wonder how much they're just kind of saying that they were bad drafts, we need to play better, or if they're thinking that they're tilted. That's the question.
I think they're aware of their mistakes. Like, okay, River got 2 kills early game, but Nautilus Vulcan saw them, they are doing crap, and then he died anyway. And then Jojo saw him on a ward, and he died anyway. So I can see why Inspire is pissed.
Yep. Feels pretty bad as a jungler when something like that happens.
They're trying to calm him down with whatever they're giving him.
Hey, you've been in this situation before. Like, what is that discussion? Like, I know, like, you've joked, like, we have to play like human.
Yeah.
But, like, what goes on backstage when you are down 0-2 in a series?
That's what I would say. I would say we just need to play better. It's not about draft. It's not about anything. Like, let's lose because of the draft. That wasn't a loss because of the draft. That was because of the plays that they are making.
Yeah, I mean, like we were talking about how Gigabrain it was, and they did all this stuff in the draft, blah blah blah. But then, you know, like if you give up kills, like you're talking about, it doesn't super matter. So they did go red side this time. I do think it is smart to get off blue side after the 0-2. It felt like they're getting taken advantage of. Yeah.
So Wukong being banned alongside Vi, Maokai's been the first pick throughout. Anything you want to response here, closer?
What do you go for?
Sejuani is available.
Maybe Sejuani. I would pick Viego or Lee Sin here, but I don't think EG will choose that route. I think it's just Sejuani from Inspired.
Oh, I'm surprised they slammed the Zeri again after having a pretty rough go of it in the previous game.
But this time they slammed it with Lulu. Maybe they said that, yeah, Zeri without Lulu is not good, but we'll see. I really like this flex from Golden Guardians. I think they can use this flex into Zeri as well. I remember it used to be like a fine matchup into Zeri.
And it's something that I wouldn't have expected. Like the Tristana pick, now it really challenges FBI alongside Jojo. Jojo expected it to be that matchup, but now FBI has to think about like, okay, like Tristana, I probably haven't played it against it in a long time. What picks do I want versus it if it's going bot lane?
Yeah, I mean, Tristana is also a champion that has a lot of kill threat if you're not prepared for it. There are a lot of like combos with supports. Alistar Tristana way back in the day would like destroy Kalista lanes and stuff like that. And here, you know, like with the Rel is another old combo that, you know, Huki with his all those games played could reach into the tank and pull out. So they're gonna go with the flex picks again, man.
Yeah.
It's the same thing.
It's the same draft.
Yeah.
So far.
It's interesting though because they are on blue side, so EG should be able to ban out stuff like the Gwen, which was kind of a pivot point in the last draft, and they can save their 5th for a counter pick once they know the entire GG.
Now that they're red side, the flex doesn't matter that much. Oh my! They're just gonna instantly.
They're just gonna.
Oh my God! It's just
but
that easy.
They can go. Okay, they need to ban Gwen on 4-5 here.
Yeah,
they need to ban Silas or Malphite ult.
100%.
I don't like this Malphite. I don't like it.
This is such a big moment. Like we've been talking about EG all year and how we've been giving them credit for what they accomplished last year. Because if you just hone in on what they've done in the spring split, even in their wins, they weren't looking that solid. Like this is actually the make or break game. I think there's still a chance that they could pull something out in this draft in this game, get a reverse sweep, and make a run. But if they lose, the entire split is a failure.
Now, Closer, you're in the position of evil geniuses, and like, look how many junglers are being banned. I'm expecting a little bit more. The Malphite's been locked in. Like, what are you afraid of with the draft that you're in right now? Because you didn't like the Malphite pick this early.
I feel like when you're red side, even though enemy team is flexing stuff like they will need to show their flex. They cannot hold on to it on blue side. They will need to expose their flex. So I will just pick Sejuani that I don't think enemy team is gonna ban Malphite. Even if they ban, just pick something other, like some other tank if you want. Now, maybe they will go for Jarvan, maybe they will go for Viego. He's hovering Kha'Zix.
I mean,
maybe he just wants to go
FBI's
home.
a bit of a draft.
Yeah, definitely jungle here, and then they're going to need Jojo to be on something with a pretty good chunk of damage.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
What carry jungler can work? Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah.
Hey, it's like the closer said. There you go. And even before show, you were talking about how like Inspired's more of a Sejuani player, even though the meta started shifting to things like Viego and Lee Sin that you started playing. You know, he was still preferring the tank jungle.
I mean, he used to play this champion, so I think he can pull it off. They have like a good reset comp already for Viego. Like Malphite is gonna go in and create some space for him to collect some free kills or free souls.
They probably go for something like, I'm looking, Ari's a potential. They've gone big. Oh my god.
What can't Licorice play? Oh my god.
I mean, are they gonna flex the Malphite mid? Like, that is not a good matchup for Malphite.
Yeah,
this is what we were talking earlier. Like, can you blind Malphite? We were generally thinking no. Like, there's so many things you can play against it.
Yeah, I mean, like, the Gwen wasn't even banned. They were, like, willing to risk that. And Licorice just went even harder on the counter pick angle.
Oh my god!
No.
That's a Maokai support or a Mumu support? It's a Mumu.
That's a Mumu support.
Yes.
Golden Guy is bot lane definitely feeling themselves.
Give me anything.
Like, it feels like just give me anything. I can lane with it. I can win the game with it.
I mean, this is a bit of an ego draft. By Golden Guardians. They put there's been a progression. Game 1 was kind of all over the place. They did the Fiora instead of the Scion. Game 2 they pulled off the triple flex. Now they're like, nah, Rumble a Mumu.
Okay.
Thoughts with the Lissandra now? Who do you think has won the draft? And just. I'll go to you closer for this.
I like EG's draft more, to be honest. I think they have a very good, solid reset comp for Viego. In this draft, Inspire needs to shine, and Zeri is going to take over mid to late game. But I think this draft is looking a lot for Inspire to make plays and force something. I like EG's draft. I feel like Golden Gun is bot lane. Maybe they can find like all-in angles, but Zeri Lulu is just better.
As a jungler, where are you going early game with Viego here?
I'm going towards bot. I think my bot lane will be winning that matchup if I give them vision, and top lane just doesn't matter.
I mean, that's the jungle angle for me. My eyes are on Huhi, man. He took over that last game. We've been hyping him up all day, and now on the Amumu pick, he loves roaming, so I expect to see him pair up with River and try and influence some of these other lanes.
All right, we're at match point. Golden Guardians have EG by the throat. We're gonna send this one to the casters and hear what their take is on this.
Rumble?
My take is that the drafts do not disappoint, Kobe. The drafts do not disappoint.
I love Licorice, okay? Pulling out the Rumble, this has been, majority is just solo queue right now. On 13.5, it did get buffed. They actually doubled the magic resist shred on harpoons. So from one harpoon is 20% now from 10%. If you hit both, it went from 20% to 40%. So some massive, massive magic shred is possible if you're able to hit both of your harpoons. But even barring that, it's still been mostly solo queue, like Lorlo is spamming it and, random streamers and stuff, except for the LPL, like OMG plays it a bunch, but that's just because they have Shanji. Besides that, it's mostly solo queue. So I love how confident Licorice is. And honestly, like after the series versus 100 Thieves, where they enabled him to start picking carry champions, it is such a glow up from him, because the beginning of the split, if you remember back, Licorice was the Golden Guardian member who was probably getting flamed by the community the most, even when they were having their big run. And for him to be such a huge part of their draft flexibility and from their carry potential now is such a cool story.
And I have been watching Licorice for a long time, Kobe. Back in the amateur days, was casting some of his games. So I am beyond thrilled to see him showcasing that flexibility that he has had in the past and really approaching the game with a very mental mindset. In fact, there was an interview he did earlier back in February that was emphasizing the fact that he really prioritized wanting to get his mental ready and making sure he was ready for the stage, and that it wasn't about having these mistakes and really thinking too much about it. He wants to get in the zone, and I feel like he's doing so today.
All right, well, let's see if he's able to abuse that overheat zone versus Someday.
Attempts to do so.
Big thing about Rumble is that he's always going to push the lane with Flame Spitter, going for harassment. Licorice, though, goes past the minion wave.
Trying to get that work onto Someday. Someday marked down to half, but on both sides, popping the pots to keep sustaining into it, and the farm advantage off of that burn.
He's got a ward already, up in the river here to be able to see if someone comes to gank him, because you do play Rumble very aggressively. As you say, he pretty much always pushes. It's really hard to avoid pushing on an AoE champion like that. Whenever you have a matchup like that, that's volatile, that could be abusive, you have to worry about junglers. Inspired's just going to finish his red and wrap around. So he thinks that there's a ward in Tribrush. River, though, is also attracted to the volatile lane and the pushing Rumble.
Asking
find.
for assistance here on Inspired, who throws out the Herald Path to retreat effectively.
Great tracking and defense here from River, marking the enemy jungle. Maokai versus Viego, you don't want to fight him, you just want to see him and track him for your aggressive lanes. So good little trap here by him, dropping some extra saplings too to make sure that they don't disrupt the Rumble lane phase up on top side and allow Licorice to really get the value out of that counter pick. Plus, since it was just a full red quadrant clear for River, very efficient on the Maokai too. After his warding and sapling duty and tracking enemy jungler, he can just now finish off his blue quadrant.
And I mean, going into this game where there's so much stakes on the table, not as aggressive move from either side, kind of going to the lanes and starting traditionally. Ori marked down low against this range, but River again over on the top side, working his way through try. They did have the vision in their favor, and some days already marked low, but Licorice as well.
All right, so they just want to trap here. Rumble push wave. Maokai saplings try and stop him. The Maokai alone might have a hard time soloing him, but it looks like...
Run, going for it onto Someday, though, and no mana at the ready. Someday stepping into the range. Oh, the flash! That was a close one, Kobe, but trading the summoners to keep Someday alive.
Super close, because Someday did such a good job there, holding until the last second. Inspired, though, is wrapping up. Holding until the last second, because he knows River's going to try and Q flash on him, and so he flashes just at the right time there to get River's flash, as well as avoiding the Q flash from Maokai. So good job there by Someday, not dying. And Inspired's going to be able to tax a little bit. He counter jungles the Maokai. River spent a lot of time up there and didn't finish clearing his blue quadrant. So River is going to be heavily, heavily behind Inspired now, who is able to counter jungle pretty substantially and get double crab on top of that.
And Inspired on the Viego pick, somebody who can really pop off once he gets going.
Yeah, the analyst has touched on it a little bit, talking about Inspired. You know, he's played Viego before. He actually played Viego in LEC when he was LEC MVP on the champion. Massive carry performances with Viego way back before he even came over here. So see if he can have one of those types of performances to keep Evil Genius's hopes in this series alive. Because up until now, Golden Guardians have just been smashing them. River does go over the ward, unbeknownst to Golden Guardians.
So seeing as he's paying even more attention over on this top side, uses the blast cone to
Bring around the Rosie.
River once again, seen by all the warding through. But very different look when a lot of these teams, we discuss the fact that there's that emphasis on bot side. That's where a lot of the attention is being drawn. So many of the junglers spending all their time down there. But here we have a game with Licorice, really enabled on a different pick. And now River giving him due justice.
Yeah, I absolutely love how Golden Guardians are flexing in this series and making a lot of it about smashing in draft and really valuing and respecting counter picks and flex picks. And Licorice and the team are kind of playing around it. Now, at the moment, River is kind of paying for Licorice's ability to exact full aggressiveness out of this counter pick and is getting decently behind, but is just a tanked Maokai, so unless he feeds over an early kill to the Viego, should be able to still operate within team fights.
So neutral territory so far, and when you're thinking about it from the state of the series coming into this, you can see everyone emphasizing how strong Golden Guardians have been. Evil Geniuses slowing things down a tad and making sure that GG can't make any super aggressive plays right off the top is definitely a win for them to get their footing.
Yeah, and Inspired gonna get level 6 on a pretty quick curve, honestly, with the Viego. That control ward up by his Krugs does see him, so they spotted him. They should be able to track him. Little ping down there as well. I think he leaves it for Someday to clear. It's like, I got better stuff to do. Golden Guardians will take the opportunity, though. Guess what? They saw your jungler, and they instantly tank the dragon.
Secured with the rotation from Stixxay and Huhi into this bot side jungle. You can see the warding from EG's side kind of remaining at the line of scrimmage. So first dragon over to Golden Guardians.
Yeah, like that. Playing off their Krug ward information. And there it is, the early level 6 for Inspired. But dragon acquired for Golden Guardians. They'll put one down in the bank for a little later.
But EG stepping into territory very different from games 1 and 2. Looking at their last series where they 3-0'd, they were entirely on the red side after so many series where it was all blue side wins, or nearly almost all of them. So do you think this reversion to putting Inspired on a pick like Viego and really switching things up in the draft and going over to red side will be enough for them to get that stability in the series?
Yeah, they're gonna have to improve their play also. You know, a lot of focus is on the draft and on side selection so far in this series, but EG have just straight up made some pretty big mistakes with information that was in front of them. So definitely gonna have to clean up that play, and they've got the stuff to do it. You know, putting Inspired on a Viego, a reset champion, when you've got a Malphite ultimate and a Lissandra ult to play off of, those are two very supportive solo lanes.
The equalizer coming down from Licorice, so Someday also has to ult out, ult for ult traded on the top side.
Yeah, so much for that tool. Inspired, though, is going to go in, start up this red buff steal.
Oh, there's the lock from Maria. Tristana going in, knock away, stun onto Inspired, but Inspired, even with the wild growth, still has an ADC on his back. Stixxay throwing out the autos onto Vulcan, and Inspired by FBI has made his way through with the Ultra Shock laser. Stixxay flashing away, ult already utilized, not much escape tools available, and there's first blood for FBI, wanting to continue the onslaught. Polymorph onto Hui. Inspired gets the credit for the second kill. It's the 2-for-1 trade across so far, and River and Licorice on the top side, now isolating Someday under the turret. We went from nothing to so much blood across the map, Kobe.
That was so close. Inspired, single digits HP, escaping there from the Golden Guardians bottom lane. Golden Guardians, massive attempt at a defense on their weak side. They sent River topside. They were trying to pull off that dive play from the very beginning, but their bottom lane actually opted to try and defend red and almost pulled it out on the weak side of the map. Look at this. With the Amumu having level 6, they have so much threat on Inspired, so Hui nails it. He goes in, bandage number 1 into Amumu ultimate with the explosive shot reset. Stixxay jumps in again, and then I want to see the HP on this, because even with heal on the reset here, Inspired tries to ult Stixxay, but he flashes it, and the last auto just barely doesn't kill him. Then Hui tries to flash forward too, and it ends up being 2 kills for Evil Geniuses, but it is so close there. Yeah, he can smile about that one. Vulcan, very happy about those kills on the bottom side. They still got the successful dive on top side for Golden Guardians there and got the kill onto Licorice, so that rumble definitely will be a problem for Dragon Fight number 2.
And meanwhile, Gory and Jojo going at it in the mid lane. Gory now with a kill for himself, and Jojo down a death. It was aggression everywhere for both of these teams, but it means that the gold is still even as we crest over 10 minutes here, Kobe.
All right. Kills for Evil Geniuses where they want them. Again, their bottom side of the map. Inspired plus FBI are going to be the ones that have to hard carry this game. Those have to be big DPS output because they went with 2 solo laners that are kind of set up solo laners, teamfight solo laners. And so very nice to get those early, that early kill onto the Zeri plus the assist, the other kill going on to Inspired, the other big carry for them. It is a reset though. They're rotating everybody up to the top half of the map here,
which is important to consider when looking at Someday on this Malphite with the ultimate at the ready, because in the previous series had some very effective usage of it in team fights and offsetting any pressure. And Golden Guardians in this game, I'm sure, is what he's looking to do.
Yeah, he definitely wants to shine in the team fights because he got counterpicked and he's not going to shine in lane phase. This Malphite is going to get roasted over and over in lane phase, and so he's hoping, yeah, I'm going to have a big Malphite ultimate. Don't worry. I will give you some value for this pick. Gory here, you can tell by the movement that he's kind of baiting, so Inspired does not take that bait. I like the move because River had full control of the bottom side here with those saplings and with the extra vision. That Rift Herald that they got off of that top side play where they got Rift Herald into the dive is used bottom for the Tristana.
Aw, lock onto Gory. Jojo and Inspired are going for it, but they just want to keep him off of it because dropping that Rift Herald on the bot side is where most attention is drawn by these two. A stun onto FBI and Vulcan, but ultimate activated by FBI. River in the vicinity are looking to do so.
I love the Tristana disengage ability versus Zeri. Now FBI in trouble.
Oh, there's the lock. FBI just surrounded by Golden Guardians, and this is ahead of the Dragon. That's why so much attention was spent down here.
FBI, that was a critical error. River, nice dodge on the Q here from Inspired, trying to harass him, but what a massive, massive error for Evil Geniuses. FBI up here against the wall by River, gets immediately bandage tossed into Maokai, blown up.
Oh, Evil Geniuses. When you lose the carry, that means Golden Guardians bring that gold swinging into their favor, 1.2k, but the Dragon itself now focused by EG. This will tie it up 1-1 on the Dragon scoreboard, but all the while, the solo action along mid continues. JoJo flashing out of the way of Gory, was wanting to go for it again, and all the while, EG securing that Dragon.
Yeah, nice R from Gory there, not allowing JoJo to take the claw. Gets him with the R and forces the flash eventually. So small cooldown victory there for the Cassante. Golden Guardians on the reset and rotate upside. Guess what? This Malphite is in trouble.
River's trying to set it up someday. Again, having to use his ultimate defensively. Multiple members from EG means teleport as well to even out the numbers on the map a bit because of EG pressuring that bot side.
Yeah, I think they're going to rumble ults down on bottom side. They just teleported Licorice here, cleared those minion waves. Yeah, good job there by Licorice. So the other big thing about Rumble, this ultimate is so good because it's a very low cooldown and can annihilate minion waves. So they make the rotation to the top side, but no, he's going to give it all away now. It's Gonzaga.
Oh no, Vulcan and Inspired. Your polymorph Licorice can't escape, knows he's not long for this world. Keeps him away on that turret for some time, but now they do have that wave to be able to finish it off.
He got the teleported down, he got the minion wave, but then went back in over the wall. Sweeper for EG finds him. Gory trying to fish around for something here, but they don't have a lot with them, so it is going to be EG taking the tower as well as the kill on the Rumble, who also used teleport getting down here. Everybody else should be fine.
Ooh, a sweaty game we got on our hands. A turret for each team, a dragon for each team. EG looking for another kill to put on the scoreboard. Frozen Tomb onto who he used, and that is a dead Amumu. Sad the whole time through.
Yeah, support Amumu wants friends even more than jungle Amumu wants friends. Going to ward by yourself like that is almost a death wish. You have no escapes, so very, very reckless play from the Golden Guardian support this time around. Who he gives over kind of a freebie, waddling up on the support of Amumu. He doesn't burn his flash or anything because he knows he's dead though, so it is just the kill gold.
I guess Amumu would be the kind of champion to want to make friends with the enemy team, go searching. Let's be friends forever. But didn't have enough existing friends on his side in that regard, but just the gold, as you said. Licorice here with Someday once again. Teleport by EG over the wall. Someday going for the initiation with the unstoppable, and Licorice still trying to escape. Throws down the equalizer to slow down JoJo, and Someday by enough time for Huhi to come through. Stixay also in the river side. Enough damage to follow up if EG did pursue Licorice. So in the end, GG get him out of there. But now the Rift Herald is what is up for grabs.
Yeah, there's no Rumble ultimate for this, but there's also no Malphite ultimate, which actually looks pretty favorable here. Golden Guardians started right up. Nice stuff for them. Licorice escapes, gets the extra summoner spell blown, and they still get the objective for Golden Guardians. So as much work as the Evil Geniuses have done in this game to try and get themselves some hope in this series, Golden Guardians still push their lead ahead.
They'll definitely be cracking that lead further and further against EG once they drop that Rift Herald down. For EG's side, though, you're looking at some strength coming out of Inspired. 3 kills. Already working into some itemization for the later parts in the game, but they still need an opportunity to get into these fights and really pick off some members of Golden Guardians.
Yeah, he's going to have to do a lot of work here on the Ruined King. Honestly, bottom side should be easy for them to set up some deeper wards. I like that because they do have possibilities of a lot of possibilities of picking people off. Kind of a power move here from EG to get a little bit deeper. They set up another attempt.
So they wanted to grab River here. We're waiting in the bush to do so, but off of that is the vision that they have extended for the side of EG. Golden Guardians now trying to push past it to keep EG out of their own jungle.
And everybody is going to have everything available except for the Rumble Flash for this dragon fight. So should be able to actually fight this one. Malphite ultimate just came up now for Someday. He just hit level 11 on. So both top laners with rank 2 in their ultimates.
Jojo taking some attention from Licorice here.
Golden Guardians, though, with the recalls that we're seeing now from Evil Geniuses, Golden Guardians for sure going to have first setup. And honestly, EG probably think it's just too risky fighting into the darkness here. You're against the Maokai ultimate, into a Mumu ultimate and Rumble. There's just too much AoE there from Golden Guardians to ever try and face check them. A little bit too dangerous. And so Rift Herald towards mid doesn't even have to lose health on the first tower. So they will get a second tower charge off.
Golden Guardians, they managed to find Jojo when he was attempting to join the rest of EG. So as he retreats towards the turret, escaping the ultimate from River, EG were attempting to pursue the rest of Golden Guardians, who now rotate over towards the dragon side.
Again, the darkness is so dangerous for EG. That was another kind of freebie cooldown there. Jojo trying to rotate over. Again, no flash. Lissandra really benefits from having flash. Being that set-up champion that wants to lock people down for the Viego, for the Zeri there. So not only do Golden Guardians get mid-tower off the Rift Herald, plus the Dragon here, they also get the flash down on one of the playmakers from Evil Geniuses. And EG finally do trade at least the tower on top side, with FBI going over to get some of the gold there, not just let it go into the Malphite. They need to concentrate that money onto the Zeri, onto the Viego.
And extending some of that pressure just on the side lanes to break open some of this map here. 3 turrets to 2 on the scoreboard, as Golden Guardians were able to get such an effective use of that Rift Herald to put that tier 2 in mid in a weak position. But Evil Geniuses, one thing they have going for them around that dragon as well, as we highlighted, it was 1-to-1 previously, so some delayed stacking for Golden Guardian side that they don't quite have to worry about just yet, and building up that gold onto FBI and that team fight potential.
Yeah, I think a lot of eyeballs are going to be on Inspired, because it's kind of hard to play Viego into so much AoE here, and Maokai ultimate's used at the tower.
Right from jungle, and Huhi, Stixay, and Licorice throwing down the equalizer, gets a good burn onto Vulcan, also holding the E from Tristana, so backs on out of it. But the healthy members of EG make that face at Golden Guardians as well.
Yeah, looks like that's gonna be enough to back off here. They've got the split push Lissandra on bottom side, so Golden Guardians kind of want to reset for this minion wave. So just relent on pressure. But look at the wards here through the red quadrant of the jungle leading up towards Baron. Golden Guardians really get to press in and make it harder for EG to rotate to these plays.
So if you are EG right now and it's a bit difficult for you to rotate over towards these plays, you're on game point against Golden Guardians, who, while it's not as explosive as previous games, have been building up advantages in particular parts of the map. What are you thinking?
I want to kill the Rumble. I want to kill Frontline, because Rumble usually is going to be pretty close. I mean, they'll take any pick that they can get. Obviously, if you get a pick, a freebie there, that is the ideal situation. But if you have to, try and kill Frontline Rumble for the first reset there for Viego for an inspired moment, because you have 2 forms here, Malphite Ultimate and Lissandra, to be able to have a 2-tiered engage and really play off of those resets. And since Rumble has no stopwatch yet, and Rumble is building very offensively here, that is a valuable target that should probably be easier to kill than the Tristana, unless Stixay kind of loses his mind and jumps in.
Sometimes when he's lost his mind, it's been in a very good way in some of these fights. So
yeah, trust himself definitely has gotten them here. Big part of it, the hero plays.
I think when we're talking about the confidence of these teams and their mentality into it, it also comes in that play style. Stixay, when he made his debut, it was as this aggressive AD carry. And then even Huhi noting in an interview with Digon talking about how he had played passively in recent years, and having a discussion with Stixay to bring that aggression back out. That teammate that he had on previous years in the past that they got that championship with, bring that through here in Golden Guardians. And he has done so in such a heroic way in that matchup against 100 Thieves. And so far in this series, doing what he needs to do to get that damage against Evil Geniuses, the favored team coming into this matchup.
Exactly. And moving up here, they push out mid, allowing River to go pop the empowered Scryer's Bloom plants, one-shot some of these wards, clear out the Baron again, turn it dark for Evil Geniuses to make it so hard for them to actually set up. And every time it gets dark like this, you constantly have to worry because Maokai Ultimate covers such a wide area, and if Huhi's right behind him, that is a lockdown that's going to be inevitable.
And as Golden Guardians push up those wards and get more saplings down as well, you can see Inspired kind of checking into the bushes and running into them time and time again. Meanwhile, Evil Geniuses want to extend some of their own vision. They've reached a little bit over into Riverside and extend into their jungle on the bot side, but that's why Inspired has to back up.
I think there's just so much for EG hopes right now, and extending the series and keeping their playoffs lives is on the shoulders of FBI. This Zeri here is approaching 3 items, approaching big carry potential. And so I think that's going to lead to a little bit more caution right now from EG. They're in an elimination game right now. Every game right now is match point for them. So I think they're going to be very cautious in setting up for it, and they'll probably just wait for a little bit more FBI farming here. You see him sitting really far back in the lane, waiting for the minion wave to come to him. Just continue to give over. You know, Dragon number 3 here is not going to be Dragon Soul, so it isn't the end of the world.
And meanwhile, JoJo pushing up on the side lanes as much as possible. Golden Guardians making their rotation towards that dragon, and EG's response is to keep most of their members on this top side. Someday has his ultimate and is pushing out bot. Getting a...
Real threat here. But Golden Guardians, they call it. EG back off from the Baron. Not going to be enough time there. Stixxay annihilates Dragon. And so there's not a real big window, but kind of what we were talking about, where it's too risky right now to throw anything away for that.
Yeah, so Golden Guardians with 3 dragons on them. Soul point, but EG, because of that earlier grab, did extend kind of that window for them to prevent Soul. And now just a little bit of a reset opportunity. But the gold itself has fallen a bit back more to a neutral state. Evil Geniuses still awaiting that chance for FBI to get stronger and stronger as he continues to ensure that he doesn't push up and get picked off as he gets more and more farm.
Yeah, they're hoping for the dream. Infinity Edge crits Zeri, carry us to the promised land here. Lulu buffing him up, lots of setup there with CC on all the other members. But Golden Guardians have looked so good this series, waiting to see a nice Rumble combination with all the AoE that they do have. See if they can set it up. Since they just took Dragon, it's really easy now to rotate all of your vision resources over towards the top side of the map. There's nothing really on bottom side that has value for the next few minutes, so spend all of your wards over here, bait in Evil Geniuses, try and force them into something they don't want.
And Golden Guardians doing exactly that, throwing down the saplings and vision across this river. It's very similar to what we saw in the previous games, multiple controls on this Baron side, and as Someday steps up, Gory's going for the lock, Huhi in the vicinity, but you still have a spread right now as 2 members of Golden Guardians and Stixxay and River just want to ensure that that mid wave stays in a neutral state. Inspired lurking around the corner though. Seeing what EG can do to try and encroach upon this. JoJo still with his teleport at the ready, but could be matched by Licorice. Oh, JoJo blasted. Licorice does so much damage. Teleport from Someday. So you get additional resources in that teleport, as well as the damage onto JoJo as Golden Guardians can focus on to the Baron. Licorice now teleports in. Inspired looking for an angle to get in there, but can't find it. Isolated. Gory takes him out. And on the Baron. JoJo wants to go for it, but the security of River gets the Baron buff for Golden Guardians. EG can't find a way in this. Someday can't find a way away as Golden Guardians are just pushing forward with their momentum in this game.
Yeah, Golden Guardians stomp this series. Holy moly. Licorice with the play of the series. He waits on his Rumble in the brush, overheats, burns JoJo down to 10%, then teleports up to the team that's already on Baron, and he immediately runs at Inspired. I didn't expect every member of Golden Guardians to leave the pit and leave River alone in the pit, but they all were just making sure they were going to track down Inspired, kill the enemy jungler, make sure there's not going to be a steal. Jojo tried to make a hero play on the Lissandra, being like, oh, you know, maybe I can just scare this Maokai or something. He teleported in and tried to steal the Baron, but River nails it. Golden Guardians, great stuff. Look at that. They're on the Baron already. They burn it down so quickly. Licorice forces Jojo back to base, then teleports up, and they all jump right on Inspired. We found you. Guess what? No steal for you. And then Jojo comes in for the hero play, but Stixxay's already back in the pit. Maokai has Smite. They don't mess it up. Jojo down again, and Golden Guardians now, they've got Baron. They can easily take the rest of the turrets out here. Licorice very happy with himself, and deservedly so.
Very different reactions from both of those sides considering how everything played out. Licorice managing to put that pressure onto Jojo, get to the fight quickly, and now Golden Guardians with that Red Bull Baron buff can continue this pressure over in this bot pit.
Yeah, Guardians transformation. Massive stuff here for them in playoffs. That turret doesn't stand a chance. Baron empowered 4-1 split push. Gory's holding mid lane, buffing up those minions. Not a very good angle here for Evil Geniuses. You see Jojo and Someday, you know, trying to look for maybe over the wall, but that ward right there sees Jojo the whole time. Golden Guardians will not be in any danger. They can just retreat back to the Soul. 20 seconds here. Chemtech Soul is not the greatest, but it is a Soul. Take that, because EG are going to have a really hard time doing anything about it.
This was a spring split where it was so difficult to evaluate teams because of the swingy nature of these streaks. Golden Guardians having a 7 streak at one point, FlyQuest and 100 Thieves, and it's hard to pit what their great performances are against the bottom ones, as now Golden Guardians are putting together an amazing one as they take another dragon to secure that soul. That, yes, it is still a soul and still something that they can work with here during the end of this Baron play, but these are the peaks that got people questioning, what can Golden Guardians do in best of series? Will they be able to push far in these playoffs? And they're doing so nicely right now as they keep EG on the outskirts of their base. River attempts to get a couple roots and does manage to do so to set up the equalizer, and look at how heavy that Tristana hits. Also should be able to burn this turret and even burn the golden from Jojo as he has to Eve back into the fountain, and Gory keeping up the pressure on that mid turret so they can get multiple inhibitors at the threat right now. Finish off on the bot side. Inspired wants to make a connection onto somebody from Golden Guardians, but they know when to retreat.
I love this. Guardians deserve everything that they are getting here. They're using new champions. They're absolutely blasting EG in playoffs. What a year for this organization, for this team. That inhibitor didn't stand a chance. The Maokai ultimates into Rumble ultimate and explosive shot are just deleting backline members. Jojo has forced the Zonias. It is so sad to look at from the EG side, but honestly, heroics here for Golden Guardians so far in playoffs.
Because we know what Evil Geniuses are capable of, but it feels like Golden Guardians have outpaced them throughout the entirety of the series, showing so much flexibility in draft and the ability to carry off of that momentum from game to game to game. And even now with the switch of sides, with the switch of strategy, they're still keeping it through for what's looking like a potential Golden Guardians victory, not just on the game, but the series.
Yeah, big thing for Golden Guardians in these series is they have not, when they have a big lead, they have not done anything risky to even give an opening for EG. And with Soul, with a 5,500 gold lead here, they're just shoving up mid. EG are trying to make a pick play on top side, but they even know.
Oh, and Gory trying to stop the backs here alongside River. They target FBI, goes into ultimate, but it's answered by lockdown. A teleport in from Evil Geniuses keeps River and Gory separated into the jungle. Huhi, Stixxay, and Licorice ready to zone off the remaining members of EG, making their way through that top side. Jojo ready to join from mid.
And the mid tower is already killed now.
Stixxay over the wall again, lands an E, can't charge it up because Jojo goes towards the base to heal, but that's the second inhibitor taken down by Golden Guardians. The pressure is good from the GG side.
Yep, the map is theirs. 2 now lines of super minions heading into the Evil Geniuses base, trying to keep them pinned in. Golden Guardians get to take anything they want off the map. And guess what? 28 seconds left on the Baron to respawn here, so they will go back and spend all of this money that they just got before returning after their reset. And then EG are faced with the Hail Mary. Backs against the walls for Evil Geniuses. Spring playoffs lives on the line. They have to pull out a miracle here versus the Golden Guardians.
Golden Guardians ready with wards to try and take over River again with Vision. The teleport in and Hui going for the play. Multiple stuns and the equalizer across Evil Geniuses. Inspired goes Golden, but so does Hui. And Vulcan separated by Gory. Jojo, that's going to be a blast. Almost hits on his head, but the Frozen Tune keeps him into it. River wants to finish him off. That's an ace. Evil Geniuses are dead. Golden Guardians changing the tide of what everyone believes that they can do.
Oh my, nothing left but the Nexus turrets.
Just one more Nexus for Golden Guardians to take to make a statement, not just on this day, but of this season. GG's resolve holds strong, punching their tickets to North Carolina, playing finals weekend for the first time.
When did you make that sign? When did you make that sign? What a genius in the audience called it 3-0. Golden Guardians. They are going to face FlyQuest here. They've got a date in Raleigh. Coming up a 3-0 over the Evil Geniuses. Momentum building for this team. What a year for the Golden Guardians.
Hopping onto a plane for the first time in Golden Guardians history to battle it out. The same season of getting that first series win, now doubling that.
And they stomped them into the ground, okay? That was brutal here. Multiple games where they're over 8,000 gold lead, collecting souls, collecting barons, thumbs up.
The different looks that they showed in draft, the way they were able to follow the plays of the leading voices on this team, not just in River, but even Licorice, showing a whole different side to his identity of a player. And that's the duo that this team was built around. That's the ones leading them through. But Evil Genius is facing some disappointment on the other side as they've now given fuel to an ultimate underdog.
I especially love seeing growth over the season for individual players. Licorice, you know, the diversity that he's brought out, the advantage with playing these carry matchups on top side, multiple times Golden Guardians trying to hold counterpick for him, and absolutely being rewarded for confidence in their players and having trust in their players. It's definitely a heartwarming story here for the Golden Guardians, such an underdog team and delivering the results.
And Golden Guardians sticking to that identity as an org of really trying to prioritize that development that you're noting throughout the entirety of the split, which is why they have been able to move forward in this bracket in such a dominating fashion. 3-0 against Evil Geniuses after Evil Geniuses had just finished 3-0ing CLG.
Impressive, impressive stuff. Can't wait to see them versus FlyQuest.
It's gonna be a good time, folks. For now, let's send it back to the LCS Lounge for some quick hits on the series.
What's up, everybody? Welcome back to the lounge. I'm here with Closer for a pivotal part of this game. Golden Guardians in Raleigh, by the way, so we'll be looking at this play as we set up for an interview. So take it away, Closer.
Yeah, as expected, Golden Guys trios EG. Here we're gonna take a look at their beautiful next execution. Here, Licorice goes to the bot lane, and then the seconds, I think he sees Jojo here.
Yeah.
Just look at how he plays. He's like, okay, I'm gonna go to the bush. And his team is already signaling the Nash to start. And I'm pretty sure Licorice is right now saying, I'm gonna either kill this guy or make him 1 HP, just start Nash. We can already see Golden Guardians start Nash here. And now Malphite TP'd bots, Licorice has TP advantage. They are killing the Nash, they see Inspired, and they're gonna go over instantly to stop him as well, like just beautiful.
It's insane because you're right. It feels like it started with him saying he is going to chunk Lissandra, and the fact that, even if we go back a little bit more, the fact that EG sees nothing. They have no vision whatsoever around this part of the objective. So technically, Golden Guardians can do what they did against you guys.
This is what they
just
see.
flip. Yeah, this is exactly what they see. And so TPing here is obviously a big mistake from Someday. But even if he didn't TP, this is just a lost play for EG.
Yeah.
So is there anything else that you
Beautiful
noticed?
play by Golden Guardians. I think you can see the trust they have. Like they're instantly pulling off the plays. They're not scared of like Viego stealing or anything.
Yeah.
Like it's just very good execution.
We've seen this a lot from them too, the fact that they're willing to take fights like these. We've seen riskier portions of like them playing around Baron. So like this is insane level of confidence, even with the drafting that they had, which is just like they've had ballsier and ballsier drafts.
Yeah, it's gonna be very exciting to see them play FlyQuest next week.
Man, I'm excited to see what we're going to be seeing from Golden Guardians in the future. Remember, they are actually locked in for Raleigh. And now we're ready for the Verizon postgame interview. Take it away.
Hello and welcome to the Verizon postgame interview. I have Licorice, Stixay, and Huhi. First of all, congratulations. You're going to finals weekend. Do you have anything to say to everyone who doubted you, including me, who thought you would lose 3-1 to EG? I take my L's, I'm just saying.
I mean, I think our video says it, you know, like the few video.
We need the hats back.
Yeah.
Someone needs to give us a hat.
Really proud that we're going to the finals weekend, especially in our manager's hometown. And I'm really proud how everyone played on my team.
One thing I did, we can start with game 3. I thought your drafting was really interesting across all 3 games. But game 3, I did want to talk about the Rumble pick because one of the hallmarks of GG's kind of rise through the lower bracket has been these counter picks that you've had topside or picks that you've been super comfortable on. So just talk to me about the strength of Rumble, especially since his recent buffs.
Yeah, I mean, Rumble's pretty strong right now. And then also he blinded Malphite because he didn't expect me to pick Rumble because that is like probably the worst matchup that Malphite has in the entire game. So like unfortunate for Someday, and like the lane was really easy. We pressured him a lot with jungle, and then I was actually scaling really well through the game, and it just felt pretty easy.
Okay. How did you guys approach draft generally? Because you seem to have, I guess, if not stayed ahead of EG, you had some really interesting and creative things that popped up today.
Yeah, I mean, Tristana is like the obvious one that we're flexing. I don't think anyone else is playing Tristana, AD carry. We kind of just came into this week thinking that we should have maybe some special picks, you know, that people aren't going to expect. A lot of times in scrims, we would pick Tristana, and then the enemy would respond with like a mid pick, and then we would just counter the mid pick, and they're like, oh, they can send Tristana bottom. So in general, I just thought Tristana was good versus Zeri. So.
Okay. How does that matchup go? Just talk to me through it.
I mean, most of the Zeri lanes are you're just farming, hitting the wave. Like, you're not really interacting with Zeri. And I just think Tristana scales really well. And luckily, I have Jay, who's really good at these engage supports. So it goes really well with Tristana.
Our engage support's back.
Hope so.
Same. Looking ahead, I wanted to ask you guys what you think you've improved on the most as a team as you've gone through the lower bracket. So I don't know who wants to start first, but I'm going to ask every single one of you the same question.
The one thing that improved the most? I think just overall like being consistent on stage, because I think we had a lot of death by the junglers and not using like our words properly and kind of dying silly. And I think by fixing that, our early game became like really stable, and we have the River, who I think is the best jungler in the LCS. So it gives him a lot of room to do whatever he wants.
Okay. Someone in the audience agrees with you.
Yeah, I mean, pretty much what he said. Honestly, even I'm really surprised today about how the games went. I think like today, for whatever reason, we just clicked really well. We're looking out for each other in the games. We're playing very disciplined. You know, we pretty much just play around where River's pathing, and I think we did a pretty good job of it. So.
Yeah, and I have to agree with Jay. It's just not dying to the enemy jungler, because like jungle is just so OP. Like,
That's not
as soon as we stop dying to the jungler, like our games suddenly look 10 times better. So I think that's mostly it.
As a unit, I know you guys joked around about how it was Huhi, Gory, and River kind of banding together, talking Korean, then giving you guys direction. Is that still how your comms work, or has it become more holistic communication?
That's more of the review process, actually.
Okay.
But on stage, I think everyone just talks, like everyone has their voice, and I think I don't think we like really have one main shot caller. I mean, like if it's anyone, it's Jay, but I think everyone contributes a fair amount.
You're shaking your head. Why is that?
No, because I think everyone knows how the game plan is, and everyone like calls really well when they're clicking.
Did you know that today with this series, you become the player who's played the most LCS, the 7th most LCS games of all time?
Oh, really?
Yes. Between your time as a mid laner and as a support.
Yay.
I know, like, players, I remember when telling Bjergsen he had got the most games of all time. He had no idea. I assume you had no,
I had no idea.
But congratulations.
Thank you.
You also did take out every single one of your ex-teammates.
Yeah. I did.
How does that feel?
I mean, I'm happy that I'm doing well, obviously, but I feel like bad as well for them. And especially today with FBI, I made a special deal. The winner will buy the loser the dinner, so that we're like less sad. So, Vic, dinner's on me.
Oh, nice. That's cute. I like that. Looking ahead to finals weekend, I guess, what is this week of prep going to look like for you guys?
Just keep doing what we've been doing. I think just, don't add anything too crazy and just keep doing what we've been doing. I think we'll be okay.
All right. What do you think is the largest takeaway that can come from this series specifically?
Draft is OP.
In all honesty, though, red side, like I remember joking with you on stage about like, oh, you finally got the red side win in your last series. Red side became actually super important in this series. So how do you think you guys have exploited the strengths of red side, and would you consider yourself a stronger red side or blue side team?
I think we're a pretty strong red side team right now. I'm not sure if we're like better than on blue side, but I mean the strength of red side is always flex picks, and if like we were picking Cassante early, and it just makes draft really simple on red side right now. So yeah.
All right, going up against FlyQuest, who wins?
Us.
What's the score?
I mean, I was actually more nervous for this match than FlyQuest. I think we're gonna have a lot easier time for FlyQuest.
All right. That's actually been a trend, though, right? Because C9 said the same thing. They were like, we're more scared of EG than FlyQuest. What? Yeah. River also apparently tweeted that 100th use was harder than EG, so I don't know if you guys agree with that either.
Yeah, I mean, our 100th match was a lot closer. I think it was more like back and forth. This game, I think most of all 3 games we had the lead, and then I think when we have a lead, we're a really dominant team. So yeah, today's game definitely felt not that hard.
All right. Well, I've kept you guys here long enough. Go out, celebrate, buy Victor dinner. I will send it back to Kobe and Jat for this or that.
Hello and welcome back to This or That with Kobe and Jat, presented by Verizon. 3-0, just as expected, right? We're hot off of the Golden Guardians victory.
This was a very fast week.
Yes, it was.
Very fast. 3-0, 3-0?
I think Evil Geniuses did their part.
To make it fast. This is true. They did make it fast.
They certainly did.
All right, let's get to the slides on this or that. Kobe Jat, slide number 1. More surprising, Golden Guardians 3-0, or literally anything else that happened this split.
So
okay,
there were a lot of things that...
Tough one.
Yeah, there were a lot of surprising things that happened this split, right? I don't know, I still have stuff playing in my ear right now.
Listen, Golden Guardians 3-0, based on what they had done throughout the season, when we were generally at times calling them like the 3rd or 4th best team in the league, to now be guaranteed top 3 is actually not as surprising as Dig going 3-15 or Team Liquid missing playoffs.
This one was pretty big. I think a lot of people had high expectations for Team Liquid when they came out at the beginning of the season talking about we're going to outwork everyone, we're going to import all of these world champions. We got world champion coach, world champion jungle, world champion support, everywhere. And
8th place.
Yeah, 8th place. That's your don't make playoffs stand.
Yeah.
But the Dignitas one was also super surprising. So I would say this because we get to play the field to get all of the answers.
Yeah, I agree. It's that. Slide number 2 on this or that. Which drafts do you like more this weekend? Cloud9 drafts or GG drafts?
Ooh. I mean, the flex picks. I was really happy that I called it Tristana flexing to bottom, so that made me feel good. I'm biased. So
I called it too.
I'm gonna go with this one.
I just wasn't on air. So, okay, I am just seeing the Golden Guardians drafts today. They felt amazing. It felt like they had a huge advantage in every game.
Nobody's been pulling out Rumble.
Here's a question. They were better because they were a bigger gap between their opponent. Are these good drafts in isolation? Because, like, for instance, just Varus Heimer, okay, quick switch to Varus Soraka, okay, now you get to see Berserkers Aphelios. These are all very good drafts. They're both utilizing Cassante flex. Technically, they're both utilizing Tristana flex, but I still have to say Golden Guardians drafts.
It's for sure.
Yeah.
It's for
okay,
sure. These
fine.
Way more creative.
Yeah, we
way
spent
more
too long.
flexes.
It's easy, simple, done. It's that.
Good.
Golden Guardians.
He realized now that I'm
correct.
Most over-prioritized champion in playoffs. This is a YouTube question from the comments from Chris. Is it Jinx or is it Vi? Now, it's funny because Vi kills Jinx and makes it
You didn't even read the middle one, did you?
Over-prioritized.
There's a Sion right there.
I think Sion's good. Yeah, I think Sion's good.
Okay.
So, for me, it's between these two. Sometimes teams, they over-index a little bit. I think early picking Vi before you see something that you need to Vi ult and before they don't go necessarily all engaged with the Vi.
Yeah.
Then it's bad because your opponents can get counter-engaged because you show it too early. But the Jinx, I actually think is really good right now. And it's a little bit of a bait that we saw it get killed so much. I think it's actually still really powerful, and we'll see that.
So what is your
MSI.
answer? Because you just talked about the positivity of all the champions. I'm going to see Jinx because I think teams are picking it too early, which means it's getting over-prioritized.
Yes. All right. You sold me.
That was really easy.
Now this one, I'm jumping over that one, but I do think Jinx is powerful right now.
Yeah.
But yes, you don't pick it too early.
Easy. Slide number 4.
All right, next one.
Let's get to it. Better magazine model. These were amazing, by the way, these photoshops. And photos. Impact, Licorice, or JoJo.
Man,
we need to break it down.
I gotta say, Impact is so hot. that one, like, he is going the full model. JoJo's like the fun and happy one over here, and Licorice has the. I think Licorice is out for me. It's between the fun and happy. I gotta go with Impact. Like,
if all of these were in a CVS next to each other, what would stand out the least? And it's definitely this one. This is an actual magazine model.
Because he's actually a model?
It's perfect. It's definitely Impact. It's this.
Yeah, Impact is, that one's too good.
That's a good one.
Next one. Who dipped harder in Cloud9 versus FlyQuest? Berserker, M&S, or Mithy?
We were talking about this with Berserker. And he said M&S was the biggest diff of the series.
I also think because Ayla inted a lot. I mean,
that's not on this, Kobe.
Vikla inted a lot though, and made it look an even bigger diff.
Yeah, the drafts were good. I didn't feel like we were discussing draft diff throughout it.
Yeah.
The rivalry between Prince and Berserker had the best Twitter diff, but the biggest diff was M&S.
Yeah, for sure.
It's the one in the middle.
All right, next slide. Not all of them say this and that.
I know. You have to be clear. Who does Cloud9 face in the finals? Golden Guardians or FlyQuest? My answer before the day was Evil Geniuses, and I'm wrong.
So are you going to transfer that faith into the Golden Guardians?
Dude.
Is it a transfer of power, Jat?
This is so hard now. No way did I think Golden Guardians was going to finals. For 9 weeks, I thought FlyQuest and C9 were going to be our Golden Guardians representatives.
Fair enough.
Why would I change now?
Because of new data that you just saw in front of your eyes.
You're right. It's this. Golden Guardians have very good teamwork, and I think the most important thing is they have championship experience. River has won 3 PCS titles. Huhi has won 2 LCS titles. Licorice has won 6 has won. It's not like they have never been there before. They're actually more experienced than FlyQuest.
Honestly, though, I'm still going to go with FlyQuest. I think people are getting the wrong idea because they just got blasted by Cloud9. I think Cloud9 is going to win. I think Cloud9 are going to blast everybody. But I do have faith in okay, maybe it's because of the magazine bias, but Impact.
Okay, Impact is good.
I still have faith in FlyQuest, you know. This team is good at its core. There's no way that another series, Ayla and Vikla, play that poorly, honestly. I think those two are going to play much better.
Okay.
If they don't, though, they're not going.
We'll see.
They've got to improve.
I think Kobe and I need to wager for this, so let us know in the comments what we should actually bet on Golden Guardians versus FlyQuest.
Cold
we have over
exposure.
a week to pay it off. I'm not doing it now. We're going to see it in the comments. Also, leave your suggestions in the comments. That is a wrap for this or that. Thank you for joining us. Goodbye. But for those of you still here, we have more playoffs next week, as we were just talking about. It's going to be a tiny little bit. Saturday, April 8th, Sunday, April 9th. That's when the losers bracket finals, semifinal, championship match, whatever is happening before C9 awaits the winner in the grand final. And we also have to mention for today, the player of the series, drumroll, Kobe. You do it with your noisemakers. Player of the series is Huhi. And so the Amumu engage definitely biased us a little bit at the end. The fact that he pulled out Rel and Amumu, we've been talking about it all split, how it's an 80 carry meta, but when you can be the trigger pull of the team, you're able to stand out. We also know about his leadership qualities, the fact that this guy has actually been to 3 consecutive LCS finals, going for number 4. He had a great series.
I mean, he had a massive series, pulling out the Rel. Not many other supports doing that right now. Big engages, had good vision coverage as well, and not too many big mistakes either. When you're playing a really risky frontline support like that, sometimes you have some giant blunders to look back on.
Yeah, this was such a shocker, man. I think
You're
I'm
still in shock right now. I can tell that.
Yeah. I mean, you are too, surely.
I definitely am a bit. We'll have time to recover, though, and accept the Golden Guardians, our new Golden Guardian overlords.
For at least a week.
Until
at least a week. We'll see. While Golden Guardians have punched their tickets to finals, NACL, their finals kick off this Sunday, 4 p.m. Eastern, 1 Pacific. Take a look.
This weekend, you've seen regular seasons. You've seen LCS playoffs. But you've never seen this. It's time for a Super Heavyweight Smackdown! Dignitas challengers stands off the throne of bones crafted from the remains of their adversaries. One more match to determine their #1 contender. In the red corner, Team Liquid Challengers entered the tournament as the 9th seed and ran through the competition, led by World Jungler Mir, assisted by rookie mid laner APA and support Kim Down, carried by veteran Arrow, and motivated by 2 Chainz top laner Bradley. 3 consecutive finals, back-to-back champion, Team Liquid Challengers! And in the blue corner, this team dominated the regular season with 2 of the best mid laners in the league. Undefeated until their scrap against Dignitas, and they're hungry for a rematch. Thank God, Diplex, Lost, Zazel, 4 players with LCS experience climbing their way back to the top of the region, with sophomore year jungler Tomio as their guard dog. This org looks to reclaim the space they once owned in 21 Spring. Cloud9 Challengers awaiting their opponent in the grand finals. The raid boss of Spring, the talkers of the league, ready to return to the LCS. Hoon with the single most solo kills of any player in the league. Xu with his signature carry picks and heavy invade playstyle. Insanity with his ability to win matchups harder than anyone should. Spawn as the ringer from LCS and consistent team fight threat. Diamond as the winningest support in the history of the league. This team was built to take the title, and they have one more best of 5 in their way. Dignitas Challengers! Who will win the NACL Spring Split? Who will walk away victorious? Find out on this week's Super Heavyweight Smackdown!
That's it for us in the LCS studio. Next Saturday and Sunday, we will be in Raleigh, North Carolina for our spring finals. Head to Ticketmaster.com right now to get yours before they're all gone. That is a possibility, so make sure you lock those up. Doors open for FanFest at 11 a.m. Eastern Time, and the broadcast will begin at 3 p.m. Eastern Time, which is noon Pacific. But that's it for this weekend. Back-to-back 3-0s. Finals is going to be pretty interesting now. The Golden Guardians has involved Cloud9, FlyQuest, Golden Guardians. One of them will be the champion. Two of them will be at MSI. We'll see you then.
Today, it is do or die. Two teams taking to the stage. Only one will make it to Raleigh. Will Evil Geniuses get a chance to repeat last spring's title, or will Golden Guardians punch a ticket to their first finals weekend?
Dude, no one wants me on this team.
Did you 1v1 Rube?
Yeah, I beat them already.
You beat him?
Yeah.
What matchup?
Yon Yasuo.
Did you play Yon?
Yeah.
Yeah, Yon wins. It's
He
a
wanted to
counter.
play Yon.
It's a counter
He wanted to
matchup.
play Yasuo. You want to play the other side?
No.
Okay,
Getting the root onto River, Licorice wrapping around. Inspired, does he see him? Joins the jungler. The solo laner put in some work. Gory getting a kill. It's Golden Guardians throwing back on this fight. Going into stasis, JoJo keeps himself alive for a temporary amount of time. Stixxay popping off at it again. Licorice going into the back line to get the double kill here. It's a good play. It's an ace for Golden Guardians. JoJo goes in with some Foxfire, some Salping thrown down. There's a rocket jump in. E onto Inspire, gonna blast soon, and there's a kill. Who he gets the credit of it onto FBI. And the pursuit is strong. Stixxay staying alive and lock onto JoJo. Support more separate through mid lane. Who's the next ball? JoJo is had.
Yo, watch my position.
Yeah.
I'm going to hex left. I'm going to hex left.
Go.
Ulting. Coming.
Yeah.
Cherry. Cherry.
I got him.
Go fight.
Okay. I go.
Front.
Yeah.
Vi behind.
It's okay. Don't care.
Don't care.
Me and yeah, go mid.
Golden Guardians can focus on to the Baron. Licorice now teleports in. Inspired, looking for an angle to get in there, but can't find it. Isolated. Gory takes him out. And on the Baron. JoJo wants to go for it, but the security of River gets the Baron buff for Golden Guardians. And the teleport in, and Hui going for the play. Multiple stuns and the equalizer across Evil Geniuses. Inspired goes Golden, but so does Hui. And Vulcan separated by Gory. JoJo, that's going to be a blast. Almost hits on his head, but the Frozen Tomb keeps him into it. River wants to finish him off. That's an ace. Evil Geniuses are dead. GG's resolve holds strong, punching their tickets to North Carolina, playing finals weekend for the first time.
This GG should sell their spot. GG is 10th place team. Well, guess what?